out there. Just practice, everybody. Had a great day yesterday of qualifying. Today we got 1 round of free practice, 2 rounds of qualifying, then a round of practice mains, then double lower mains, and triple A mains. Also tonight we have the complete prize ceremony for 12 scalers tonight. We'll hand out all awards, participation medallions that'll all be done this evening.
Got it. .45 to go, guys. 4:45 to go. .320 to go, guys. 3:20 to go. Group number 2's up next. Washington Center chicane. Easy, guys. All right, group number 2's up next. Who's up next? Just free practice right now, guys, in yesterday's qualifying groups.
2 minutes left. One minute left.
Thirty seconds to go. All right, that is time, guys. That is time. Bring him in. That is time. Group 1 finish. Group number 2 coming up. Free practice. All right, track is open. Track is open.
Leron Finn. Walk 1. Robert Peterson. 45 seconds to the start of the race. Mark Wallen. Martin Skirring. Robert Peterson. Mark Wallen. Martin Skirring. Walk 1. 15 seconds to the start of the race. June 10th. Less than 5.
This Group 2 on the track, guys. Group 3 is up next. Halfway there, guys. 4 down, 4 to go. $2:30 to go, drivers.
Two minutes left. One minute left.
Got 30 seconds to go, drivers. 30 to go. Race 3 is coming up next. That's time, guys. That is time. That is time. All right, race number 3 coming up.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, race number 3 coming up. Track is open, drivers. Track is open.
30 seconds to the start of the race. Yvan Luke. Wei Lap Chung. Yan Wu Chen. 15 seconds to the start of the race. Min Jian. Wei Yin Fun. Less than 5.
One down, 7 to go, guys. This is practice group 3, free practice. Watch it, guys. Watch it. Coming in front of the driver's stand. Halfway there, guys. 4 down, 4 to go. It's group 3, free practice. Group 4 is up next. Remember, new qualifying order is posted. Resort is posted. New order for the qualifying round 5 and qualifying round 6 is posted. .245 to go, guys. 2:45.
Two minutes left. One minute left.
1 to go, guys. Group 4 is on deck. Group 4. Remember, this is just free practice. Free practice, everyone. Qualifying is in the new heat, so make sure you check the new heats. That is time, guys. Bring him in. Bring him in. No more laps. Stop, stop, stop. All cars finished. Bring him in, please. Group 4 coming up.
.45 seconds to the start of the race. .30 seconds to the start of the race. Your TIIT. 15 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, it's group number 4 coming up, guys. Group number 4. Track is open. Track is open. This is free practice.
Asia Sakamoto.
6 minutes to go, guy. 2 down, 6 to go. .530 to go, drivers.
One minute left.
That is time. Drivers all stop, all cars finish. Track is open, guys. Track is open.
Andy Moore. Rick Howard. 30 seconds to the start of the race. Daniel Sieber. J.J. Watt. Gilles Rocan. 15 seconds to the start of the race. Alexander Laurent.
Track is open, guys. Track is open. Pre-practice. End of the straightaway, guys. Watching the end of the back straight. End of the back straight. End of the back straight, guys. Caution, end of the back straight. Clear.
2 minutes left.
Group 6 is up next, guys. Group 6 is next.
One minute left.
Watching the center chicane. All right, that's time, guys. That is time. Group 6 coming up.
Seconds to the start of the race. Fifteen seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
Track is open, drivers. Track is open. This is free practice. Go, go, go. Track is open. Free practice. Watch it, guys, at the sweeper. Clear, okay. Watch it in the switchback, guys. 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes to go. Four and a half minutes to go, guys. Halfway there, 4 down, 4 to go. Group 6. Free practice. New heats are posted. Reseeded, resorted heats are posted. .320 to go, drivers. 3:20 to go here in Group 6. Two minutes, drivers. 2 minutes to go. All right, race number 1 should start getting ready. Race number 1, start rolling the tech. Race number 1, roll the tech. Group 1, the technical inspection. Got a 9:10 start. It's 5 minutes from now. Minute 10 to go. We get Thomas Tran to do it. Getting his photos on. Got 45 seconds to go. 45 seconds to go. Race number 1, the tech inspection. Race number 1. 15-second, drivers. That is time, drivers, all stop. That is time. Free practice is finished. Race number 1 should be rolling to tech inspection. So we're getting ready for group number 1, round number 5 of qualifying. 2 rounds today, and we'll set up the mains and run a round of practice mains and then kick off our championship finals. I want to thank Team Saxo, Yokomo, Serpent, Orca, and G-Force being our title sponsors of 2016 IFMAR Electric 112th World Championship. Race number 1 to tech. All right, group number 1 to tech inspection. All right, let's get our group number 6 out to Marshall, please. Marshall from group 6. The new group 6, please. So group number 6 out to Marshall, guys. Group number 1 to tech. How's it hanging? Good? All right. We're having a good time. Check. Battery dead? All right, group number 6 out to Marshall, please. Looking for the last car to come on out. See if we got all our marshals. Track is open. Track is open, guys.
Ping Chung Tang, Mike Passwell, Gerard Delights, Zihai Yang Su, Wei Lap Chung, Wen Feng Lu.
Welcome everyone to finals day for the 12 scale class here on Monday in Beijing, China at the Beijing Sports Center here in the live RC broadcast booth. I'm Aaron Waldron bringing you action from qualifying rounds 5 and 6 today before we get into triple A main events and double lower finals to decide a new world champion. Yesterday we saw an incredible battle between Mark Reinert and Akio Sabue as they are tied for first in points heading into rounds 5 and 6, and perhaps the biggest story, three-time world champion Naoto Matsukura, by far the fastest car on the track, having trouble getting in an 8-minute run. So Naoto struggled a little bit through yesterday, still has a chance to gain the overall top qualifying position. It's going to be an incredible battle at the top of the charts, and then of course the drivers trying to make it into that A final. The top 10 are going to make it. Right now, the top 10 after counting 3 of each driver's best 4 rounds is Mark Reinert, Akio Sabue, Hideo Kitazawa, the third place finisher from 2 years ago, and Naoto Matsukura is 4th, Ayato Ishioka 5th, Masatsugu Ito 6th, Kevin Hebert 7th, Toto Ibikoro 8th, JJ Wong 9th, and right now Kasuke Suzuki on the bubble with Yuho Lebanon 11th. We're going to get into the first heat of race number 5 here at the 2016 IFMAR World Championships, brought to you by Hobbywing. A truly international field here in heat number 1. We have 2 drivers from Hong Kong, 3 from China, 1 from Canada, a Brit, an Australian driver, and a Japanese driver. Kazuki Endo looks like may not have made the start of this one. Wailap Chung leading the way early on, had a 14.160 back on lap number 2 is his personal best so far. We've seen Naoto Matsukura dip into the 11s a couple of times throughout the weekend, so that's a good indication of just how much faster the A-heat drivers in heat number 6 are. We have 56 drivers from 15 different countries represented in the 12 scale division here this week, with more expected for the touring car portion on the asphalt track here at the incredible Feiteng Sports Center in the capital of China, Beijing. A truly wonderful facility here. See an all-new track built on a Euro Touring Series style black carpet. There are 330 seats there and the bleachers in the back. We imagine they will be quite full here during the finals later today. Right now we have Canadian driver Minea Lupu taking over the early lead. Still just 2 minutes into this 8-minute qualifying run. Wailap Chung in the second spot. Did just have the fastest lap of the race so far at a 13.6, but then struggling to a 19.8 the following lap. 7.1 seconds behind Lupu. Lupu in the all-pink car. His family is Canadian, though they are currently living in China. competed at the AOC race in Shanghai for the last couple of years. Making a little mistake there through the snakehead and driving right on the track with Wailap Chung in the white and green car who got around. Lupu with a mistake exiting the inner loop and actually crashing into the penalty box area before Akio Tsubue was able to help him. So that lap for Lupu, a 17.5, and then again another mistake entering the keyhole section. Lots of switchback turns in one of the largest and most technical tracks we've seen at the 12 Scale Worlds in quite some time. Has been incredibly challenging for drivers of all levels. We hear even the best drivers in the world talking about how it's a struggle to run 8 minutes clean. And many drivers focusing on trying to make their cars easier to drive versus simply going as fast as possible. Lupu's lead down to just 1 second as Wailap Chung with new fast lap of the race, 13.415. Closes the lead to less than 1.2 seconds as the top two are running together on the track. Chung with a mistake, Lupu with a mistake. Actually, I'm sorry, that's a slower car. Chung is pulled away. He was 9/10 of a second and may take the lead. Now he does. Lupu with another mistake there on that last lap, a 16.1. Puts Wailap Chung back to the top spot by 1.3 seconds. Looking to set the early time to beat here for round number 4. His pace a 34.811. And we saw Matsukura pull off a 40-lap run yesterday. So the fastest drivers here in the field, 6 laps quicker than here in the F resort. The drivers were resorted after controlled practice yesterday morning and then again based on their qualifying times yesterday in order to group the drivers in heats of drivers at the same speed. And so they will get faster as the run goes on, with the top group in race number 6 being the fastest drivers from yesterday. Lupu retaking the lead before getting a body tuck here. Pull it over to Mark Reinard. Just past the first turn, who's trying to help figure the car out, but looks like it. Oh, he's able to resume the race. Unfortunately, that's going to knock him out of the lead and put Wailap Chung back in the top spot. Further problems here for Lupu. Looks like that front bumper tucked way under is dragging on the carpet. And he may just call it a quits here for heat number 1, round number 5. Yep, Lupu's done. That's going to put Wailap Chung back to the top spot. Zhao Song Soon in the second spot. Wenfeng Liu in third. And Hing Cheng Tung in fourth. And Gerard Elias from Australia running in the 5th position with 2.5 minutes left to go. Hing Cheng Tung in the 3rd spot here in the white and blue, working toward the snake on the left-hand side. He is actually 14.2 seconds behind Zhao Song Soon in the 2nd position. So we can find our leader, who should be going through the keyhole corner, the white and green. There he is. Wailap Chung from Hong Kong. Coming up on another slower car who pulls way out of the way at the snakehead. That last lap for Chung, a 13.8. 0.4 of a second slower than his fastest lap of the race with 1:45 left to go. Still in a 33-lap 8:01 pace. May not be able to pick up enough time to get by for a 34th lap. We'll have to see. That last lap, 14.6, is not going to help. New personal best for Zhao Song Soon in the 2nd spot, a 14.036. He is 17 seconds behind the leader. Oh, Chung hitting the exit of the entrance to the keyhole. Bouncing out and hitting the railing, fortunately landing on his wheels. These barriers are not very forgiving. Easy to damage the car, tweak the front end, and then it doesn't handle correctly for the rest of the race. We saw drivers yesterday chunking tires if they crashed particularly hard. Naoto Matsukura had a rough crash up into the face of the announcer's tower yesterday, and his car was not right after that. Had to struggle through the rest of the 8-minute run. Looks like Chung's car still okay, 14.5 that last lap. on a 33-lap 8:02 pace,
30 seconds to go, drivers. 30 seconds to go.
running 21 seconds ahead of Zhao Song Soon and the rest of the field. 14.2 for Chung that last lap. Working on lap number 32 of a 33-lap run, so he's going to make it by for his final lap.
10 seconds, drivers.
This time by 13.9, his fastest in well over a minute. So finishing up strong here in heat number 1 to set the early time to beat. Getting through a little bit of traffic, heading through the snakehead. One car tumbling out of the back straightaway, and Chung finishes up with a 33.802 for the win by 2 full laps over Zhao Song Soon. King Chung Tang in third, Gerard Elias fourth, and Mike Haswell from Great Britain rounding out the top 5 here for heat number 1 of round 5 of qualifying at the 112 scale on-road World Championships. Live from the Fei Tang Sports Center in Beijing, China. Brought to you exclusively on Live RC, presented by Hobby Wing. We welcome everyone watching on LiveRC.com's official broadcast window, as well as directly on YouTube, Facebook Live, and Twitch.tv. Streaming on a few new platforms for the first time ever. We hope you enjoy the show. You can view a live scoring stream as well as participate in the official Live RC chat room by going to live.liverc.com. And I can interact with you in the chat room as well. So we welcome any questions that you may have. Post them up in the Live RC chat room, and I'll get to them between races. Mikey Man asks, and if anybody's tired, yeah, I think the whole crew has been for quite a while now. It's been a long week, but we've really enjoyed being able to put on the show.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
We did have an open practice run earlier this morning.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
Starting grade 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Get our marchers out there.
Got another heat of 9 cars coming up here for heat 2 of round 5 at the 12 scale IFMAR World Championships for 2016. Presented to you live on liverc.com by Hobby Wing. Hobby Wing, a former IFMAR World Champion electronics manufacturer. Our title sponsor for the 12 scale and international scale touring car World Championships. Jean-Michel Varenard from France in the white and yellow leads out race number 2. Varenard's first lap, a 14.555, looking for Wylap Chung's time to beat at a 33.802. Varenard getting lucky at the exit or turn off the back straightaway in turn number 1 as the car had crashed. Unfortunately, had slid out of the race line, so Varenard was able to turn in with no issue. His second lap of 14.0 and then a 13.9, so Varenard picking up the pace each time by the loop. Min Kian, a Chinese driver in the third spot, has a 13.6, fastest lap of this early race so far. Varenard with a 0.4 of a second lead on Kian, who's moved up to the second spot. We have a French driver, 5 Chinese drivers, an American, a driver from Hong Kong, and Toki Fumiyasu from Taiwan. Min Kian taking over the lead now, as Varenard with a 19.4 dropping all the way to 5th with a mistake, following along with Chi Hung Lung running in the second spot, 1.7 seconds behind the race leader. Lung heading through the keyhole section into the front inner loop. Very busy course layout here at the Feitong Sports Center. Personal best for Lung last lap, a 13.7, falling 1.5 seconds behind the leader as Min Kian on a 35-lap 8:10 pace that is over a lap faster than the current time to beat. Top four, all faster than Wailap Chung's TQ time. Min Kian in the white and red through the inner loop, heading through the snake. Nice and clean through the snake head. Actually, that's Toki Fumiyasu that we're following right now. Down in the 5th spot. Fumiyasu 11.4 seconds out of the lead. Had a personal best 2 laps ago at a 14.2. Robert Peterson, one of the few American drivers here, moving up to the 2nd spot. Min Kian heading toward the finish line. Now 14.148 his last lap on a 34-lap 8 flat pace. Just 9/10 of a second away from a 35-lap run. Here's Min Kian in the white and green. Oh, crashing hard entering the keyhole. Smacked the board and then slid out to the outside of the lane and hit another barrier. That lap a 16.7 for Kian. Robert Peterson now within 0.8 of a second. Hua Huang with a 13.8 new personal best 2 laps ago on lap number 13. Larong Feng on lap 14, last time by the line, a 13.8 new personal best. Robert Peterson unfortunately got close to the lead and then crashed. 17.1 drops him to 3rd. Now 4 seconds out of the top spot is Min Kian and Hua Huang, 3.7 seconds apart. Kian avoiding disaster. Coming up on Toki Fumiyasu and Larong Feng. Gets around Fumiyasu. The bright green car leading the way here with 3 minutes and 20 seconds left in heat number 2. The only driver on pace to go faster than Wailap Chung's current time to beat, and he's nearly a lap ahead. Robert Peterson moving back to the 2nd spot. Going to a Scorpion Power Systems instant replay. Here's the leader, Min Kian, turning into the keyhole section, exiting too tight and whammy. Luckily landing on his wheels, had to get it turned back around. Hua Huang and Robert Peterson battling for the 2nd spot. Yan, Huang, Peterson, top 3. Verenard in 4th, running 2.4 seconds behind Peterson. And Jun Tao in 5th. Top 5 separated by 17.6 seconds. And most of that coming from the gap between 1st and 2nd. Kian now 11.2 seconds up on Huang. 13.7 last time by for Min Kian. On a 34-lap 8:01 pace with 2 minutes left to go. Likely not enough time to climb onto a 35-lap run. The 14.027 last time by. Kian with a little bit of traffic ahead as well, but a nice clean run through the snake this lap. 14.3, a little bit slower even than last lap, so the pace slipping to a 34.801.7. Getting around one slower car through the front section. And onto the back straightaway this lap, a little bit better, 13.7. The pace down to an 801.042. Going a little wide to the left-hander in the snake. But another decent lap, 14 flat. Onto an 8 flat .870 pace. So Min Kian inching closer to a 35-lap run with 1:20 left to go. 14.4 down to an 8:01.2, so slowing down a little bit that last lap. 12 scale decided by mere fractions of an inch. And this lap a good one, 13.7 back to an 8 flat 0.7 pace. 55 seconds left to go. Jan's got to finish up strong if he wants that 35th lap. Another 14.2, 8 flat 0.801 the pace on a 34 lap run. Trying to get by for 35. 35 seconds left to go. This lap 13.8. Jan down to a 8 flat 0.472. Getting lucky there as white and red car had crashed ahead of him in the front loop. And this lap a 14.1. 8 flat 0.437 the pace. 15 seconds left to go. He's going to need a good one. Whoa! White and yellow car crashing hard through the snake. Kian within 0.2 of a second of a 35 lap run. He's going to need a fast lap here. His last lap at 13.8. Another one of those would put him in that 35 lap club. And he gets it. 13.8 for that last lap. And Min Kian going to finish up with a 35 lap run here for round number 5. Picking up the pace as the race goes on, and Min Kian finishing with a 35 lap 8:15. The only driver to go faster than Wylap Chung's 33.802 from the previous heat to set the new time to beat. Jean-Michel Bernard finishing second, Paul Hong third, Jun Tao fourth, Zhao Yu Lao fifth, Toki Fumiyasu sixth, Long Feng seventh, and then Peterson and Lung off the track. That was race number 2 for qualifying round number 5 at the 112 scale IFMAR World Championships. Live from Beijing, China, presented by Hobby Wing. Coming to you from the Feitang Sports Center in Beijing, China. A truly world-class facility here, supported by the Chinese government, putting on a brilliant show here for the first half of the Electric On-Road World Championships for 2016. A biannual event as we check out a second camera view here. Positioned in turn number 1, gives a good chance to see the large driver's stand. Just how big this huge arena really is. See Trevor Reed from FEMCA and IFMAR having a little discussion on the left-hand side. And 8 drivers preparing for heat number 3 of 6 here for the 5th round of qualifying.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
Welcome to all of our viewers on liverc.com as well as Facebook Live, YouTube, and Twitch TV. We invite you to join the official LiveRC chat room and view a live scoring feed at live.liverc.com. Race number 3 exiting the starting line as each car will start their own individual clocks for an 8-minute qualifying run. The fourth fastest group after yesterday's qualifying runs. We have 2 drivers from Hong Kong, 2 from Sweden, 1 from Great Britain, 1 from China, 1 from Australia, and Jung Hyun An, the only South Korean driver in the field. Following along with An in the blue and green, currently running in the 7th spot as Yuman Yip from Hong Kong leading the way. Last lap a 13.2, his personal best of this young race so far. And just as I say that, Jung Hyun An put in the fastest lap of the race at a 13.5, only to be beaten right away by Wai Lung Lau in the 5th position. The U-Man Yip crossing the finish line right now with a 13.4. Back up at 13.2 on a 36 lap 8:01 pace. So after a minute and a half, the top 5 drivers, top 6 now, all faster than Min Kyon's 35 8:13. With the top 2 on a 36 lap pace, that's Yip and Giddens. U-Man Yip with a 13.167 new personal best that last lap here in the white and orange through the snake. Very windy section of the track and onto the back straightaway. 13.2, now a 37 lap 8:13 pace. Nearly a full lap faster than Damian Giddens so far. And 2 full laps faster than Min Kyon's existing time to beat. We see the gap between Heat 2 and Heat 3, a big jump. And we imagine the fastest drivers in Heat number 6 will be roughly 3 to 4 laps faster than even the drivers in this race. So quite a big progression through the 6 qualifying heats each round here at the World Championships. U-Man Yip, Damian Giddens, Wai Lung Lao, top 3, Young Hyun An, and Yan Fu Chen, top 5. Yip into the front loop, winding up the snake. And down the back straightaway, had a new personal best, new fast lap of the race 2 laps ago at a 13.051. Backed up with a 13.2, 13.7, and a 13.4 on a 37 lap 8:13 pace. .330 down and 4:30 left to go. Yip on a 37.812. That is 2 full laps faster than the quickest time, although this lap for Yip, a mistake and off the track. Looks like Yip breaking down on the left-hand side. Didn't make it through the snakehead. So a tough break for Yip's going to drop him out of this one. And now Damian Giddens on a 36.810 looking to set a new time to beat. Still the top 6 drivers faster than the previous TQ time by Min Kyon. In heat number 2, Damian Giddens and Young Hyun An, a British driver and the Korean, separated by 0.4 of a second. Following along with Per Ola Hard, and now trying to pick up Damian Giddens heading to the finish line right now. Damian Giddens with an 0.8 of a second advantage on Young Hyun An. Yan Fu Chen third, Per Ola Hard fourth, and Mark Wallen, an Australian racer, in fifth. 5:05 down, 2 minutes and 55 seconds left to go here in heat number 3.
We're at 3 minutes to go, driver. 3 minutes to go. Damian Giddens going to be the car number 6. Second spot is going to be Jung Young An from South Korea.
0.6 of a second advantage now for Giddens. Last lap, 13.9. See what he's got this time by as he heads down the back straightaway. A slow one, 14.5, puts Young Yun An to the race lead. The Korean driver taking over the top spot here in heat 3. This last lap for An, a 13.9. Giddens now 0.09 of a second out of the race lead. Last lap for An, 13.7. Let's see what Giddens has. 13.9, losing a couple of tenths now, 0.3 of a second behind.
2 minutes left.
Looks like Giddens actually the car directly behind the leader, but he's just a little bit too far out of reach to be able to see what's going on. On in the purple car, heading down the back straightaway, 13.8. Still following along here with Damian Giddens, the British driver, now 1.2 seconds behind the leader, as On just went by with a 13.5. This should be the Korean right here, Young Yun On. Oh, actually, this is Per Ola Hard, so Hard is actually the car behind On as well. On in the all yellow, heading to the back straightaway. In this lap, a 13.8. So On, Giddens, Chen, Hard, and Wallen, top 5 with 50 seconds left to go. 13.6 for On this lap. Here's Damian Giddens in the second spot, now 3 seconds behind the leader, as Young Hyun On has pulled away in the closing minutes of this race. Giddens with another slow lap of 14.7 slipped him 4 seconds behind the leader. Top 3 On, Giddens, and Chen going faster than Min Kion's time. 5 seconds left to go. Only 3 drivers making the finish of this one, as the master clock has expired. A 4-second lead for On with 1 lap left to go. Young Hyun On taking the win with a 35.8 flat, missing a 36-lap run by just 0.2 of a second. Damian Giddens done with a 35.804, 4.5 seconds back. And Yanfu Chen, Mark Wallen, Per Ola Hard, Wai Leung, Martin Skarin. Rounding out the finishing order, moving into heat number 4. And a couple of surprise drivers here in this one, including former European champion Alexander Hagberg, down in the C group, heading into the 4th heat of round number 5 at the 2016 IFMAR 112 scale World Championships, presented by Hobbywing. Coming to you live on liverc.com, as well as Facebook Live, Twitch TV, and YouTube from the Feitong Sports Circuit in Beijing, China.
Rick Howard, Wei Yin Feng, Ben Zhou, Hui Qiu Chen. 1 minute to the start of the race. Su Feng Fu. 45 seconds to the start of the race.
Cars to the starting area, please. Cars to the starting area.
30 seconds to the start of the race. Fifteen seconds to the start of the race.
All right, cars to the starting area, please. Cars to the starting area. Get our marshals out there, please.
Less than 5.
Now, why now? Marshal. Yes, come in a 4 spot, please. No, come inside. Come, yeah, to the 4.
We got a couple of former Worlds finalists here in this one, standing off to the left of the driver's stand, Alexander Hagberg and Rick Howard.
Thank you. Perfect. All right, guys. All right, we are ready to go.
Hagberg from Sweden, though currently living in the UK. And Rick Howard, the American. We have 2 Chinese drivers, 3 from Hong Kong. Jorg Michael Tiet from Austria.
6, 7, 8. All right, good luck, everybody. Here we go.
8 drivers making the start here for heat number 4 of 6 in round number 5. Looking for a 35.8 flat set in that previous heat by Young Hyun On. And Alexander Hagberg, the 2015 European champion in 8 scale, with a 12.7 on that last lap. I have to imagine Hagberg would love to improve his qualifying position. Currently down in the 25th spot, had a 9 in run number 1, a DQ in round number 2, although he broke as well. He did not finish in round number 3, and then a 13th place run in round number 4. So know that Hagberg's motivated for the last 2 rounds here this morning. Each driver's 4 best runs of 6 will count toward the overall qualifying position. So Hagberg needs 2 good runs here if he wants a chance at the final. On a 38 lap 8:03 pace early, this last lap 12.5 drops into a 38 8:02. So picking up the pace a little bit, already 1.4 seconds clear of Rick Howart. Howart had a personal best last lap at a 12.6. Hagberg coming up on traffic, who stopped in a very awkward area there in turn number 2. Fortunately, Hagberg able to get by. Winding through the snake in the brand new X-Ray X12 2017. See an inside look at that brand new prototype car on our homepage at liverc.com. 12.489 2 laps ago, bested now by Hagberg, 12.4 flat on lap number 10, continuing to pick up the pace on a 39 lap run, 39.812. Top 5 all on pace to go faster than Young-Hoon Ahn's TQ time at a 35.8 flat. That's Hagberg, Howart, Teat, Chan, and Fung. Hagberg down the straightaway, 12.7 this lap. 3.4 seconds clear of Howart. Heading through the snake. And onto the back straightaway. Last lap, 12.7 this lap. 12.5, 39.812 the pace. 39.812 would have been third quick in the 4th round yesterday evening. So Hagberg on a great run. Howart as well on a 38 lap 8:08. That would have been 8th fastest last night. So Howart on a good run as well. Actually, that may have been as high as 6th. So Howart trying to use that his 30 years of racing experience to get him into another World's final. Rick Howart from Team Associated and Reedy, driving his red and white down at the end of the straightaway. Lots of open track ahead. Now 3.5 seconds behind Hagberg. 3.8 seconds behind with a 12.5 last lap. A 38 lap 8:07. Picking back up with Alexander Hagberg working his way onto the back straightaway. This lap a 13.1. So his pace slips off the 39 lapper to a 38 lap 8 flat. And Hagberg with lots of traffic ahead. This time by 12.5. 0.6 of a second away from a 39 lap run, trying to get by 2 cars through the front of the track. And then the orange car checks up to let him go. That was Fang Zhu Zhang from right here in China, who pulled out of the way of Hagberg. Alexander down the straightaway, 12.7 last lap, 38 flat, 38.8 flat, 0.7 the pace for the Swede. The 2014 world champion in the 200 millimeter nitro touring car category. Would love to add a 12 scale title here this week. Getting a lucky break there as another green and white car had hit the flapper going through the snake section and had enough time to check up to let Hagberg go by, but a 13 flat last lap for Hagberg drops him to a 38 lap 8:01 pace. Good lap here, 12.5 brings him back to a 38 lap 8 flat .995. Still within striking distance of a 39-lap run. Maybe saving a little bit for the end of the race. 2.5 minutes to go. 12.9 that last lap, nearly a 13-second lap. So Hagberg may be running out of time here to get on that 39-lap run. This lap at 13.0 drops him to a 38.802. Hagberg may not get by for the magical 39-lap run. We did see Matsukura close to a 40-lap pace yesterday. Hagberg down the straight, 12.9. 38.802 the pace, running 7.3 seconds up on Howard. Top 6, faster than the current time to beat. That's Hagberg, Howard, Teat, Fung Chen. And just as I say that, Sifung Poon slipping off of the 35.8 flat. Hagberg breaking down. Oh, unfortunately, the X-ray driver's car coming to a stop after a collision in the snakehead. And dropping out of this one, that's going to put Rick Howard to the top spot on a 37.8 flat. Tough break for Hagberg, so he will not make the final this week here in the 12 scale category. Rick Howard dodging the all-yellow car in that white and red team associated vehicle with less than a minute to go, inheriting the lead here in heat number 4.
50 seconds, 50 to go.
45 seconds left. Howard with more traffic ahead. This lap, 13.4 on a 37.803 pace. Now Howard coming on strong here at the end of this one. Howard, Teat, Fung, top 3. Hui Ku Chan, 4th, and Su Fung Poon in 5th. 13.7 last lap for Howard through the snakehead. 13.2 this time by. 37.804 the pace. 10 seconds left to go. Working on lap number 36 of a 37-lap run. Oh, Howard hitting the flapper, exiting the snakehead. 13.3 even with that mistake on a 37.804, working on his final lap. And he's not going to have to contend with the traffic ahead. Taking the win, 37.805 for the win and new time to beat. Howard, Teat, Chan, and Fung all go faster as we wrap up heat number 4 of 6 in qualifying round number 5 at the 2016 IFMAR 12 Scale World Championships presented by Hobbywing.
Daniel Siebert. Jill Strokan. Dejik Sakamoto. Alexander Laurent. Andy Moore. Toto Ibukuro. Kusuk Suzuki. 1 minute to the start of the race.
Track is open, guys. You need to transponder check.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
Cars to the starting area, please.
J.J. Watt. 30 seconds to the start of the race.
Starting area 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Let's get our marshals out there, please, from group 4. Rocket? Thanks. All right, guys, we're ready to roll. This is group number 5. Car 1. 7, 8. All right, good luck, everybody. Here we go. Off and rolling. Group number 5. All right, let's all work together out there, guys. Give each other plenty of room. Pride only slows you down. Remember that, guys. Better to give a little bit. All right, we got Daniel Siever coming out of the gate, setting a fast lap at a 12-3. Backing up with 12-5. J.J. Long now on the top of the board. Daniel moving to the top. Koski Suzuki is second, 12-3. That puts Siever into hot lap. We're 1 minute down, 7 to go. Koski Suzuki now to the top spot in the 3. Got a 12-5 lap.
Race number 5 on the track, and Kosuke Suzuki currently 10th in overall points with 2 rounds left to go, leading the way. His last lap at 12.3 on a 39-lap 8:11 pace. That would be his fastest run of the week. A 39-lap 8:10 would actually be perhaps in contention for TQ of the round. Kosuke Suzuki from Japan out front with J.J. Wong in second, less than 0.4 of a second behind on a 39-lap 8:12. Wong currently 9th overall. Julius Grosskamp, former ISTC world champion, in third. Daniel Sieber from Germany, 4th. And Toto Ibikoro from Japan in 5th. Kosuke Suzuki with a 0.2 of a second advantage on Wong, working through the snakehead and onto the back straightaway. 12.5 to back up his previous 12.7. 39 laps, 8:10 the pace. Wong running right ahead of him on the track at 12.5 for Wong, 12.5 for Suzuki. Suzuki losing about 0.07 of a second to Wong that last lap. Winding his way onto the back straightaway again, 12.5 to Wong's 12.5. The lead now 0.21. Suzuki and Wong nearly identical laps throughout this one. That's why they're within 0.2 of a second with 5:10 to go. 12.7 for Wong to a slow 12.5 for Suzuki. The gap now 0.36 as Wong dealing with some heavy traffic ahead. Suzuki into the flapper, exiting the snakehead. Wong now within 1/10, 12.7 for Wong, 13 flat for Suzuki. Wong now to the lead, Suzuki second, Toto Ibikoro third. So J.J. Wong taking him a lead by 0.07 of a second. Last lap 12.6, this time 12.588. So J.J. Wong through traffic, picking up the pace on a 39-lap 8:11. That would have been third fastest in round number 4 yesterday evening. Wong already has a third place finish from round number 1, an 11th from round number 3, and an 8th from round number 4. So another top 5 run here should lock him into the final. Wong, a world's finalist from the 2014 Nitro Touring Car World Championships in Thailand, would love to make a second Worlds Final. Won the 112 scale class at the AOC Asian On-Road Championship event in Shanghai earlier this year. And as I say that, a 12.7 last lap for Wong, before that a 13 flat, put Suzuki back in the lead by 0.25 of a second. Kosuke Suzuki out front on a 39-lap 8:11. 12.6 for Suzuki, 12.6 for Wong. The lead nearly 0.3 of a second. 3:20 left to go, still following along with JJ. 12.7, Suzuki with a mistake, 13.4 puts Wong back to the lead. And JJ now with open track ahead, 12.3 seconds. 12.7 his last lap. 12.6 for Suzuki, a 23/100th of a second advantage for Wong. 12.6 on this lap, 38.8 flat, 52/1000th of a second away from a 39-lap run with 2 minutes and 45 seconds left to go. Wong winding his way through the snake onto the back straightaway. 12.672, 8 flat, .112, 2:35 left to go. A little bit of opening ahead before he gets into some more traffic. Let's see if he can put in some faster laps. 12.7 this lap. That may allow Suzuki to close the door. Instead, Suzuki loses a tenth of a second. The lead now to 4/10. Wong with a huge mistake going into the snake section. Fortunately did not hit the barrier, but this lap's going to slow him way down. 13.1 drops him to the second. Fortunately, Suzuki with a 12.8. Still 1/10 of a second behind. Now picking up with Kosuke Suzuki with traffic ahead in the all-white car. 2 cars between him and JJ Wong on the track. Suzuki the leader by less than a tenth of a second. Now Toto Ibikoro taking over the top spot. 12.4 last lap for him on a 38-lap 8:01 pace. Wong second, Suzuki third, Groskamp fourth, and Moore fifth. 1:35 left to go. Toto Ibikoro 12.7 second last lap. 12.9 for Wong. 1:25 on the clock. Ibikoro, Wong, Suzuki, Groskamp, and Moore top 5. Top 7. So including Daisuke Sakamoto and Andy Moore, all faster than Rick Howart's existing TQ time with 1 heat left to go. A mistake there from Toto Ibikoro. Now mixed up with JJ Wong, so it's Ibikoro, Suzuki, and Wong. Top 3, 1.5 second lead for Ibikoro over Kosuke Suzuki. Ibikoro in the white and red through the right side chicane into the front inner loop and winding up the snake. Ibikoro with a 1.5 second lead on Kosuke Suzuki, 12.9 this last lap, 38.803 the pace. 38.805 for Suzuki, 38.805 for Wong. 38.807 the pace for Groskamp. Top 4 looking to go 38 laps. And Daniel Sieber also faster than Rick Howart's TQ time. Top 5 ahead of Howard. 20 seconds left to go. Toto Ibikoro with a 13 flat at the line. 38.804 the pace. And open traffic ahead. So he's got JJ Wong right behind him. Ibikoro with a mistake. Wong swoops by. So Wong within 1.2 seconds of the race lead has Ibikoro behind him. Wong getting lucky with a slight board tap through the front inner loop. Ibikoro finishing up with a 38.805, 38.806 for Suzuki, 38.807 for Wong. So it should be a personal best for all 3 of those drivers. Ulyss Groskamp finishing up with a 38.807. Top 4 all go 38 laps. Daniel Sieber 37.802, also faster than Rick Howart's existing TQ time. So Ibikoro taking the win by 0.6 of a second, another 0.7 of a second back to Wong. 1.3 seconds separate the top 3 as we head into heat number 6, the fastest group here for qualifying round number 5 at the 2016 IFMAR 112 scale World Championships, presented by Hobby Wing. Brought to you live on liverc.com.
Nanago Matsukura. Masatsu Hida. Hayato Ishioka. Akio Sohiro. Hideo Kitazawa. 1 minute to the start of the race. Kevin Aguirre. Mark Renard. Juho Levane. 45 seconds to the start of the race.
Cars to the starting area, please. Cars to the starting area. Starting area, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race.
Okay, thank you.
Less than 5.
All right, guys, we are ready to go. Good luck, everybody. This is group number 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, good luck, everybody. Here we go, off and rolling. These are your top dogs after our seating, after our resort.
Akio Sabue leading the way after 2 laps here of qualifying heat number 6. Sabue and Mark Reiner tied for top qualifier using the IFMAR point system after day number 1 of qualifying. And it's Sabue and Reiner first and second after 3 laps, separated by 0.6 of a second, following along with defending world champion in the white, pink, and blue Yokomo YRX2 of Mark Reiner, though it's Akio Sabue in the yellow and blue right behind him on the track. That's ahead of him on the clock by 0.8 of a second. 1:05 down and 6:55 left to go. Sabue, Reinhardt, Ishioka top 3. Ato Ishioka, former Japanese national champion, in the 3rd spot. Is the top 6, all faster than Toto Ibikoro's time so far. Looking to beat a 38.805, and right now we've got the top 3 drivers, Sabue, Reinhardt, and Ishioka, on a 39-lap pace. Ato Ishioka with a personal best last time by 12.2. Nato Matsukura down in the 8th spot has a 12.146 and just came by with a 12.121. So Matsukura definitely winning the hero lap battle, but he's only on pace to qualify 12th after a mistake earlier in this one on lap number 1. A 16.9 leaves him a huge hole to climb out of. Akio Sabue's lead over Reinhardt stretching to 0.7 of a second, 0.8 of a second. Last lap for Sabue, 12.354, 12.218 for Reinhardt, as they're running right together on the track, and that tells Sabue how fast he needs to go. This time by 12.3 for Sabue, 12.6 for Reinhardt. Sabue is definitely faster. And interesting factoid here, Sabue is driving Reinhardt's old car, the CRC XTI WC, named a world champion after Reinhardt's victory 2 years ago before switching to the Yokomo team. Coming up on, I believe that's Juho Levonen, the slower car ahead. He will pull over and let the top 2 drivers go by. Reinhardt has cleared him, and that gives him a little bit of a gap on the track over Sabue. 12.3 last time by for Sabue. Reinhardt was a little bit faster, 12.2, but he is a second behind on the clock. New personal best for Reinhardt, a 12.148, has closed the gap to less than 0.9 of a second. With 5 minutes left to go, the top 5, Sabue, Reinhardt, Ito, Matsukura, all the way up to 3rd now. Iber 4th, Ito 5th. 5 minutes to go. Matsukura charging hard, is the fastest car on the track since a 12.020 4 laps ago. Matsukura with the fastest lap of the race, 12.3, 12.030, 12.171, and now at 12.2. Matsukura is 3.1 seconds out of the lead as Reinhardt takes over the top spot. 13.2 last time by for Sabue, drops him off the pace of Mark Reinhardt. 39.802 for Reinhardt, trying to lock up the overall TQ. He would have 2 zeros and 2 twos after winning this race, and only Akio Sabue would be able to match that with a TQ run in round number 6. So Mark Reinhardt trying to start the finals from the front of the grid. He won 2 years ago from 2nd on the grid. But with few places to pass here at the Feitong Sports Center circuit, Reinhardt made it known that he thought top qualifier would be important here at this event. And now he's 0.75 of a second, pulling away from Akio Sabue. Looks like Sabue's car may have started to fade, and Reinhardt's continuing to get stronger. Since Matsukura went on a tear that moved him up to the 3rd spot, he's slowed down to a more pedestrian pace. Last lap, 12.4. This time by 13.7. Matsukura now 5.4 seconds out of the race lead. So Reinhardt on cruise control now. With 3 minutes and 30 seconds left to go, Mark Reinhardt leading the way by 0.2 of a second over Akio Sabue. Reinhardt had a 12.9 2 laps ago, but this time by 12.4. Getting back on pace at 12.7 for Sabue. Puts the lead back up to nearly a half a second. Identical 12.4s for Reinhardt and Sabue. The lead is 45 hundredths with 3 minutes left to go. Still a lot of time left, and this is the point in which the drivers say their cars start to fade. So we'll see who set their cars up to go quickly at the beginning of the race and who set them up to be better at the end. Reinhardt winding up the snakehead down the back straightaway. This lap at 12.5. Let's see what Sabue's got. 12.6. The lead now 66 hundredths of a second. Matsukura third, Iber fourth, Kitazawa fifth, Levin in sixth, Ito seventh, and Ayato Ishioka off the track in eighth, top five, faster than Toto Ibikoro's 38.805. Reinhardt coming up on Yuho Levinen, winding up the snake. Sabue just trying to stay close now, a 1.9 second lead for Reinhardt. Last lap for Sabue was a 13.6, this time by 12.8, so he's lost a ton of time over the last 2 laps, losing over a second and a half. And now it's up to a 2-second lead. Mark Reinhardt with a 12.8. Just clicking off laps at this point. 2 minutes left to go. Reinhardt, a 3-time IFMAR scale touring car, international scale touring car world champion. Got his first 12 scale world title 2 years ago. And trying to TQ the 2016 World Championships presented by Hobby Wing here on Live RC. Live from Beijing, China. Watching one of the best electric on-road racers in RC history. Working on another TQ run here in qualifying round number 5. He was fastest in round 4 yesterday evening. Like Reinhardt has figured out a setup now. He's been struggling to find the right tire balance on that Yokomo YRX-12. And it seems he's found it here in qualifying round 5. Sabue now 2.6 seconds behind. So Reinhardt pulling away with this one. Last lap 12.7, Sabue 12.8. The lead now 2.7 as Reinhardt gets through traffic coming up on Yuho Levinen once again. Reinhardt through the right side chicane, through the front inner loop. 45 seconds left to go. Please stick around after the conclusion of this race as we head to the pit area for interviews with our top 3 qualifiers here from round number 5. 30 seconds left on the master clock. Reinhardt, Sabue, Matsukura, Iber, and Ito. German, 2 Japanese drivers, a Canadian, and a 3rd Japanese driver round out the top 5. Mark Reinhardt's last lap, 12.6. 12.8 for Sabue. The lead now 2.8 seconds. Matsukura still 3rd. Matsukura does have the fastest lap of the race. Still 1.9 seconds behind Sabue for the 2nd spot. Reinhardt with a 12.8 coming up on another slower car ahead. Looks like Hideo Kitazawa, who shared the podium with Reinhardt 2 years ago along with Naoto. Reinhardt coming by for the finish and a 39.807 for the win and round 5 TQ. The fastest time here in qualifying round number 5. And we're going to head down to the pit area for a J Concepts pit report with the top 3 qualifiers here in round number 5 at the 112 scale IFMAR World Championships presented by Hobby Wing here on Live RC.
Going to be rolling off at 10:30. That is 15 minutes from now. We'll start Q6 of the 2016 IFMAR 112 World Championship presented by Team Saxo, serving Yokomo, Orca, and G-Force.
Down here trackside with the top 3 drivers from qualifying round number 5 here at the 12 Scale World Championships, and defending world champion Mark Reinhardt. Seems like you might have figured something out. The car looks great at the end of the run.
Yeah, it's getting better. Like in the beginning, I struggled a bit. Maybe I used the tires too big, but I want to have it safe over the 8-minute run. So yeah, it was better in the end. I tried to go safe just to check for the runtime, but it seems like I have a lot of runtime left, so I can push harder if I need to. And yeah, it was not bad.
We talked to you throughout the week so far, and you said that trying to find the balance that allows you to get the 8-minute run without making mistakes is very important.
Yeah, definitely. Like in the beginning, I struggled a lot. I hit many balls, just like tapping them, and Aki was loading. He was pretty fast. And then I saw that note had a bigger crate, so it was a little bit the gap. And yeah, then Akio made a small mistake, so a little bit breathing room, and then I just finally found my rhythm and yeah, drove pretty much consistently to the end.
With 2 TQ runs in 2 seconds, Akio is actually the only driver that could knock you out of the overall TQ at this point. How important will it be to start up front for the finals later today?
It's a bit sure to start on the front is a big advantage, because if no one in front, you can just drive your own race and hope that nothing happens behind you. So yeah, I will try in the last qualifying all I can just to try to get one more TQ run in and to secure my top spot.
Do you anticipate any changes to your car going into round number 6?
No, I think we're going to keep the same stuff what we have now and just get used to it.
Congratulations, Mark.
Thank you.
Defending world champion Mark Reinhardt inching closer to the top qualifier for the 2016 World Championships. Akio Tsubue actually running Mark's old car. And another great run here, finishing up second for round 5. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How was your car that run?
The 3 minutes lap time is better. But my mistake, small crash after maximum boost, difficult to drive.
What did you think was the hardest part of the track? What is the most difficult part of the track?
Today is more high traction.
The grip is higher today?
Yes.
Will you make any changes to your car for the next round?
Setup is keep. Little bit change additive front.
Thank you so much, Akio.
Yeah, thank you.
Akio Tsubue second, and then former world champion Naoto Matsukura. You had the fastest lap by a long way, but still struggling to put in an 8-minute run.
It's my car is today practice. It's so good, but yesterday, I make a big tire. It's only there. But the first minutes, no, it's first lap. It's a traction low. It's big lead, big. Yes, it's okay. Right.
And you're running bigger tires to try to make the car good at the end of the 8-minute run, but then it's slow at the beginning?
Yes. Yesterday it's first 4 minutes, okay, but after 4 minutes it's super difficult. It's loose. But today, I think little more big in tire, but no good because today more high traction in the track. As I make before yesterday same tire, and I try next round.
You gonna go smaller tire for next round?
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Naoto.
Thank you.
Naoto Matsukura with a traction roll on lap number 1, set him back here in the 5th round of qualifying and allowed his rival, Mark Reinhardt, to take over the TQ.
2016世界车辆模型锦标赛的预赛。刚才我们看到了是第5轮的预赛，接下来在10点半将会进行的是第6轮的预赛。那我们今天比的是1比12的电动平路赛车。
Group number 1, the technical inspection, please. Group number 1.
第一组的要准备，第一组的要准备。这个也是全世界最顶级的摇动车赛事的第1次在我们中国进行。那等一下将会看到的是第6轮的预赛。在第1组车手已经可以上台了，第1组车手可以上台。下午的2点50分将会进行决赛。下午的2点50分将会进行决赛。那我们今天的安排是10点半到11点36分，是进行的是预赛预赛第6轮的预赛。然后接下来12点20分到1点20分是练习赛。然后2点的50分开始进行决赛。
Race number 1, the driver's stand, Group 6.
Okay, we waiting for the marshals for Group 6.
All right, can the marshals out there please wipe their feet up, guys? Get our marshals out there, Group 6. Track is open, track is open. Marshals.
Gerard the Lights. Wei Lap Chung. Zi Yan Su. Wen Ben Lu. 相上色。
各位观众看到了这一组的比赛呢，有一位是女车手也是整个赛事来说唯一的一个女车手，只有12岁的小朋友徐子阳。大家给点掌声给他好不好？
Mike Haswell.
Looking for drivers from Group 1. Lupa Mina? No? Hans? Yep. I got no Hans. Okay. All right, guys, starting grid. 2, 3, 2, 1, 3, 4, 5, 8, 6, 7, and 9. Good luck, drivers. Here we go. Car 2, 1,
So, race number 1 of the final qualifying round here at the 2016 IFMAR 112 scale World Championships presented by Hobby Wing. Brought to you live on liverc.com, broadcasting this week on our broadcast page as well as YouTube, Facebook Live, and Twitch.tv. We invite our viewers on those other platforms to join us on the official LiveRC chat room at live.liverc.com, where you'll also be able to find a live scoring stream. Wai-Lap Chung leading the way early on, one of the 2 drivers in this heat from Hong Kong, 3 drivers from China. Gerard Elias from Australia, Mike Haswell from Great Britain, Mineo Lupu, a Canadian driver currently living in China, and Kazuki Endo, I don't believe came back today. We have 56 drivers from 15 different countries racing here at the 12 scale portion of this event. Tomorrow is an off day for the competitors before we head outdoors to the asphalt track for the International Scale Touring Car Division, where Naoto Matsukura will be looking to defend his first touring car title from 2 years ago. Looks like only 6 drivers making the start of this one. No Tang, Lupu, or Endo. Wai-Lap Chung out front with a personal best lap of a 13.994, the only 13-second lap of this heat so far. Here in the white and green, working through the chicane on the right-hand side of the track, through the front inner loop, having a little bit of trouble getting through there, and heading to the snake. The right side of the track, a little more open. Can carry a little more speed through these long switchbacks for the left side. Hardly any straight section on the left side of the track at all. 5 minutes and 30 seconds left. Since Wai-Lap Chung did a 13.498 new fast lap 2 laps ago, since then 14.2, 13.6. And now a 13.555 on a 34-lap 8.07 pace. Ziyang Zhu in second, Gerard Elias third. Zhao Song Soon fourth. Wenfeng Liu in fifth. Just past the 3-minute mark for Chung, Zhu, Soon, Elias, Haswell, and Liu. Only 6 of the 9 drivers in this heat making the start. And the winner will set the early time to beat for the final round of qualifying here for the 12 scale division. Currently 10:34 a.m. here in Beijing. You can check out our broadcast schedule on our homepage at liverc.com, which has been updated with start times for today's World Championship Finals coming up later today. Wai-Lap Chung having a little bit of a tough lap here, was slow through the front section, and the car rolling to a stop just past the halfway mark. The white and green dropping out of the race. A big crash there in turn number 2, perhaps distracted by what was going on. So tough break there for the leader, the Hong Kong driver Wai-Lap Chung. Now Ziyang Zhu will move up to the top spot. He was 18.1 seconds behind, so he'll require this next lap in order to move up to the top spot. Now Zhao Song Soon joining him in second, Gerard Elias third. Mike Haswell up to fourth, Wenfeng Liu fifth. 5 cars of the 6 who made the start left in this one, and 3 did not make the start of the race. 4:45 down and 3:15 left to go. Ziyang Zhu with a 15.2 last time by. See what he's able to do this time as he works his way through the snake section, crashing hard, exiting the snakehead. And sliding out to the outside barrier before the straightaway. That drops him to the second spot. Ziyang Zhu, actually a young lady racing here this week. I believe the only female competitor of the 12 scale class. One of 11 Chinese racers here in 12 scale. The largest team at this portion of the event. Japan with 10 drivers, Hong Kong with 9. And then no other country has more than 4 representatives. Zhao Song Soon leading the way. Ziyang Zhu second. Gerard Elias third with 2 minutes left to go.
2 minutes left.
19-second lap for Sun last time by. And a 16.3 on the following lap. So the top 2 drivers both slowing down quite a bit. 140 left to go. Like Soon with another mistake exiting the head of the snake drops him to second. Unfortunately, Ziyang Zhu with an 18.3 dropped back to second again. So a 2.3 second advantage between the top 2 drivers, and Soon with a mistake. Nope, actually that was Ziyang Zhu in the second spot that had that crash. So here is Zhao Song Soon, the race leader, through the snake section. Actually, we should have been calling that a dragon. Yeah. Okay, we're going to call it the dragon now. On the blue and white car, having trouble getting into the dragon. And looks like that car may have at least tucked a body, and he's back out on the track. Mike Haswell from Great Britain running in the 4th spot, right there on track with the leader. Haswell in the yellow car. Zhao Song Soon after the body tuck in the blue and white, still leading by 2.2 seconds over Gerard Elias, but crashing again into the barrier for the penalty box. And that might be enough for Gerard Elias to take over the lead. Elias' last lap of 15.4. And Zhao Song Soon dropping to the 3rd spot as Ziyang Zhu moves up to 2nd. So the Australian Gerard Elias taking over the lead as the master clock expires. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Ziyang Zhu on the final lap, the penultimate lap, taking over the lead by 1.3 seconds. We'll see if she can hold on to it. Final lap for Zhu, 14.9. Let's see what Elias has, 15.8. So Ziyang Zhu taking the win. In heat number 1, Gerard Elias 2nd, Zhao Song Soon 3rd, Haswell 4th, and Liu 5th. Ziyang Zhu setting the early time to beat at a 31.812 here in the final round of qualifying at the 2016 IFMAR 112 scale World Championships presented by Hobbywing. So check out our team associated track cam. A good shot of one of 2 large white light fixtures hanging from the ceiling here in this indoor arena at the Feitang Sports Center. And a great shot of the driver's stand. See FEMCA referee Trevor Reed off to the left having a discussion. And another referee on the far right in the orange serpent shirt, with 9 drivers between them, including American driver Robert Peterson in the gray shirt on the far right. Robert Peterson, an American living here in China. There are 5 Chinese drivers in this race. Jean-Michel Varnard from France. Robert Peterson, the American-born Chinese resident. Chi-Hung Leung from Hong Kong. And Toki Fumiyasu from Taiwan. We are 30 seconds from the start of race number 2. We get back to our team-associated track cam.
Starting grid, 3, 1, 2, 4, 5, 8, 6,
15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
Mia Lupo. Marshall, please. Thank you.
We're awaiting the starting command here for heat number 2.
All right, guys, ready to roll. Good luck, everybody. This is group 2. Car 3. 1, 2, 4, 5, 8, 6, 9, 7. All right, good luck, everybody. Let's have some fun. Let's have a good, fast, clean qualifier, everybody.
So race number 2 has begun here for the 6th round of qualifying at the 2016 IFMAR 112 scale World Championships presented by Hobbywing. And Robert Peterson at least took the early lead for a brief moment. Peterson back to the top. A 13.5 on this last lap. The fastest lap early on after just a minute of racing. Peterson and Jean-Michel Varnard lead the way. With 7 drivers here from Asia behind them. A minute and 20 into this one. Peterson with another fast lap of the race, 13.287. Only Peterson, Varnard, Jun Tao, and Min Qian have dropped into the 13-second lap barrier. Toki Fumiyasu, new personal best, 13.992 last lap. And another fast lap of the race for Robert Peterson last time by, 13.226. A new personal best for Jean-Michel Varnard, 13.614. Robert Peterson on a 35.801 pace. The time to beat right now is Ziyang Zhu from the previous heat with a 31.812. And right now the top 9 drivers, all 9 drivers in this race, faster than Ziyang Zhu's TQ time. A huge cluster of cars exiting the snake and onto the back straightaway. Or the dragon, sorry. Be culturally sensitive here. Big group of cars heading up the dragon again, down the back straightaway. That's Tao, Fumiyasu, Lao, Qian, and Leung all together. Can't imagine this is going to stay clean for too long. And meanwhile, Robert Peterson has plenty of open track. There's a big stack up at the end of the dragon. Most of them, again, making it through there cleanly. Someone off the back of the straightaway. The white, orange, and yellow flying off the track. Not sure we got the track exit there on the frame. Robert Peterson still leading the way. New personal best for Jean-Michel Varnard 3 laps ago. A 13.531. Since then, 13.6, 13.552 last lap. He is running 5.5 seconds behind Robert Peterson, who's coming by the line right now. I believe it's the yellow and white coming up on 3 cars ahead. Actually, that may be Peterson in the darker colored car that's cutting through traffic heading up the dragon. It is. So Peterson in the, looks like black and orange, getting around another slower car, the white and orange, heading up the dragon again. 3.5 second lead over Jean-Michel Varenard on a 35-lap 8:04 pace. Peterson has the fastest lap of the race and the lead at the halfway mark. Here in heat 2 of 6. Peterson up the dragon, heading onto the back straightaway. They were picking up with perhaps second place, Jean-Michel Varenard. Car 6 getting called for a stop and go. That was Jun Tao down the 7th spot. Peterson's last lap of 13.6 as we pick up the green and purple. That is Jun Tao. So this is the driver that is called for the stop and go and has not yet completed his penalty. Jun Tao from here in China. I have to wonder if they've tried relaying the message to him in Chinese. Still has not yet completed his stop and go with 3 minutes left to go. If he does not enter the penalty box and stop, he would be disqualified for the heat. We've been told that there's an interpreter on the driver's platform to relay the message. And, crashing, trying to enter the penalty box. So that run goes from bad to worse. So Jun Tao has completed his penalty. And meanwhile, Robert Peterson still with a half-second lead on Jean-Michel Varenard. Coming up on the white and yellow. Heading down the back straightaway. That is Varenard right ahead of Robert Peterson. So the top two together on the track. Separated by 0.7 of a second on the clock. Peterson a little wide there, exiting the front loop. And that's going to allow Varenard to close within, actually take the lead. A 14.6 for Robert Peterson last lap. And so Jean-Michel Varenard, the Frenchman in the white and yellow, taking over the top spot with 1:30 left to go. 14.1 for Varenard. And Peterson maybe, 14.3, so just struggling again on this last lap. Varenard crashing through the snake. Peterson smacking the boards twice in the dragon head. So Varenard taking over the top spot once again as Peterson with a 16.3. In fact, both drivers with 16-second laps last time by. And the pace has plummeted to a 34.801. Top 6.
1 minute left.
Actually, top 9 still faster than Ziyang Zhu's previous time to beat at a 31.812. The winners in this, leaders in this one going 3 laps faster than the mark set in the previous heat. Jean-Michel Varenard, Robert Peterson, Hua Hong, 3rd, Min Kian 4th, and Toki Fumiyasu top 5. Varenard's lead 1.7 seconds. Cutting through traffic through the front section of the track. 15 seconds left to go. Jean-Michel Varenard working on lap number 33 of 34. 5 minutes to go, 5 seconds to go. Varenard, Peterson, Hong, and Kian, top 4. So Varenard with a 7.5 second lead should take the win here in heat number 2. And he does at a 34.802. Peterson 2nd, Hong 3rd, Kian 4th, Fumiyasu 5th, Lao 6th, Tao 7th, Feng 8th, and Leung 9th. So the top 8, all faster than the previous time to beat, set by Ziyang Zhu at the 2016 IFMAR 112 scale World Championships presented by Hobby Wing. Coming to you live from Beijing, China.
Yonghai Chen, Wei Lun left, Martin Skirring, Mark Wallen, Damian Giddens, Yan Chen, Corolla Hart, Yuman Yip. 1 minute to the start of the race.
Backside, guys. Watch it on the backside, guys.
– 45 seconds to the start of the race.
Cars to the starting area, please.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
Cars to the starting area, please.
–15 seconds to the start of the race.
Starting grid 3, 6, 1, 7, 4, 5, 2, and 8. Okay, get on Marshall. 2. Stand by 1 moment, guys. Max, you all set? All right, guys, we're ready to go. Good luck, everybody. This is group 3. Car number 3, 6, 1, 7, 4, 5.
Great view from our team associated track cam in turn number 1 as we get started with heat number 3. The final round of qualifying here at the IFMAR 112 scale World Championships, presented by Hobby Wing, live from the Feitang Sports Circuit in Beijing, China. The time to beat was set by Jean-Michel Varenard in the previous heat at a 34.802. After 2 laps, it's Yuman Yip from Hong Kong leading the way. 2 Hong Kong drivers in this one, Damian Giddens from Great Britain, Mark Wallen from Australia, Swedish teammate Per-Ola Hard and Martin Skarin. Young Hyun An from Korea, the only Korean driver in the field. And Yanfu Chen, a Chinese competitor here in Heat 3. Yuman Yip off to a great start, leading by just 4 1/1000ths of a second over Damian Giddens. The top 2 very close together in the green and blue with a body tuck. And back underway. I believe that was Mark Wallen from Australia with an unfortunate body tuck, and it looks like it may not be perfect just yet. Meanwhile, it's Yuman Yip and Damian Giddens battling out front, separated by 7/10 of a second. Yip with a personal best last time by a 13.280. Damian Giddens has the fastest lap of the race so far at a 13.127. Since then, 13.4, 13.4, 14 flat, 13.4, and 13.5. Now a second behind Yuman Yip, whose last lap a 13.3. 2:20 down and 5 minutes, 35 seconds left to go. Yip Giddens, Lau on and hard. Top 5. 2:45 down and 5:15 left to go. 14.5 last lap for Yip. 13.6 for Giddens. He closes the gap to 2.1 seconds. U-Man Yip heading onto the back straightaway. A 13.4 is Giddens with a 13.6, so the lead back to 2.3 seconds. Yip climbing the dragon. And down the back straightaway. 13.4 this lap. 36.809 the pace. The first driver looking at a 36 lap run here in round number 6 of qualifying. Top 4, Yip, Giddens, Lau, and On. All faster than Jean-Michel Varenard's time so far. New fast lap of the race 2 laps ago from Wai Lung Lau, the first driver to break the 13-second barrier in this heat. 12.989 as now Lau moves to second ahead of Damian Giddens by 37 one-thousandths of a second. Since that 12.9, 13.3, 13.4. Meanwhile, Giddens in that span, 13.6, 13.7, 13.9, 13.8. So now Giddens is 0.7 of a second behind Lau. Lau 2.5 seconds behind the leader, U-Man Yip. Yip and Lau on 36 lap pace. Giddens looking at a 35.802, which is still a full lap faster than what Jean-Michel Varenard recorded in the previous heat. As the only 3 drivers going faster than that so far. New personal best for U-Man Yip, a 13.276 on his 20th lap. Backs it up with a 13.650. So Yip up to a 36 lap 808 pace. Wai Lung Lau still on a 35 lap 8 flat, running 3.2 seconds behind now, 3.4 seconds back. The 13.8 slipping a little bit further off the lead. U-Man Yip looking for the first 36 lap run of the round. 2 minutes and 45 seconds left in race number 3 of 6. Here in round 6 of qualifying, each driver's 4 best points scores will be added together to determine the overall qualifying position. The battle for the overall TQ coming down to Tamiya Racing Factory touring car teammates Mark Reinert and Akio Sabue. Of course, for 12 scale, Mark Reinert racing for Yokomo, and Akio Sabue running Mark Reinert's old CRC 12 scale chassis.
Now we on car number 5, followed by Damon in the 6, Theo in the 7, Mark in the 4, Mark in the 8.
6 minutes, 20 seconds down, 1:40 left to go. 0.3 of a second lead for Wai Lung Lau as he gets around U-Man Yip. Yip's last lap an 18, dropping out of the top spot. And now the man with the fastest lap of the race has taken over the top. Both drivers on a 35.8 flat pace. Just hundredths of a second away from a 36 lap run. U-Man Yip was on a 36 lapper before that long 18-second lap. A big mistake for one of the 2 Hong Kong drivers leading the way here in group number 3.
1 minute left.
Yip coming by with a 13.6. 13.5 for Wai Lung Lau in the second spot, running behind U-Man Yip on the track. Yip with a 0.6 of a second deficit. And Wai Lung Lau coming by with a 13.8. Here's U-Man Yip by the finish line again in the second spot. 0.2 seconds behind the leader now. There's Wai Lung Lau. Yip with another mistake in the front right corner. So that's going to drop him way out of the battle for the win. And that may have been Wai Lung Lao that got by him on the track. It is Lao by the finish line. Nope, something wrong with Wai Lung Lao now. Lao with a long lap, 19.5, puts Yuman Yip back to the top spot, who's only 0.8 of a second up on Damian Giddens. So tough finish to the race here for the top two drivers, Yuman Yip and Wai Lung Lao. As Lao has dropped to third, Damian Giddens moving up to second. Checking out our team associated track cam right at the start finish line. As Yuman Yip has finished up with a 35.806, winning by 1/10 of a second over British driver Damian Giddens in the second spot. Another 83 hundredths of a second, thousandths of a second, excuse me, to Wai Lung Lao in the third position. So the top three separated by just 187 thousandths of a second. Parola Hard fourth. So the top three drivers all faster than Jean-Michel Varenard's previous time to beat. 35.806 for the top three drivers. Yip, Giddens, and Lao go to the top of the charts. Here we are with the C group after the resort this morning. Heat number 4 of 6 for round number 6 of the 2016 IFMAR Electric 1/12 Scale World Championships presented by Hobbywing. Broadcasting live this week on liverc.com, Facebook Live, YouTube, and twitch.tv. We invite you all to join us in the official Live RC chat room at live.liverc.com. James Arluck from California jumping in the chat room. Hello, James. Alexander Hagberg, the furthest left of the 8 drivers on the stand, right next to American driver Rick Howard. Hagberg, a former European champion, unfortunately having quite a bit of bad luck here in the first 5 rounds and has been mathematically eliminated from making the final.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
5, 2, 6, 8, 7 is the order. Now, to the forward, thank you. All right, guys, we are ready to go. Good luck, everybody. This is group number 4.
Alexander Hagberg will start off the field here in Heat 4 in the white and green X-Ray X12 2017.
8, 7. All right, good luck, everybody. Here we go, off and rolling. And this is group number 4.
So Hagberg, Fung, Howard, Teat, Zhang, Chan, Liu, and Poon here in heat number 4. Down the back straightaway, Alexander Hagberg with a 12.931 last time by. Yin Fung, a.k.a. Benny Fung, a.k.a. the Stick King from Hong Kong in the second spot. Back to back to back, new faster lap for Alexander Hagberg. A 12.861 here on lap number 3. New fast lap of the race, 12.509 for Hagberg through the inner loop and up the dragon. Around the dragon head and onto the back straightaway. New fast lap again, 12.498. Hagberg has gone faster each successive lap here on the first 5 trips around this Fei Tang Sports Center circuit. 12.778 this last lap, so the first time that he hasn't improved his previous lap time. He is the current 3-time European champion, according to Dennis Shablowski from the chat room. Thank you, Dennis. So an even bigger shock that the 3-time defending European champion will not make the final here at the World Championships. Winding his way around the dragon onto the back straightaway. 12.5 on his last lap. 38.803 the pace. The top six, all on pace to go faster than U-Man Yip in the previous heat by a long way. Yip with a 35.806. Hagberg on a 38.802, 3 full laps faster than the fastest time from heat number 3. 2 minutes and 20 seconds into heat number 4. 5 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. Hagberg, Fung, Chan, Howard, and Teat, the top 5. New fast lap of the race 3 laps ago for Yin Fung, a.k.a. the Stick King. 12.464. Hagberg, the next closest at a 12.498. Also on lap number 5. Fung dropping to third allows Yin Fung, Hui Q Chan, fellow Hong Kong driver, had moved up into second for 1 lap before slipping back to third by half a second. Hagberg out front by 3.3 in the white and green on the back straightaway, 12.6 this last lap. Hagberg, Fung, Chan, Teat, and Poon, top 5. Howard, 6th. Zong, 7th. And Liu, 8th. This 4th group of 6. Hagberg coming up on some traffic ahead. A group of 2 cars and then a group of 3 cars weaving their way up the dragon right now. Starting to merge into a blob of 5 cars on the straightaway. Hagberg's going to have to be patient. 12.7 on this last lap. 38.802 the pace. Hagberg getting around 2 slower cars. One of them ahead, spinning out in the dragon. Fortunately able to resume before Hagberg gets there. Dives to the inside, turn 2. Hagberg up the dragon. Around the dragon's head, onto the straightaway. 12.8 on this last lap. 38.803 the pace. Hagberg, Chan, Teat, Fung, and Howard, top 5. Was talking to Rick Howard on the bus this morning, and he knew that he needed 2 good runs this morning to have a shot at the final. Unfortunately, going to come up a bit short on that goal. Hagberg's last lap, 12.9. 12.9 for Chan. The lead is 7.3 seconds. Only 74 1,000ths of a second from Hui Ku Chan to Jorg Mikkel Teat in the 3rd spot. Yin Fung, a.k.a. Stick King, in 4th. Rick Howard, 5th. Top 5 separated by 18.2 seconds. 5:25 down, 2:35 left to go. Hagberg down the back straightaway, 12.8 on his last lap. Lead now 9.1 seconds over Chan. Hagberg with 1 car ahead is ahead onto the back straightaway. And then lots of space after that for the final 2 minutes of this one. 38.805 is his current pace. .1 second lead for Hagberg over Chan. Another 1.6 from Chan to Fung. Half a second from Fung to Teat. 7.5 seconds from Teat to Howard. 5.9 seconds from Howard to Zong. 13.9 seconds from Zong to Poon. And 6.4 seconds from Poon to Liu in the 8th position. 1 minute, 20 seconds left to go for Alexander Hagberg. Into the keyhole. Through the inner loop. Up the dragon. And onto the back straightaway. Lots of action here in a 13-second lap. Actually following along here, I believe, with Yin Fung, the second place driver, running just ahead of Hagberg on the track.
50 seconds to go.
Oh, Hagberg hitting the flapper in the left-hand corner, entering the Dragon. Slowing this lap to a 13.8, so back-to-back 13.8 for Hagberg. And the pace slips to a 38.809. Still a solid run in the making, 13.6 this time by. So his laps have slowed over a second from his best at the beginning of the race. Hasn't had a 12-second lap in the last 5 laps. So Hagberg's car tailing off a bit as we come to the close of this one. 13.4 on this last lap, 38.810 the pace. So he has made it by for a 38-lap run, the first of the round, and will reset the time to beat with 2 heats left to go. Alexander Hagberg is finished. 38.811.365 for the win and new time to beat. Yin Fung finishing second, Jorg Mikkel Teat third, Rick Hort fourth, Hui Q Chan fifth, and Fang Zhu Zhang in the 6th spot. All 6 of those drivers going faster than the previous time to beat set by Yuman Yip. Here in the final round of qualifying for the 2016 IFMAR 112 Scale World Championships presented by Hobby Wing here at the Feitang Sports Circuit in Beijing, China. Checking out our team-associated track cam.
Daniel Siebert. Jill Srokat.
The B group coming up next.
Dejik Sakamoto. Alexander Maran. Kasuk Suzuki. Toto Ebukuro. Andy Moore. 1 minute to the start of the race.
All right, get our marshals out there, please.
45 seconds to the start of the race. Seconds to the start of the race.
Please. Transponder check from JJ, please.
JJ Watt. 15 seconds to the start of the race.
We're going to go back to a Scorpion Power Systems instant replay from Heat 2 of this round. You'll see a yellow car coming onto the back straightaway. He's the last car in this group of 4. You see him hit the wall and fly into the spectator area. I'm going to rewind that again, and you can see just here, he's exiting the Dragon's Head right now, and he's turning onto the back straightaway. And he hits the wall and flies into the spectator area. Hit an unused camera tower that's set up on the back straightaway over there. And they've actually put up a gate now. Because a couple of cars have left the racing circuit back there and made it dangerous for spectators. So you'll see a white barrier on the back straightaway as we start here with group number 5 of the 12 scale category for the final round of qualifying. And Kosuke Suzuki trying to make it into the final. One of 10 Japanese drivers in attendance this week for this 12 scale World Championships. Starting off with a couple of 12-second laps, a 12.8 and then a 12.5 with Toto Ibikoro right behind him. Ibikoro with a 12.409, new fast lap of this young race. So just after 1 minute, Daniel Sieber, the only driver, actually now all 8 drivers with a 12-second best lap looking for Alexander Hagberg's TQ time of a 38.811, and that will fall easily here in this heat. Kosuke Suzuki, Toto Ibikoro, JJ Wong. And as I say that, Kosuke Suzuki, with a very long lap, may be off the track already. Toto Ibikoro, Yilas Groskamp, JJ Wong, top 3. Andy Moore, 4th. Daisuke Sakamoto, 5th. Toto Ibikoro leading the way. And toward the finish line, he just crossed with a 12.5. It's maybe him in the white and yellow working his way up the dragon. And down the back straightaway, 12.6 on this last lap. His pace a 38.8 flat, over 11 seconds faster than what Alexander Hagberg recorded in the previous heat. Top 5 all under Hagberg's time. Ibikoro, Alexandre Laurent from France. Up to the second spot, Yilas Groskamp, the Dutch driver currently living in Thailand, running 3rd. A 2012 International Scale Touring Car World Champion with a long 19-second lap drops him down to 7th. So out to Ibikoro, Andy Moore, Laurent, Sakamoto, and Sieber, top 5. JJ Wong with a rough lap a couple laps ago has dropped him out to the 6th spot. Toto Ibikoro has the fastest lap of the race at a 12.382. New personal best last time by for Andy Moore, 12.454. Ibikoro, Moore, Laurent, Sakamoto, and Sieber, top 5. Picking up with Toto Ibikoro in the white and red down the back straightaway. Last lap 12.5 as he works through the chicane into the front inner loop and up the dragon. Ibikoro's last lap 12.5, this time by 12.4. 3 minutes down and 5 minutes left to go. Top 4 drivers all under Hagberg's existing TQ time. JJ Wong, new personal best last time by 12.476, down in the 5th position. Trying to climb under Hagberg's 38.811. He's got quite a bit to go after a couple of slow laps here in the opening 3 minutes of this one. Toto Ibikoro's last lap 12.6, 12.9 for Daisuke Sakamoto, running 4 seconds back. Another 0.6 to Alexandre Laurent, who had a 12.9 last time by 12.6 for JJ Wong, backed up with a 12.7, moves him 3.1 seconds out of the top 3 to Andy Moore with an 18.6 a couple laps ago, slipping to the 5th spot. So now it's Ibikoro, Laurent, Sakamoto, Wong, and Moore top 5. Yilas Groskamp 6. Looks like Daniel Sieber and Kosuke Suzuki out of this race. Got a Scorpion Power Systems instant replay. Looks like Yilas Groskamp with Toto Ibikoro coming up, and Groskamp just smashes into the wall at the end of the straightaway, trying to let the leader go. That's not really necessary. Toto Ibikoro down the back straightaway. Last lap 12.4, this time by 12.5 on a 39.809 pace. That's nearly a full lap faster than what Daisuke Sakamoto is currently recording. Already a 6.4 second lead at the 4-minute 45 second mark. Just past the halfway point. It's Ibikoro, Sakamoto, Laurent, Wong, and Groskamp after that mistake. Fastest lap of the race was Yilas Groskamp back on lap number 13, a 12.355. And a wonderful string of 12s since then, but Groskamp down in the 5th spot is 11.9 seconds out of the lead. New fast lap of the race for Toto Ibikoro 2 laps ago, 12.350, backed up with a 12.435. The Japanese driver on a great run so far, 39.808. $39.808 would have been second fastest in the previous round. So Toto Ibikoro on an incredible run here in the B group. This last lap of 14.7 slows him down to a 39.811. But with 2 minutes left to go, Ibikoro on a 39-lap run. Daisuke Sakamoto second, JJ Wong third. Alexandre Laurent 4th, Yulis Groskamp 5th, Andy Moore 6th. Top 2, Ibukuro and Sakamoto going faster than Alexander Hagberg's existing TQ time. Ibukuro at the end of the straightaway, into the keyhole. 8.7 second lead over Daisuke Sakamoto, who's got another half second back to JJ Wong. Wong cuts that gap to 0.2 of a second with a 12.6 to Sakamoto's back-to-back 12.9s. So Wong within 0.2 of a second of the second spot. 12.9 for Ibukuro on this lap. 39.812 the pace. He's barely hanging on to that 39-lap run. 1 minute, 15 seconds left to go. Ibukuro down the back straightaway. Into the keyhole. Front center loop. Into the Dragon. 9.1 second lead over Wong, who's moved into the second spot on the final lap. Daisuke Sakamoto is slipping to third. Yulis Groskamp 4th. Andy Moore, the final car on the track, in 5th. Laurent, Sieber, and Suzuki out of the race. Toto Ibukuro looks like he's behind JJ Wong on the track. That's the top 2 drivers. Ibukuro's got a 9.4 second gap on the clock. 35 seconds left to go for Toto Ibukuro on a 38.801 pace. That last lap of 14.1 drops him off of the 39-lap run. Before that, 12.6, 12.7, 12.6. So that 14.1 was a slow one. 13.072 this lap for Ibukuro. Still a 7.9 second lead. Ibukuro's lap this time by 13.041. Wong with a 12.8. So with the master clock expiring, looks like Toto Ibukuro will not make it by for the 39-lap run. Incredibly quick at the beginning of the run, but finishing up here with a 38.802 as the top 3 drivers. All under Alexander Hagberg's 38.811. Going to actually Yulis Groskamp on the last lap, slipping off of Hagberg's time. So only the top 2, Toto Ibukuro and JJ Wong, under Alexander Hagberg's previous time to beat. So the current top 10, Toto Ibukuro first, JJ Wong second, Alexander Hagberg third, Yulis Groskamp fourth, Daisuke Sakamoto fifth, Andy Moore 6th, Wai Yun Fung 7th, Jorg Mikkel Teat 8th, Rick Howard 9th, and Pui Q Chan provisionally 10th with the fastest group left to go. The final qualifying race of the 2016 IFMAR 112 scale Electric On-Road World Championships presented by Hobby Wing. Coming to you live from the Fei Tang Sports Circuit here in Beijing, China. Welcome to Tim Kopp in the Live RC chat room. Someone found the right tire combo. Fast lap at the 5:30 mark. Absolutely. Very difficult to get the balance right here on this abrasive but low grip track. Lots of tire wear without a whole lot of traction. Good look at turn number 1 on our team associated track cam. As the final qualifying group getting called to the starting grid. A good shot of the driver's stand with Naoto Matsukura, Mark Reinard, Yuho Lebanon, Matsutsugu Ito, Akio Subue, Kevin Hebert, Hideo Kitazawa, and Ayato Ishioka, the 8 drivers on the stand. Here we go, final qualifying race of the 112 scale World Championships presented by Hobby Wing here on liverc.com. Welcome to all of our viewers on Facebook Live, YouTube, and Twitch.tv. Settle in for 8 minutes of incredibly fast qualifying action. Naoto Matsukura in the white and yellow has been hit or miss all weekend. And by hit, sometimes I mean the track barriers. He's had the fastest lap of the race and some of the most spectacular crashes. Driving the Roche Rapide 2017 prototype. Down the back straightaway, Matsukura with a 12.294, taking over the lead from Mark Reinhardt by less than 0.4 of a second. Fastest lap so far, Reinhardt back on lap 2 at 12.2. So at the 1 minute mark, it's Naoto Matsukura leading the way. Mark Reinhardt second, Akio Tsubue third, Kevin Hebert fourth, Masatsugu Ito fifth, Yuho 11 and sixth, Hayato Ishioka seventh, and Hideo Kitazawa eighth. Matsukura trying to finish up qualifying on a high note. Mark Reinhardt just trying to lock up the overall TQ. Reinhardt, the defending champion from second on the grid in 2014. Would love to start up front here this weekend. Reinhardt taking over the lead from Matsukura by 0.13 of a second. Matsukura coming by the line, 12.7 this lap, 12.3 from Reinhardt. So the lead now 0.46 of a second. Reinhardt behind Matsukura on the track. The white, pink, and blue following this white and yellow. 12.099 for Mark Reinhardt. New fast lap of the heat. One of the fastest laps we've seen all week. Reinhardt down the straightaway. Seems to have found something special for that Yokomo YRX-12 after struggling in practice. The world champion pouring it on here as the program continues. Reinhardt, Matsukura, Tsubue, Ito, Hebert, top 5. Top 6, all faster than Toto Ibikoro's time, including Yuho Lebanon in the 6th spot. Top 2, Reinhardt on a 40-lap run. Second, third, fourth, and fifth, all on a 39-lap run. Hayato Ishioka also under Toto Ibikoro's time. A 38.801 the pace for the former Japanese national champion. Mark Reinhardt in the Yokomo car down the straightaway. Back-to-back new fast laps, 12.079, 12.059. So Mark Reinhardt with two of the fastest laps of the entire program. Hitting the flapper, exiting the Dragon's Head. That's going to slow him down on this lap. Actually drops him to the second spot. Now to Matsukura with a new personal best, 12.149. Takes the lead from his rival, 17.001 of a second, separating the top two from the 2014 World Championships. Mark Reinhardt back to the top of the charts with a 12.1 last time by. So Reinhardt here in qualifier number 6 is now the one that can turn the fastest laps, and it's been Matsukura who's been slightly more consistent. New fast lap of the race, 12.025. Reinhardt is flying on a 40-lap 8.11, looking to set the only 40-lap run of qualifying. Down the straightaway, he's got traffic ahead. 3:25 down and 4 minutes, 35 seconds left to go for the reigning world champion Mark Reinhardt, looking for a track record. Last lap, 12.407. The lead is 0.22 of a second. This time by 12.084. That's 4 laps in this race. Under 12.1 for Mark Reinhardt, who's got traffic ahead. Yuho Lebanon, the next car ahead, he moves out of the way. Masatsugu Ito, the former Yokomo teammate, or current Yokomo teammate, excuse me, the next car ahead of Reinhardt. Reinhardt's last lap, 12.3, still on a 40-lap 8.11 pace. Onto the back straightaway. Last lap, 12.3, this time by 12.3. 40 laps, 8.11.6 the pace. And Reinhardt with a mistake in the front left corner, and it looks like it's broken. Yokomo YRX-12 is done. Oh no, Reinhardt on a track record and breaking the car. So Akio Tsubue, 2.6 seconds out of the lead, I believe needed to TQ this round in order to have a chance at the overall TQ, but it's Naoto Matsukura who will take over the top spot. 1.6 seconds up on fellow Japanese driver Akio Tsubue. Naoto Matsukura's last lap, 12.5. Before that, 12.9. Before that, 12.4. This time by 12.4. 39.802 the pace. 1.8 seconds up on Tsubue. Kevin Hebert, the Canadian, 2.9 seconds behind Tsubue. He is 4.9 seconds out of the race lead. Top 3 separated by 4.9. Another 0.2 of a second from Hebert to Masatsugu Ito in 4th. And 0.7 of a second from Ito to Yuho Lebanon in 5th. Top 5, Matsukura, Tsubue, Hebert, Ito, Lebanon. Matsukura with a bad lap. 14.987 puts Akio Tsubue to the lead, and that's exactly what Tsubue needs to have a chance at the overall TQ. Akio Tsubue driving the CRC XTI WC that Reinhardt used to win the World Championship 2 years ago, looking at a potential shot at overall top qualifier here at the 2016 IFMAR World Championships. Tsubue, 12.5 last time by. 0.6 of a second ahead of Naoto Matsukura through the right side chicane to the front inner loop and heading into the Dragon. Subue's last lap, 12.5. Last 2 laps were 12.5. This time by another 12.5 consistent. 3 laps in a row now. Same lap times. 5:50 down and 2:10 left to go. 0.6 of a second up on Naoto Matsukura, doing what he needs to do to have a shot at overall TQ. Fastest lap of the race for Subue was a 12.1. Reinhard, the only one to go faster. Oh, well, Matsukura had a slightly faster lap. So Subue and Reinhard, Matsukura, excuse me, both with 12.1s. The only driver to go faster than that, Mark Reinhard, but he's off the track. Only 5 cars left on the course. Subue, Matsukura, Ito, Iber, and Levin in the running order with 1 minute and 40 seconds left to go. Subue's last lap, 12.7, with a lot of ground in front of him. Subue, Matsukura, Ito, Japanese drivers first, second, and third. Kevin Iber fourth, the Canadian. Yuho Levin in fifth. Top 5 drivers all separated by 4.9 seconds with 1 minute 20 seconds left to go. Matsukura 49 1,000ths of a second up on Subue after that last lap. Naoto comes by 12.5, 12.6 for Subue. The lead now 1/10 of a second. Subue has to TQ the round in order to have a chance at the overall TQ. You would have 2 zeros and 2 twos, and I believe it would come down to a tiebreaker with Mark Reinhard. Subue now 2/10 of a second behind Matsukura. Matsukura last lap 12.5, Subue 12.6. Subue onto the back straightaway. Matsukura's last lap 12.4, 13 flat for Subue, so now a 9/10 of a second advantage. Matsukura could spoil the party here for his Japanese countrymen. Both drivers on a 39 lap run, as is Masatsugu Ito. Kevin Iber and Yuho Levinen also going faster than Toto Ibikoro's time, so all 5 cars still on the track, all under the reigning existing time to beat. Subue, 0.8 of a second behind the leader. Naoto Matsukura's last lap, 12.892. This lap, 12.7 for Subue, making up a 1/10 of a second, but he's got to cut off bigger chunks than that. 12.6 for Matsukura, 13.2 for Akio Subue. So with 5 seconds left to go, it doesn't look like Subue is going to have a shot. Matsukura could TQ round number 6, and that should give Mark Reinhard the overall top qualifying position. Matsukura and Subue working on their final laps. 39 lap run for the top 2 drivers here in round number 6. Naoto Matsukura going to take the win. 39 laps, 8:08 for the fastest time here in round number 6. Akio Subue second, 39 laps, 8:10. Masatsugu Ito, 38 laps, 8 flat. And Kevin Iber, the only other driver to go under Toto Ibikoro's time, 38.802.2 to Ibikoro's 38.802.3. So the top 8 drivers are the fastest result here in heat number 6. Naoto Matsukura the first, Akio Subue second, Masatsugu Ito third, Kevin Iber fourth, Yuho Levinen fifth, and then off the track early, Aoto Ishioka sixth, Mark Reinhard seventh, and Hideo Kitazawa eighth. So we're going to head out to the pit area to get interviews with the top 3 finishers here in round number 6. Naoto Matsukura, Akio Subue, and Masatsugu Ito, as well as the overall top qualifier provisionally, Mark Reinhard, the reigning world champion. Stay with us here at our Live RC exclusive broadcast of the 2016 IFMAR 112 Scale World Championships, presented by Hobby Wing.
Can you come here for a moment, please? Starting in number 2 spot with 3 points from Japan, Nato Matsukura. Third qualifier with 4 points from Japan, Akio Sulu. Starting in position number 4 with 8 points from Japan, Hideo Kizawa. Starting number 5 position with 11 points from Canada, Kevin Bear. Starting in the number 6 position with 12 points from Japan, Matsusugo Ito. Starting in position the number 7 with 14 points from Japan, Hayato Nishioka. Starting in the number 8 position with 15 points from Japan, Hoto Okura. Starting in the number 9 position with 16 points from Finland, Juho Lehtonen. And starting in the 10th and final qualifying position in the A-main with 17 points, representing the United States, J.J. That is your unofficial top 10.
恭喜我们华人选手 JJ 可以进到 A 组的决赛，我们给你掌声，谢谢，好不好？
Down here in front of the driver's stand with the top 3 finishers from the 6th round of qualifying, as well as the overall top qualifier. 3-time former champion Nato Matsukura picking up the pace here in the 6th round of qualifying. How do you feel about the car?
My car also good, but it's before start in the mark. It's too fast, and I make a little push, but cannot take. It's also same mark, but I need to change a more setup in the final.
How do you feel going into A-main number 1? Do you think you have a shot to take it down, Mark?
No, I keep second, and also I don't know. It's only safety. Yes.
Are you going to make any changes to your car?
Yes, I change a little bit in the tire.
Thank you so much, Nato.
Thank you.
Nato Matsukura getting the fastest time here in round number 6. Akio Subue, you've been incredibly fast all week long. Another great finish here in round number 6.
Yes, thank you.
Are you going to make any changes to your car going into the finals?
Car is better, but last 3 minutes, my car maximum loose and no kick. Need a more setup.
Are you excited for the finals?
Yes.
What is your goal? Do you think you can finish in the top 3?
Yes, it.
Thank you so much, Akio.
Yes, thank you.
Masatsugu Ito, a 3rd place finish here in the final round of qualifying and able to get you into the top 10 for the A-main. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How was your car in that last round of qualifying?
車は良かった。
Car is good.
Did you make any changes to it?
Tire change.
Did you go bigger or smaller?
Big.
Make the car easier to drive?
Yeah.
Are you excited for the finals?
Yeah.
Congratulations on making the main event.
Thank you.
And Mark Reinhardt, overall top qualifier, defending world champion. You started second 2 years ago, but this time by, you'll get to lead the field into turn number 1.
Yeah, I hope it's a good feeling to start first. I mean, especially on this track, it's I think an advantage just to get like I said before, like a rhythm. But I know I have Naoto behind me, and he's like a full punch guy. So I just hope I can make a small gap in the beginning and just have a safe run and see what happens.
You had quite a climb from struggling quite a bit in practice and the start of qualifying, but it seems like your pace has improved all through qualifying. You didn't have the greatest result here in that 6th round, but you feeling good going into A-main number 1?
Yeah, the last one, really, the car felt really good. So I just made some stupid mistakes. One time into the straighter brake, so I lost a little bit. And I always catch back up to an auto and was leading, and then I hit the chicane. But I'm pretty confident the car is good, and let's hope I can make it clean.
It seemed like in the sixth round was the first time you had truly found the pace you thought you were missing all week long. You had the fastest laps of the sixth round, and so now you feel if you've got the consistency that you found earlier in qualifying and the speed here for that you found in the sixth round to be able to turn those very quick laps, you got to be a formidable combination going into the finals.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this time the car was really actually pretty easy to drive. There was more grip to me, and I could drive it way more smooth and keep the corner speed going. So the lap times were good. I was catching out. This gives me a good feeling, so I hope we're going to stay like this after the crash. I did. The car's fine, and we'll see how it goes.
How much would it mean to you to win a second consecutive 12-scale World Championship, add it to your 3 touring car titles, and win the first World Championship here in China?
It would mean a lot to me. I mean, I'm always hungry to win titles, so doesn't matter if it's touring car, 12-scale, or whatever. That's always a goal for everyone, to win a World Championship. So I'm really going to push hard to try to get my 5th title in, and yeah, we'll see later.
Congratulations on the TQ and good luck in the main event.
Thank you.
Mark Reiner looking for his second consecutive 12th-scale World Championship, and he'll start from the front of the grid, unlike he did 2 years ago. We'll see how he does here in the AAA main event. Down here with the 2 North American drivers making the 12-scale final, Kevin Hebert from Canada, getting the start right around the middle of the pack. How are you feeling going into the main events?
It's tough to say. I mean, the way it's been going, a lot of people crash this, so I think it's not a bad position to start, but you never know what could happen. I mean, I could be all the way to the back or all the way to the front right after lap 1, so I'll just see what happens and hope for the best.
You feel like when you have equal amount of cars in front and behind you, what's your strategy really going into the first couple laps of main number 1?
I'll just see what happens. I'll just go and hope there's a crash up front and hope I don't get taken out, but it's always a tough situation. You just see what happens. You just start, and after the first couple meters, you just see what happens. That's pretty much all you can do, I think.
The track's been changing a lot throughout qualifying. Talked to you a little bit in practice, and it seemed like you were pretty happy with the car. How's the Team Associated chassis progressed through qualifying here?
It's been really good. I mean, it's had up and downs. Today it's been consistent. I think the track has been. My car hasn't been as good as it was yesterday morning, but overall I think I got a car that's easy to race. I don't know if I can challenge for the top guys, but maybe for a podium for sure.
Congratulations, Kevin, on making the main event.
Thank you. Thanks.
And JJ Wong making his second ever IFMAR World Championship final. Getting it done here in 12 scale here in China. It's got to feel really good.
Yeah, I'm really happy to make the grand final.
You weren't in the fast group for qualifying, but you just had a couple of runs here and there that scored enough points to make the main event. Did you really think, what point did you think you had a chance to make the main?
Well, I had a good first run yesterday and kind of went downhill there, but had a mindset of making the mains this time, so had a good last 2 runs, which put me in 10th, so just made it.
Did you know going into the last round that you needed another good finish to have a shot?
Yeah, I was calculating with my mechanic, and we were trying to figure out, where I need to finish, and yeah, it happened.
Have you been making many changes to your car throughout the week?
No, I haven't really been changing the setup. Like Kevin said, it's going to be tough because a lot of people have been crashing, so it's going to be interesting. But sometimes starting 10th is the place to be, so, we'll see.
Yeah, it seems like if you're not in the first couple of starting spots with how tough and tight the track's been, you might be in one of the best spots on the grid.
Yeah, I think 10th is the most fun, so we'll see.
What's your goal then going into the main events? You're in the show, so at this point, anything's an improvement?
Well, of course, finishing, at the top is the best. So, I'm not just going to, drive around. I'm going to push. So we'll see what happens.
Push from lot 1?
Yeah, of course. Why not? Amen.
Full punch. Congratulations, JJ.
Thanks. Thank you.
JJ Wong, an American driver living here in China and making his second World Championship final, starting 10th on the grid, and just hope to see what happens. So we're down here in the pit area and going to do a quick little rock through of the pit area here at the Feitang Sports Center for the 12 Scale World Championships. And I was going to try to catch up with Alish over here from LRP, but he's actually, well, yeah, do you mind if we grab you for an interview here really quick? Awesome. Thank you so much. So Alish is here from LRP helping out some of the drivers running our electronics, and we've seen that the loose track conditions here have presented a little bit of a challenge for the speed controls and motors in the 12 Scale class.
Yeah, I think, still the power needs to be good, but you have to also have this smoothness for the acceleration, and pretty much we were on from the beginning, and yeah, normally you could run a bit more power, but then on the other hand there you also have a problem with the battery capacity, so it's always, getting the stuff ready to the max.
We saw some of the drivers yesterday, like you said, struggling with runtime because there's been a little bit extra wheel spin, so the drivers are a little bit harder on the throttle, and then you have batteries going softer on the 730 mark.
Yeah, I think if the wheel spin is there, then you also have this, you push and you simply overdrive everything, and you also get less runtime, so the drivers really need to be careful not to go over the limit.
And in the next few days, we head outside for the touring car portion. That's going to be a totally different challenge. A lot of grip on the asphalt track, high temperatures outside, and a totally different challenge for the electronics.
Yeah, surely. And as far as I could see, the track will be rather open and flowing medium to high speed. So, but it will be, again, depending on the grip. If it really will be good grip, then I think it will be down to the most powerful motor in Speedo.
Thank you so much, Alish.
Thank you very much.
And Alish from LRP. We'll see if we can walk around. Who else we can catch up with here? Teru Hanaumi from Xenon. You got a second for an interview here? Sure. Teru Hanaumi from Xenon. And you travel around a lot for these RC races?
As usual, yes. A lot. Every month I travel to foreign countries, yeah.
What do you think of the Feitang Sports Center here hosting this World Championship?
Actually, I was amazed about it. Its facility is perfect, and actually the light is so bright, so the camera is so easy to take photos and take movies. So I think it's really helpful for the all drivers and the mechanics for the eyes and those, and also the fully air conditioned, so we don't have to worry about the air dust and everything. Yeah.
It's been really nice and comfortable in here, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was my best comfortable race in Worlds.
I absolutely agree with that. Do you have any predictions for the World Championship finals here in 12 scale?
Actually, we made JFD tires, so I'm happy that we made 3 drivers in the A final, and JJ Wang, he was the first time to be the A final in a World Championship, and he used my JFD tires, so I'm really happy about that.
Congratulations so much, Teru.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's Teru Hanaumi from Xenon. Yuho Lebanon, a Finnish driver from Team Associate. How you doing, Yuho?
Not too bad.
You know where you ended up after qualifying?
Yeah, I got 9th.
You're 9th, so you're in the final.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
You have any goals going into A-Main number 1?
I don't know. I started from the back, so I'm hoping for accidents up front.
And we saw a lot of those in qualifying. Do you think it's going to happen?
Yeah, for sure. My car was really good in the last round of qualifying, so I think I'm faster than a lot of the guys ahead of me, so I don't know. Anything can happen. I think last Worlds, Naoto, I think, got 2nd from 9th, so anything can happen.
We talked to your teammate, Kevin Hubert, a little bit earlier. How much have you two been working together on setup?
A little bit. I mean, I don't race with him so much. I only see him at races, but of course, at the event, we do a lot of teamwork.
How much have you changed your car throughout qualifying to get it to where you are?
Not so much, really. We've mostly just we have a new Speedo, so we've been playing with the settings. I think now we found the right ones. And the car, you don't really change so much. It's more like tire, Speedo.
And you start 9th. What's your goal for the end of the AAA mains?
I don't know. I'd be happy to get a top 5, but we'll see what happens.
Congratulations, Yuho, on making the main event.
Thanks.
Yuho Lebanon, the Finnish Team Associated driver. We'll start 9th for the A-Main finals. Let's see who else we can find. Alex, you got a second? Alexander Hagberg from X-Ray, the 3-time defending European champion, unfortunately not having the best time here in qualifying for Toscal.
Yeah, I've been struggling a bit in qualifying to find good grip in the car, and it can be seen from the results. So
the carpet is something that drivers race on a lot, but it seems like it hasn't really broken in the way that we normally see at some of the ETS races.
I think this combination of carpet and additive and humidity or whatever has made for some very special conditions, which I was not prepared for, and yeah, I haven't been able to cope with it properly.
So you have 2 B-Main finals coming up later today. Is your goal to go out and win those 2 races?
Yeah, I'll try to test something and learn for the future, for sure.
Are you excited then for the touring car portion when we head outside in a couple of days?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you so much, Alex.
Thank you.
Alexander Hagberg still looking to win his 2 B-Main finals. We'll see who we can find next. We have Angelo Anasta here from Hobby Wing, one of our title sponsor here for the week, and we very much appreciate the support from Hobby Wing.
Oh, no, you're welcome. I think it's been so far a great event. You guys put on a good show, I'll tell you that now. I've been trying to help you out a little bit on the Facebook Live just to get a bit of video out there for my Facebook friends, but no, we're very happy to sponsor the event. Yeah, well, let's see what happens in the A-Main.
The track conditions here this week, it seemed like they put a little extra stress on the electronics from what we see at 12 scale races. What have the Hobby Wing drivers here been looking for?
Well, from what I can see and what I felt around the place, I can see it that because there's a lot of air conditioning in the facility, that the humidity's been taken completely away. So there's a lot of low grip on the track. So a lot of temperature because a lot of wheel spin. But we've tried all different types of settings to try and basically get it right. And it seems like it's working.
Who are some of your drivers that have qualified toward the top of the field here this week?
There's one of our Japanese drivers. I don't know him that quite well. Michael from the chief engineer would know him better. But there's quite a few in the A main that are actually using. I think they were saying something like 15% of all speed controllers at the 112 Worlds are Hobby Wing. 15%.
Wow,
not bad at all for a company that's about 8 years old.
Not bad at all. Thank you so much, Angelo.
You're welcome, guys, and thank you for a really great job on the coverage. Really appreciate it.
We appreciate it as well. Hobby Wing, our title sponsor for the week. Let's see who else we can find. Maybe Rick Hort? You mind? Rick Hort here from Team Associated and Reedy. And racing in how many 12 scale world championships have you competed in now?
Well, I've lost count, but the first one I raced was in 1984. So it's been a long time. It's probably my 6th or 7th 12 scale.
I think 84 was the second year they did it, right?
It was the second year, yeah. I started the same year that they ran the first one in 82. So that was my first summer racing, and I actually went and watched that first one.
And I think in 82 and 84 they ran stock and mod classes, right?
Yes. That's right. Yeah, they had, well, it was common to run stock and modified, so the same guys ran both classes.
And now we've got, 3.5 turn brushless motors, 1-cell lithium batteries, and whereas it used to be in 12 scale, it was a battle to try to get a full 8 minutes out of a battery pack. Now you guys get to run full speed for the whole race.
Yeah, it's a different strategy. I mean, it was nice to have kind of that. You had to be smooth, and that's kind of what suited me back then, but now you can kind of go full speed the entire run.
And the track here has been very, very difficult all week. Not only the track surface changing so much and not having quite the grip that many drivers are used to on this style of carpet, but the layout itself is very technical.
Yeah, it's because you got one high-speed side of the track, and, there if you make a mistake, you're going to go flying off the track, and then you got the left side of the track, which is pretty technical and really tight. So it's challenging for the driver. You got high speed, and you got to be nice and tight and tidy in the left side.
You're in the B main, I think.
Yeah, so I think I'll be in the B main.
What's your goal then for B main number 1? Is it just full speed trying to win?
Well, the way the racing has gone and qualifying is, you don't know who's going to win until the last minute of the race. So a guy who gets a big lead up front, he can start to get loose or make mistakes. So the important part is just to get the full run in and then be there at the end of the run.
How much of a challenge has that been to try to find the right balance of a car that's fast enough at the beginning of the race but still has traction at the end?
Well, that's the hard part, because usually if your car's really good up front, you got the right steering, and typically that'll start to loosen up at the end. But if you go at the beginning and you kind of do a safe setup at the end, it'll be pretty strong.
Thank you so much, Rick.
Thank you.
That's Rick Howard here from Team Associated and Reedy. So we're going to head back to the Live RC broadcast studio and get ready for the main event starting up a little later this afternoon. You can check out our broadcast schedule on liverc.com and find just when you'll need to tune in to catch A main number 1.
Bracket 4, E-Main drivers to technical inspection for practice run. E-Main drivers. These practice runs will be 5-minute runs. 5-minute runs for the practice. We will do a grid start. All right, the E-Main driver, to the driver's stand, guys, get ready for practice. All right, let's get him on the track, guys.
Gerard Reliance, Mike Passwell, Wen Fan Lu, Lung Shi Han, Hing Chun Tian.
All right, track is open, guys. We get our practice
Control
going.
practice has started.
And here we go.
29.5. 29.9. Wei Lap Chun. 24.7. 29.4. 29.6.
All right, Cars to the back straight, guys. We're going to do a practice start. Cars to the back straight.
Controlled practice has stopped.
All right, let's bring them on the starting grid, guys. We're going to do a practice start. Kind of put them in the boxes if you can.
All right, guys, let's get them in the straightaway, please. All right, here we go, guys. This practice start. Just take it nice and easy, drivers. Everybody, we're going racing on the tone. Nice and easy, drivers. Easy, easy, guys.
King Chun Gerard Elias, Zi Yang Su, Wen Fen Lu, Mike Paswell. Controlled practice has started.
Watch it on the back straight, guys.
Four minutes left.
This is only free practice, guys. There'll be no lap times for these sessions. So if you need lap times, get your stopwatch out. Old school. Oh. The great wall and auto over here.
Three minutes left.
Bobby. Got 2 minutes to go, guys.
2 minutes left.
Thank you, Frank.
1 minute left.
Easy, everybody. Practice for the E group. D group's up next. Watch it out of the center chicane. Sami. That's time, drivers. All stop, all stop. Bring him in, please.
Control practice has stopped.
Staples?
Gerard Delights.
All right, D group, come on up. All right, cars to the back straight, please, for practice start. Cars to the back straight. EC Kim in the house. All right, cars to the back straight. Let's go. Cars to the starting area, guys. All right, guys, we're going. All right, here we go, guys. Let's have a good start. Take it easy, drivers. On the tone. Nice and easy. Just practice, guys. Don't break your cars now. Martin's just going to, chill. He's just waiting. Get some clean track. All right, it's a 5-minute run.
Minjian. Jean-Michel Bernard. Toki Phoenix. June Tao. Leron Red. Martin Scarcely. Wan. 4 minutes left. 2 minutes left. One minute left.
1 minute, one to go. Watching the end of the straightaway, guys. End of the straightaway. That's time. Drivers, bring him in. Bring him in.
Controlled practice has stopped.
All right, C group coming up. C group.
Marvin Siri. Toki Fumi Izu.
Brandon. Bobby, Bobby. All right, we've got C group coming up. All right, cars to the back straight. Cars to the back straight, please. Cars to the back straight, please. All right, we're ready to go, guys. This is just a practice start, so take it easy. Don't want you to destroy your cars here. Practice start. Drivers ready. Going racing on the tone.
Controlled practice has started. Yurgvakil TIIT. Yuman Nick. Supun Kun. Mark Wallet. Yaihan Lu. Yunghai Mei Chen. Wei Lung Lan. Four minutes left.
All right, 5-minute practice runs, guys. This is our C group on the track right now. C group.
Three minutes left.
$2:30 to go, drivers.
Two minutes left.
Minute 40 to go.
One minute left.
$45 seconds to go. $20 seconds to go, drivers. That's time, guy. Bring him in. Bring him in. C group finish. B group coming up.
Yergwikil TIIT. Yuman Yin. Daniel Siebert. Rick Howard.
All right, let's go, guys. Let's get on the track. In just a moment, I want to give him a couple more warm-up laps here. All right, guys, bring them to the grid here. Kosuke Suzuki, you going to practice? Kosuke Suzuki. Daisuke Sakamoto. All right. Kosuke Sakamoto. No? Okay, thank you. Drivers, don't forget to put car numbers on for your finals. Very important for the referees. Yeah. When we set the grid, too. Exactly. Don't know where. Okay. All right, we're getting ready for our practice start for our B group. All right, let's take it easy, guys. Have a good little practice session here. Drivers ready. We're going racing on the tone. Let's have a good start. Nice and easy. Very nice. Whoa. Ah.
Control practice has started. Kazu Suzuki. Jill Strokan. Andy Moore. Banjo John. Rick Howard. Alexander Maran. Wei Yinfeng. Alexander Macbird. Daniel Siebert. Four minutes left.
We got one down, 4 to go, guys. One down, 4 to go. Oh. Up. Hans, you got it? Watch it on the back straight, guys. Okay. Hans, could you come to... Come here. No, it's okay. Yeah, just come here, please, when you have time. Got 3 minutes to go, guy. A group's up next.
Asian Sakamoto. 3 minutes left.
3 to go, drivers. A group's up next.
Two minutes left. One minute left.
Got 1 minute to go, guys. 1 to go. Thirty seconds to go. 30 to go. Watch it, center chicane, guys. Center chicane. Center chicane. Okay.
Drivers, your practice session has expired. Please leave the stand. Control practice has stopped.
That is time, drivers. That is time.
Daniel Siebert, Andy Moore, Alexander Hadberg, Gilles Rotem. Juvola Van Ant. Mozart Santasiva. Idio Kidazos. Toto Ebukuro. Hayato Ishioka. Akio Sozio. J.J. Watt. Kevin Aver.
Ricky.
Mark Renard. Nanago Matsukura.
To our media, after this race, we will do our championship A-main photo in front of the driver's stand. Cars to the starting grid, please. Cars to the starting grid. So again, to our media. Max. Where's Max? Yeah. Main, no. All right, so this is our main top 10 drivers in a practice start. All right, let's just take it nice and easy, everybody. This is our main practice. Drivers ready. We're going racing on the sound of the tone. Very nice. Excellent. Whoa. Not so much there.
Nanago Matsukura. Hideo Kitazawa. Masasu Ito. Akio Sobio. Hayato Ishioka. Kevin Hebert. Toto Ibukuro. JJ Watt. Mark Renard. Juval Lovanet.
And after this, we'll do our championship lineup in front of the driver's stand. .320 to go. 2 minutes to go.
Two minutes left.
Minute 30. One minute, drivers.
1 minute left.
Again, media, you're going to be up for photos here in 30 seconds.
Drivers, your practice session.
That is time, drivers. Bring them in. That'll conclude our practice. Now we're going to do our championship. All drivers in front of the driver's stand, please.
Controlled practice has stopped.
Amen. Yep. Wait. Amen. Drivers in front of the driver's stand with your cars. JJ, bring your cars here. Amen. Drivers in front of the driver's stand with your cars, please. All right, so championship photo here up front, guys. All A-Main drivers, please come in front.
现在是准备是 A 组的10大车手合照 ，A 组10大车手合照。
Let's go, A-Main drivers, please. Naoto. Bob. Hold on, guys. Thomas Tran. Please stay off the racetrack, guys. All right, no spot. Come on, everybody on me. 1, 2, 3. Okay, now we're going to do grid shots. So everybody walk around the racetrack, please.
Toto Bukuro.
All right, so media, if you want to get your grid shots, now's the time, please. Okay, JJ, Yuho, you guys want to clear the back of the grid, please? We're going to take the grid shot here down the line. All right, last call for photos, guys. Well, that. Whatever. All right, last call, guys, for photos. All right, you guys can pull the cars. All right, guys, so please refer to the timetable. We will start on time. A-Main's up at 14:50.
Hello there, this is a non-official announcement, just a request. We are going on a tour tomorrow to the Chinese Wall and to the Ming Dynasty gardens. It's going to be $80 a piece. It's the whole day. They pick you up in the morning at the hotel. We go to the wall, visit it. Afterwards we go to a Chinese restaurant, and after that we're going to visit the famous Ming tombs and castles of the ancient Chinese dynasty. There's 5 places left, and it's going to be $80 a head. $80 only for the whole day, meal included, but only 5 places left. Please come to me if you're interested. And we have to do it now, because it's for tomorrow morning. Thank you all.
好，各位在场的观众，我们将会在2点50分进行 A 组的第1轮决赛，大家不要走开，我们最精彩的世纪之战啊，可以看一下。现在呢，运动员都在准备下午的决赛。我们现在进行的是2016世界车辆模拟锦标赛的1比12电动赛车的比赛。在今天上午进行的2轮，最后那2轮预赛之后呢，现在我们已经有新的排名。获得我们的 TQ， 获得 TQ 的是来自德国的 Mark。我们看到门外呢已经有很高大的奖杯在那里等待他们来领取啊。大家可以到门厅那边看一下，出去右手边那个奖杯有多大啊？非常非常大的奖杯。很多观众都过去看了哈，非常高大的奖杯。 现场的观众啊，请留意，大家现在可以先休息一会，在座位上。那记得要留着你的座位，等一下我们决赛的时候，不然我觉得这个座位都没有了。那我们今天的决赛将会在2点50分。首先第一场就是 A 组的10大车手第1轮的决赛，将会是非常非常精彩的一场决赛，大家千万不要错过。现场的观众朋友们，请大家及时找座位坐好。我们等一下到2点50分的时候，将会进行今天的 A 组的决赛第1轮的比赛。那我们场上现在的是2016世界车辆模型锦标赛第1个项目的比赛，这个是1:12电动公路赛车的比赛。这次的赛事有来自全世界 各位观众，下午好。我们这边还有不到半个小时就会进行今天下午的决赛，大家不要离开。那下午呢，我们首先会进行的是前10大车手的第1场的决赛。那现在我们场上的是2016世界车辆模型锦标赛的1:12电动公路赛车的比赛。观众们尽量不要离开你的座位，要等一下呢，可能会越来越多观众过来，啊，你们找来可以找站的比较理想的位置。我们等一下可以看到的比赛呢，将会是最精彩的世纪之战。那来自全世界最顶级的车手都参加了这场比赛。那我们看到有很多的世界冠军在这里。那今天上午大家都看到了，上午的决赛是非常精彩激烈的。那然后我们最后一轮预赛才能够决定今天的 TQ。那来自德国的车手 Mark 已经获得了1:12电动房车的 TQ， 外面有一个很高的奖杯等着他拿了。那我们今天下午的决赛之后将会进行颁奖。
Is Felix Law in the house? Felix? Felix, are you here? Or Power? Or Felix? You here? Felix, if you come to scoring and timing, please. Felix Law, are you here, Felix?
啊，现在呢，我们的运动员都在紧张的准备着下午的决赛。那下午呢，首先会进行的是1:12电动赛车的 A 组决赛。A 组的前10位车手有来自德国、日本、加拿大、芬兰，还有美国啊美籍的华人 JJ Wong。那只有一个华人能够进入到 A 组的决赛。随着音乐的节拍，现在呢，就大家都紧张的准备着下午的决赛。在这里呢，我们感谢 Maxi， 感谢 Max 啊，还有他的团队能够提供了这么好的场地给我们的所有的赛手。还感谢我们的几大媒体过来直播我们的比赛。我们的网络媒体有 Live RC， 还有 VRC。也感谢我们的所有的赞助商，能够支持我们这场比赛。2016世界车辆模型锦标赛是由世界车辆模型运动联合会主办，我们的承办单位有亚太车辆模型运动联合会、国家体育总局航管中心、中国车辆模型运动协会、丰台区体育局等单位。那这一场比赛呢，也是中国第一次承办的这么大型的一个国际的遥控车正规专业赛事。我们也是在静静的等待着决赛的开始。现在还有20分钟，还有20分钟，决赛就会开始。这次我们来自中国的车手应该在比赛的过程中学到很多的比赛的知识和经验。看着他们呢都在不断的进步，在挑战自己。在这个过程中，我们学到了很多国外优秀车手的技术。 那观众们呢已经在抢占比较好的观赛位置啊，抢占比较好的观赛位置，对于你们的看比赛是很重要的。今天下午的决赛呢是越来越精彩啊，最精彩的在前面也在后面。我们下午的赛事有 A、B、C、D、E 有5个组的决赛，其中 A 组的决赛有3轮，其他组别2轮预赛。世界车辆模型锦标赛是第1次在中国举行，那这一次呢也是得到了丰台区体育局的大力的支持哈。丰台区体育局也是我们的承办单位之一。那我们在这里的比赛场馆呢，也是全中国啊一个最大型的科技体育馆。在这个科技体育馆呢，我们也已经是比过全国车辆模型锦标赛和我们的2016世界车辆模型锦标赛。那我们明天呢将会移师到另外一边的1:10电动房车的场地进行比赛。今天下午我们进行决赛后，将会进行我们今天1:12电动赛车电动赛车这个项目的颁奖。我们整个赛事呢有2个项目哈，第一就是1:12的电动赛车，第二是1:10的电动房车，在室外。我们在室内进行的这个是1:12的电动公路赛车。那下午我们2点50将会进行 A 组的第1轮决赛。观众是越来越多哈，我们希望观众们先找好座位，固定下来啊。那如果你要看奖杯的话，可以出去门口往右看哈，有4个大大的奖杯在那里。我们有1个奖杯的获得者已经确认了 ，TQ 的奖杯是由 Mark 获得哈，来自德国的车手。驾驶的将会是1号车。那其他3个奖杯还是在期待着他们的主人，看谁能够拿到这3个奖杯。冠亚季军都是很高很高的奖杯哈，我觉得今年呢，我们在国内的比赛都没看过这么高的奖杯的。国外的车手不知道怎么带回去了。 这次进入 A 组决赛的总共有10位车手，其中驾驶1号车的是来自德国的 Mark， 他驾驶的是 Yokomo 的赛车。2号车是日本的 Nato， 他驾驶的是 Roach。驾驶3号车的是来自日本的 Akio， 他驾驶的 CRC 赛车。驾驶4号车的来自也是日本的 Hideo， 他驾驶的 Moratech。驾驶5号车的是来自加拿大的 Kelvin， 他驾驶的是 Associate 赛车。驾驶6号车的也是来自日本的伊斗，他驾驶的 Yokomo 赛车。驾驶7号车的是来自日本的 Ayato， 他驾驶的也是 CRC 赛车。驾驶8号车的来自日本的 Toto， 他驾驶的是 Yokomo 赛车。驾驶9号车的是来自芬兰的 Joho， 他驾驶也是 Associate 赛车。驾驶10号车的是来自中国香港的 JJ Wang， 他驾驶的是 X-Way 赛车。我们给点掌声，我们唯一的华人车手进入 A 组决赛。中国上海，中国上海。那 JJ Wang 是 from 中国上海。 好，离下午的决赛开始还有差不多15分钟。好，各位车手，你们准备好了吗？进了场的观众，请尽量找好的位置就坐。
15 minutes till showtime. 15 minutes before we begin.
刚才我们是这个赛事的主持人 Scotty， 他已经说了，还有15分钟，我们比赛就会开始。好，各位观众朋友，我们下午的决赛将会在12分钟以后进行12分钟后将会进行2016世界车辆模型锦标赛1:12电动赛车的比赛。我们首先会进行的是 A 组的决赛，最精彩的 A 组10大的决赛，大家千万不要错过。赶紧找一个比较好的观赏位置坐好。 好，各位在场的观众、车手们，大家下午好。还有10分钟，我们将会进行今天的第1轮决赛。首先进场的应该是 A 组的10位车手，他们分别是有来自德国、日本、加拿大、芬兰以及中国的车手。
7 minutes. 7 minutes, Travers. Our marshals will be our B main group. B main drivers will be our marshals. We're at 6 minutes. 6 minutes. All right, we're looking for our drivers from the B group, please. B main out to Marshall. B main out to Marshall, please. Max, are you in the house, Max? B main drivers out to Marshall, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is that time. It has been 2 long days of qualifying for these drivers. And these are your top 10 drivers who have made their bid to be the 2016 IFMAR World Champion. We will start with your 10th qualifier. He is driving an X-ray chassis and is representing the United States and China, starting number 10 on the grid, Mr. J.J. Starting in number 9 position, driving the Team Associated chassis, he is here from Finland. Starting in number 9 on the grid, Lebanon. Your 8th qualifier, driving a Yokomo chassis, he is here from Japan. Starting in position number 8, Toto Bakuro. Up next, driving a CRC chassis, representing Japan, your 7th qualifier, Hayato Ishioka. Our next driver driving a Yokomo chassis, representing Japan, starting in position number 6, Masasugu Ito. Starting in position number 5, driving in Team Associated chassis from Canada, Kevin Hebert. Starting in the number 4 position, driving a Morotech chassis from Japan, Hideo Kitazawa. Starting in the number 3 position, driving a CRC chassis from Japan, Akio Subu. Starting in the number 2 position, driving a roast chassis from Japan, Nato Machikura. And starting in the number 1 position, driving a Yokomo chassis from Japan, your top qualifier here at the 112th IFMAR World Championships, Mark Reinhardt. All right, mechanics, let's bring the cars to the racetrack, please.
Welcome, everyone, to the Live RC broadcast booth here at the Feitang Sports Center in Beijing,
And the
China,
2-minute
as we get ready for A-Main number 1 of the 2016 IFMAR Electric Off-Road World Championships for the 112 scale division, brought to you by Hobbywing. Up front, we have Mark Reinert and Naoto Matsukura, the only 2 former 112 scale world champions that are in the field this year. And everyone will be watching those 2 drivers to see who wins here in 2016, with 8 very hungry drivers behind them. We're going to head back out trackside and make sure we catch every lap of A-Main number 1, along with interviews with the top 3 drivers. Here we go with the start of the first World Championship final. Two years ago, Mark Reinert started second behind Naoto Matsukura and capitalized on the Japanese driver's mistakes in A-Main number 1 and 2 to take home his first 112 scale world championship. And this year, Naoto Matsukura will be trying to do the same thing. Reinert struggled throughout early practice and steadily got faster as qualifying went on, eventually taking over the top qualifying spot, while Naoto Matsukura has had some of the fastest laps of the weekend, but has lacked the consistency to take home, to put in very fast, full 8-minute runs. It's going to be very interesting to see how those drivers handle the pressure here of getting ready to start the main events. And the rest of the field, how easy is it going to be for them to race side by side through this very tight technical course? They haven't had a full heads-up start with the pressure of racing for a World Championship final. We can see J.J. Wong from 10th on the grid. You see he's the only one lined up to the inside there. How's the start going to work out? We're waiting for the start tone as Reinert, Naoto Matsukura, and Akio Sabue will be the first 3 cars down the back straightaway. Here we go. We're waiting for the start tone. And here we go. World Championship A-Main final for 112 scale is off. Reinert with a nice, easy time through first couple of corners. Naoto Matsukura looked to the inside, but was not close enough. A very clean first lap as Reinert, Matsukura, and Sabue starting to pull away from Hideo Kitazawa, the 3rd place finisher from 2 years ago. Reinert a little bit loose. Matsukura looks to the inside through the left side of the track. Can't quite make it happen. That was right through the front chicane section. Reinert leads him down the straightaway. Matsukura and Sabue hanging with him. Matsukura will just need to hang tough. This is a long 8-minute race and no reason to force the issue yet, but at the same time, you got to wonder, where's the pass going to come? At the end of the front, back straightaway is the only place in which there are multiple corners of the same direction. Really the only spot to try to set up something. Matsukura checks up heading into the Dragon, and Sabue had to stomp on the brakes as well. That gives Reinert a little bit of breathing room. We're 1 minute into this one. Reinert leads Matsukura and Sabue through the Dragon onto the back straightaway. 6:52 left to go. Reinert, Matsukura, Sabue, top 3. Hideo Kitazawa, 3rd place finisher 2 years ago, in 4th, but is already starting to lose touch with Sabue. And the top 2, Reinert and Matsukura, starting to stretch out from the 3rd place driver. Matsukura trying to hang on to the rear axle of his friend and rival, Mark Reinert. Reinert, Matsukura, Sabue through the front side of the track, right in front of the driver's stand. They've broken away from Hideo Kitazawa. Reinert, Matsukura, Sabue through the right chicane, right in front of the driver's stand, and heading into the Dragon. Is Matsukura going to wait all race long, or is he going to force the issue early? He's much faster there, it seems, at the end of the front straightaway, and that's where we've talked about a pass might be possible. Right in front of the driver's stand, Matsukura right up on the rear axle of Reinert, and they're starting to get a little bit of a gap from Sabue. At the head of the Dragon there, Matsukura with a mistake, and Reinert able to pull away. Now Sabue right behind Matsukura. Still 5 minutes and 45 seconds, a long time left here in this final. Down the back straightaway they go, diving into the first couple of corners, and this is where Matsukura has been so good. You see him pull right up to the rear end of the Yokomo YRX-12 of Reinert. And again on him through the Dragon. A great run from Matsukura through there. Sabue right on Matsukura. The top 3 drivers all within the same corner. 5 minutes and 23 seconds left to go. It's been a freight train all race long. Matsukura getting close again to Reiner through the Dragon. Reiner just trying to play defense. And Matsukura all over him. Reiner makes a mistake going through the front inner loop, and Matsukura takes over the top spot. Sabue all over Reiner. The top three still right together. Reiner with an excellent recovery did not lose the second spot. Matsukura already starting to pull away a little bit and head into the Dragon here with 5 minutes left to go. Matsukura with all sorts of pace, trying to put some distance between himself and Reinhard. Sabue with a mistake on the right side of the track has lost a little bit of ground to Reinhard. So Reinhard doesn't have to worry about playing defense behind him, but he does have to worry about trying to hang with Matsukura, the Japanese driver, with all sorts of speed here through the center of this first A-main final, and they'll be coming up on traffic soon. Will traffic play a part? Have to imagine they'll know they need to get out of the way, but still racing for position as well. And, of course, any little bobble could shake up everything. The first driver in 10th getting out of the way, 8th getting out of the way, and now Sabue stuck in traffic, so that's going to let Reinhard really truly focus on what's going on ahead of him. Matsukura very fast through that front inner loop, and Reinhard was a little slow entering that first left, right, left. And Matsukura now starting to put some distance between himself and the defending world champion. Naoto Matsukura looking for his fourth 112 scale world championship and could be halfway there in 3 minutes and 50 seconds, trying to put away A-main number one here with less than 4 minutes to go. Reinhard trying to keep pace, but he's already almost 9/10 of a second behind and very slow there through the Dragon. Reinhard pushing a little bit too hard and starting to make mistakes, and now Matsukura on cruise control. Let's see if he can keep it together for another 3.5 minutes. We've seen Matsukura going very fast all week, but he hasn't been able to minimize those mistakes. And with a lot of pressure here in A-main number one, a very close call there. Yuo Lebanon spinning out in the start of the keyhole section. Matsukura very nearly got into him. That could have been a disaster for his world championship hopes here in A-main number one. But the yellow, white and yellow, Matsukura with a mistake in the keyhole, tapping off a board, and this is when the cars start to get tough to drive. The driver's been talking all week long. It's difficult after the 5-minute mark. The tires start wearing out, the ride height drops, and this is when the cars start to get loose. So if Matsukura is going to make a mistake, it's likely from here to the end of the race. Matsukura, Sabue getting around Reinhard for the second spot. So Reinhard's car, perhaps going back to what he was battling with in practice, wasn't able to keep the pace up for a full A-minute run. And now Akio Sabue from third on the grid has progressed into the second spot. Reinhard running third. Hideo Kitazawa still fourth. Naoto Matsukura 2.5 minutes away from an A-main number one win and has quite a gap back to second and third. No traffic ahead of him either, so Matsukura with a great chance here in A-main number one. 2 minutes and 15 seconds left to go. Through the keyhole section. Still taking risks, still going very quickly through these tight switchbacks with a very high penalty for failure if he were to hit a board. Now it looks like Matsukura may have backed off a little bit. Of course, with these 8-minute runs, we've seen the cars starting to fade, losing power, dumping, speed control gets hot. Not sure if Matsukura is trying to stop that from happening. But the car looks like it has slowed a bit. His last lap at 12.6, his fastest lap back on lap number 15 was a 12.49, so we know he's faster. 0.6 of a second difference between his last lap and his fastest lap. 1 minute and 30 seconds left to go. Current leader Naoto Matsukura from Japan driving the new Roche Rapide 2017 prototype, trying to give Roche Products their first world championship, and it would be his fourth in the 12 scale class, trailing only behind his Japanese mentor, Masami Hirosaka. 1 minute left to go for Matsukura. Sabue 5 seconds behind. Mark Reinhard another second further back from that. Hideo Kitazawa fourth, Iber fifth, Wong sixth, Lebanon seventh, Ishioka 8th, Ito 9th, and Ibukuro 10th. Matsukura in traffic going through the front section. We see Reinhard with heavy pressure from Hideo Kitazawa. They get together going onto the back straightaway. And Reinhard now dropping to the fourth position as Kitazawa has moved up to third. 35 seconds left to go. Matsukura has put the top all the way up to third, a lap down. Kitazawa and Reinhard battle for the third spot as Akio Sabue has cleared himself from Reinhardt and working on a second place finish here in A main number 1. 19 seconds left to go. Down the back straightaway, starting his, should actually make it by for one more lap. Matsukura through the front switchback section into the Dragon and onto the back straightaway. 3 seconds left to go. Matsukura getting by for a victory lap here in A main number 1. He's halfway to his 4th World Championship here in the 112 scale division. Couple corners left to go. Matsukura around the Dragon's Head and down the back straightaway, taking the win in A main number 1. We're going to head up to the driver's stand for an interview with the top 3. Third?
Well, we got no
screen
here, so.
All right, let's go. Yeah, up here on the driver's stand with the top 3 finishers from A main number 1. Naoto Matsukura couldn't have asked for much better than that. Got out front early and smooth sailing from there.
Yes, today my car is so good, and not too bad, my car.
You were very patient at the beginning until Mark made a mistake. Was that your game plan?
Yes, I keep safety, and I think he did a mistake in the overtake, and after go 2 punch.
Was it nice then to get out to a lead and not have to worry about pressure behind you?
Yes.
Congratulations, Naoto, halfway to another World Championship.
Thank you.
Akio Sabue, a great run from 3rd on the grid, making it up to 2nd.
Yeah, thank you.
Were you excited to have a chance there to get around Mark Reinhardt?
Yeah, Mark is a small touch. I many mistake. Now it's too fast. Next more push.
How was your car?
The car is good. Sit driver. Mistake.
Do you plan on making any changes for the second main?
No. Car is keep. Driver more push.
Congratulations, Akio.
Yes, thank you.
And Hideo Kitazawa, very great battle there at the end of the race there with Mark Reinhardt and able to walk away with a 3rd place finish.
Yes, sometimes the touching, the best race I will do.
Were you worried that the referee might say something?
Nothing.
What is your plan for A main number 2?
More steering next round.
You need more steering?
Yeah. Need more steering.
Congratulations on that great finish.
Thank you.
The top 3 finishers here from the first of 3 championship A main finals. Now we got the East, D, C, and B number 1 finals as they will run double legs before we get into A main number 2 and see if Matsukura can wrap up a 4th World Championship in the 12 scale division.
Mike Maxwell, Wayne Lapchuk, Gerard Elias, Wen Pen Lu, Li Yong, Xiao Zong Sun, Kim Chung Tae, Lung Chi Hung. 45 seconds to the start of the race. Seconds to the start of the race. Seconds to the start of the race.
All right, we're getting ready to rock here in our second main. This is our main number 1. Let's have a good start.
So here we go with the first of the E-mains. The lower finals will all run a double leg main event. I don't know. Crazy start. Looks like one car flipping over already in turn number 2. And I believe that's Wai-Lap Chung that got off to a great start and was able to spread out a lead. Oh, but then he crashed there, exiting that front inner loop all by himself. And it's going to be Ziyang Zhu from 5th on the grid, the young lady that's racing that led it by for turn number 1. Unfortunately crashing in the keyhole section. And I believe that's Wai-Lap Chung from first. Oh no, Manea Lupu from 9th on the grid, taking the top spot here after lap 2. And the all pink car with Chi Hung Leung from Hong Kong from 2nd on the grid, got shuffled around and still ended up back in 2nd. Lupu sliding wide in turn 2. And that allowed Chi Hung Leung to get by for the lead here with 1 minute down and 7 minutes left to go in E-main number 1. So for the lower finals E through B, they will combine the scores from the both main events to determine the final finishing order. Chi Hung Leung with a big crash there in the Dragon Head, and that allows Manea Lupu to stretch out a 3-second gap. A Canadian driver living in China with his family. The all pink car trying to win E-main number 1. 3-second lead at the line last time by has grown to 3.368. Chi Hung Leung with Wai-Lap Chung just 0.6 of a second behind. 2 Hong Kong drivers battling for the 2nd spot. And 3 Chinese racers, Zhao Song Soon, Wenfeng Liu, and Ziyang Zhu, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Manea Lupu had his personal best 2 laps ago, 13.907. Backed up with a 14.2 as his lead now, 3 seconds over Chi Hung Leung. Leung and Wai-Lap Chung separated by just 1.2 seconds at the finish line last time by, as Wai-Lap Chung has gone back-to-back personal best laps, 13.297 and then 13.145 as he's closed the gap to second place driver Chi Hung Leung to just 0.6 of a second. Manea Lupu had a 2.8-second lead. New personal best lap for Lupu last time by, a 13.395. New personal best for Wenfeng Liu down the 5th spot, 15.008. Lupu through turns 1 and 2. His lead has grown to over 4 seconds. Now it's over 5 seconds as Chi Hung Leung and Wai-Lap Chung still just 0.7 of a second apart. Manea Lupu Chi Hung Leung and Wai-Lap Chung down the back straightaway. Battle for second, separated by less than 0.5 second. Leung in the white, orange, and yellow. Chung in the white and green. Looks like just as we pick up the battle for second, Chung starting to drop off from second. They were separated by just 0.5 second last lap, and now it's up to 1.5. So Wai-Lap Chung losing 1.5 seconds on that last lap, and now really no longer a battle. So we'll pick back up with 9th qualifier, Manea Lupu. Was actually the slowest qualifier overall. We're having a great run here in E-main number 1. Lupu, Chung, Lung, Soon, Liu, Zhu, Tang, and Haswell. The running order as Gerard Elias and Kazuki Endo did not make the start of E-main 1. Here's Wailap Chung in the second spot. Working through the dragon onto the back straightaway. Was 5.8 seconds behind the line. Actually, that's Chihung Lung that we were following. Nice smack off the flapper there. Spin around 540 degrees and continue in the proper direction. Mineo Lupu, 5 laps ago, a personal best 13.371, as he's now stretched out a 4.1 second gap. Fastest lap of the race was our second place driver, Wailap Chung, back on lap number 9. Unfortunately, now over 4 seconds behind the leader. 5:15 down and 2:45 left to go. Mineo Lupu into the keyhole, taking it nice and easy. He did lose about 0.3 of a second last time by the line, and Wailap Chung is within 4 seconds. Wow, Lupu going very quick at the end of the straightaway, and a personal best last lap, 13.356, but a new fast lap of the race for Wailap Chung in the second spot, 13.088, as he's closed the gap to 3.6. 14.2 for Lupu, 13.2 for Wailap Chung, clicking off another second from the lead. It's down to 2.6 seconds with 2 minutes left to go, and Chung is fighting through traffic. Oh, Lupu with a huge mistake going on to the back straightaway, and now second place right behind him. So a battle for the lead. Unfortunately, Chung with a mistake at the end of the straightaway and another one exiting the front inner loop. So Lupu getting lucky after that crash going on to the back straightaway. His lead had shrunk to just 0.2 of a second, but Wailap Chung with a couple of mistakes on the following lap is back to 2.4 seconds behind. 6 minutes and 30 seconds down, 1 minute, 30 seconds left to go. One minute, 20 seconds left in E-main number 1. Mineo Lupu down the back straightaway in the all pink, rocketing to the lead from the 9th spot on the grid. And short of a couple, oh, big mistake there in the Dragon's Head, and another one coming onto the straightaway. Fortunately, his lead was back up to 5 seconds over Wailap Chung. It's down to 2.5 with a minute to go. 15.8 for Lupu last lap, 13.4 for Wailap Chung. Lupu 13.6, much better lap this time, 14.3 for Chung, so losing another 0.7 of a second. The lead is back to 3.3. This is where Lupu's had trouble, but he gets onto the straightaway cleanly this lap. 30 seconds left to go. Should make it by for 3 more. Lupu across the finish line with a 13.8 second lap and a rough 16.2 for Wailap Chung. So now the lead 4.7 seconds. It looks like Mineo Lupu is going to get by for a victory lap. 2-1. Actually, Wailap Chung making it by for lap 34 as well, but Lupu just 3 turns away from the finish. Onto the back straightaway to take the win in E-main number 1. Mineo Lupu from 9th on the grid. Awesome view of the tall driver stand there. You see Lupu in the X-ray shirt take a sigh of relief. Sure, after the time that he had in qualifying, he was very happy to get that main event win. And he'll be looking to switchback section. That allows Toki Fumiyasu to take over the top spot with Min Kian moving into second as they try to break away from Hua Hong and the rest of the field. Down the back straightaway, it's Fumiyasu and Kian separated by less than 0.2 at the finish line. 7 minutes left to go. Working into the Dragon. The white and red of Toki Fumiyasu. And the green of Min Kian. Still separated by just 0.2 of a second. Fumiyasu with a great run through the right side switchback in the keyhole. And into the Dragon. Keon much faster through that section of the track. Still within 0.2 of a second. And Keon with a mistake. That's going to allow Fumiyasu to stretch out quite a lead. Keon with a crash in the... Oh, and Fumiyasu with a crash of his own through the Dragon. So they're still within a couple tenths of a second. It's a half a second at the finish line. And closer than that now is Min Keon with a great run through the... Whoa, and a nice inside line through the front inner loop section. Fumiyasu with a crash in the Dragon head. And now Min Keon taking over the lead with perhaps the coolest pass possible on this track. Dove right to the inside of Toki Fumiyasu in the front inner loop. And leaving the Taiwanese driver in his dust. Parola Hard and Martin Skarin, the two Swedish drivers, third and fourth. Hard, only 0.7 of a second behind Fumiyasu at the finish line. Last time by Min Keon with a 13.7. His lead was 2.9 seconds, now up to 3.5 as the battle for second continues. Toki Fumiyasu and Parola Hard. Here's the battle for second. Looks like Hard has gotten around Fumiyasu. 1.3 seconds apart at the finish line. Parola Hard from second on the grid, still in the second spot as fourth qualifier. Min Keon has jumped to the lead. Ninth qualifier, Toki Fumiyasu with a great start. And 5 minutes, 13 seconds left to go. Martin Skarin and Robert Peterson round out the top five. 3 minutes down and 5 minutes left to go. Go to a Scorpion Power Systems instant replay. Here is Fumiyasu. And Keon dove to the inside. A terrific inside pass in the front inner loop and has absolutely pulled away. 5.5 second lead over Parola Hard with Toki Fumiyasu slipping to third. Martin Skarin fourth and Robert Peterson still running in the fifth spot here in D main number one. As we come up on the halfway mark of this 8-minute final. Min Keon in the all green. One of 11 Chinese drivers competing in the 112 scale division. 56 drivers from 15 countries. Five countries alone represented here in D main number one. Here's Zhao Yu Lao running down in the seventh spot. And I believe this is Min Keon. No, that should be Toki Fumiyasu, I think. Trying to catch on to Martin Skarin. Yeah, so Martin Skarin in the third spot in the yellow and blue. And Toki Fumiyasu, a good battle for third here. They were separated by 63 hundredths at the finish line. Skarin with a mistake, and Fumiyasu goes by for third. And Robert Peterson got by for fourth as well. Looks like then it was Fumiyasu's turn to make a mistake. So Peterson... Nope, I'm sorry, it's Fumiyasu and Peterson. So it was Skarin that crashed and dropped off this battle for third. So it's down to just two cars, Fumiyasu and Peterson. Peterson with a great move in that front left corner. Getting around Toki Fumiyasu. With 3 minutes left to go, this battle continues. Separated by just 0.7 of a second at the finish line. 5 minutes down and 3 minutes left to go. Min Keon out front. Parola Hard second. Robert Peterson up to third. Toki Fumiyasu fourth. And Hua Huang in fifth. China, Sweden, USA, Taiwan, and China top five. Robert Peterson had stretched out a 1.1 second gap on Toki Fumiyasu. And now it's still 1.2 seconds. Peterson is 3.5 seconds behind Parola Hard, who's 4.8 seconds behind Min Keon. See Keon in the green car flashing his way through the left side of the track. Robert Peterson in third, now 1.1 seconds up on Toki Fumiyasu. New personal best for fifth place driver Hua Huang last lap. 13.5 as we pick back up with our leader Min Keon as the fastest lap of the race. The only 12-second lap of the race back on lap number 15, a 12.981, and with 2 minutes left to go, a 6.5 second lead on the field. Around the Dragon's Head, onto the back straightaway. Min Kyun's last lap, 13.5. That makes him still the fastest car on the track. Has not let up, even with a 7.2 second advantage and 1 minute 40 seconds left to go. One minute 30 seconds left. Kyun through the front inner loop, heading to the Dragon. Nearly flawless from fourth on the grid. 14.083 for the last lap. 1 minute 20 seconds left to go. Working on lap number 29 of 34. He may make it by for a 35th lap, and that would be a victory lap. A little mistake there in the Dragon head, as it looks like he just put Robert Peterson a lap down. Peterson running fifth. Looks like the closest battle on the track, sorta, between Toki Fumiyasu and Hua Huang. And that is for third and fourth. This is Per-Ola Hard in second. Running 7.3 seconds behind. And now the battle is shaped up between Fumiyasu and Huang. Third and fourth, less than 0.8 of a second apart. Oh, Martin Scarron with a big crash at the end of the back straightaway. It looks like that car may be toast. Hua Huang moving up to third. Getting around Toki Fumiyasu, who's having a horrible lap. It was a 15.4. And Robert Peterson now back to the fourth spot as Fumiyasu drops 2 spots to fifth. Here's Peterson and Fumiyasu. Battle for fourth with 10 seconds left to go. Looks like Min Kyun will make it by for a victory lap. Peterson checks up. Fumiyasu not able to make it by. 1 second left to go. Min Kyun makes it by for a victory lap as we'll continue to follow this battle for fourth on the final lap. Fumiyasu looks to the inside of Peterson twice in front of the driver's stand. It looks like Peterson's going to hang on for the position, and right behind him in the all-green car, Min Kyun taking the win. In D main number 1, the finishing order, Min Kyun first, Per-Ola Hard second, Hua Huang third, Robert Peterson fourth, Zhao Lu Lao fifth, Toki Fumiyasu sixth, Jun Tao seventh, Martin Scarron eighth, Jean-Michel Varenard ninth, and Laurent Feng finishing up 10th here in D main number 1 of the 2016 IFMAR 112 Scale World Championships presented by Hobbywing here on Live RC from the Feitang Sports Center in Beijing, China. Still 8 main events left to go here in the 112 scale division.
Seconds to the start of the race.
我们整个比赛是用英文来播报。30 seconds to the start of the race. All right, we are set to go racing, everybody. Marshall 6. Marshall, thank you. All right, good luck, everybody. All right, we are set to go. Everybody, good luck. We're on racing on the cone.
And here we go with the start of C main number 1 as Jorg Michael Tiet from Austria. Whoa, big crash in turn number 2. Sending a couple of cars flying into the end of the keyhole corner, and then more mess going through the Dragon. Jorg Michael Teat from first on the grid. The Austrian driver hangs on. And Mark Wallen from 9th on the grid up to 4th. Yanfu Chen from 10th on the grid to 5th. As Jorg Michael Teat trying to pull away and leave the mess behind. Hui Q Chan second, Si Fung Poon in third. 50 seconds down, 7 minutes and 10 seconds left to go for Jorg Michael Teat. Down the back straightaway. The all-white car already enjoying a 9/10 of a second advantage over two Hong Kong drivers, Chan and Poon. Teat with a strong run so far. 5 laps into this one, already 9/10 of a second up on the field. Another 3.6 seconds from Pui Q Chan to Siu Fung Poon. 1:30 down and 6:30 left to go. Chan does have the fastest lap of the race already. On that last lap alone, making up a 1/10 of a second, the lead down to just 8/10, as this is Teat in the all-white car. Chan now 1 second behind as Teat puts in his personal best, a 12:8.47 with 6 minutes left to go. Still a lot of time left here in C main number 1. 2 races away from our second World Championship final. Teat, Chan, Poon, Giddens, and Wallen top 5. Then Liu, Chen, An, Lau, and Yip. Yip did not make the start. Jorg Michael Teat, 2 laps ago, 12.792 was a personal best for him. Then 12.9, 12.9. Stretching out now a 2-second lead over Pui Q Chan. 13.1 continues to grow. Closest cars on the track are 7th and 8th, Yiheng Liu and Junghyun An. Chinese driver Liu and the only Korean in the field, An. And now battle for 4th shaping up. Mark Wallen and Damian Giddens a half a second apart in a battle for the 4th position. Jorg Michael Teat in the all-white car starting to work through traffic as we're approaching the halfway point here in C main number 1. A 4.6-second lead as Pui Q Chan ripping off a 12.8 to make up 7/10 of a second on Teat. Here's the battle for 4th between Mark Wallen and Damian Giddens. The Aussie Wallen in the 4th spot. Giddens, the Brit, behind him. Wallen very quick through the front section of the track. Giddens a little faster through the Dragon to keep it within a half a second. Here they come through the front again. Much faster through there this time for Damian Giddens. Closes right up on the rear axle of Mark Wallen. 0.3 of a second apart at the line. Where can Giddens make his way around? And there he goes. Mark Wallen with a crash in the front inner loop. He may lose another spot to Junghyun An, who was only 3.7 seconds back. Yep, An moves to the 5th spot. And now Mark Wallen has Yiheng Liu to deal with in 6th and 7th. As Damian Giddens has moved up to 4th. Though running 12 seconds behind Siu Fung Poon in 3rd. So with 3 minutes left to go, it's Jorg Michael Teat leading the way. Pui Q Chan in 2nd. Siu Fung Poon in 3rd. Damian Giddens 4th. Junghoon An in 5th. Mark Wallen 6th. Yiheng Liu 7th. Yanfu Chen 8th. Wai Lung Lau in 9th. And Yuman Yip did not make the start here in C main number 1. Go to a Scorpion Power Systems instant replay. Wallen in front of the driver's stand, turned in way early in the inner loop and then made it worse at the exit of that section. That's what allowed Damian Giddens to get by for the 4th spot. Here's Jorg Mikkel Teat, 13.4 lap time at the finish line. 3 seconds up on Pui Kyu Chan. That's another 8.8 seconds back to Su Fung Poon in 3rd. Poon 3 laps ago had a 12.999, and that was a personal best for him on his 23rd lap. And then since then, a 13.8 and 13.1 to slip 9 seconds away from second place driver Pui Kyu Chan, his fellow Hong Kong resident. 6:05 down and less than 2 minutes to go for Jorg Mikkel Teat. Working on to the back straightaway. The lead down to 1.5 as Pui Kyu Chan continues to tick off tenths of a second here and there. Teat 1.4 seconds back of a second. New personal best for him, 12.991. Still 11.2 seconds behind the second place driver, Pui Kyu Chan, making up another 0.3 of a second. The lead for Jorg Mikkel Teat down to 1.1. Following along with Mark Wallen in the 5th spot. Yiheng Liu was less than a second behind the line last time by. Pui Kyu Chan making up another 0.06 of a second. To the lead just 1 second with 55 left to go. And now 0.6 of a second. So Pui Kyu Chan making up all sorts of time. That's the 2 white cars entering into the Dragon. It's a battle for the win with 40 seconds left to go. Teat and Chan separated by less than 0.4 as they head into the keyhole. And they're coming up on traffic as well. So it's any man's race between the two of them. Chan right on Teat's rear axle into the first 2 corners. Looks to the inside. Oh, tried to go a little aggressive and bounced off the rail. Heading into the keyhole section. So that gives Teat a little bit of breathing room. But Teat's got traffic ahead as he enters the back straightaway. They were less than 1/10 of a second apart at the finish line. Now it's 1.2. Teat trying to get around traffic through the front inner loop. With 5 seconds left to go, this should be the final lap. And Teat is going to make it by with the win in C main number 1. A thrilling finish there as Pui Kyu Chan actually caught at the finish line. Jorg Mikkel Teat made it by for a victory lap to take the win here in C1. Pui Kyu Chan 2nd, Su Fung Poon 3rd, Jung Hoon An 4th, Yiheng Liu 5th, Damian Giddens 6th, Yan Pu Chen 7th, and then Mark Wallen off the track in 8th, Wai Lung Lao off the track in 9th, and Yu Man Yip scored in 10th, did not make the start. Here in race number 4. So there's the finishing order. Teat, Chan, Poon, An, Liu, Giddens, Chen, Wallen, Lau, and Yip. Here in C main number 1. Just 2 races, 1 more race to go before we get into our second World Championship A main final. However, there will be about a 20-minute break between the end of B main number 1 and the second A final. See Alexander Hagberg and Rick Howard, 2 former Worlds finalists on the very far driver's right of the driver's stand. Next to them is Wai Yin Fung, a.k.a. Benny Fung, a.k.a. Stick King. You can see the stick radio there on the driver that's 3rd from the left. Actually, 3 stick radios up there. Yilis Grosskamp and Andy Moore on the far right, also with stick radios. B main number 1, Kasuke Suzuki just missing out. on the chance to race for a world championship in the A final. Will lead the field into turn number 1 with former touring car world champions Gilles Groskamp and Andy Moore right behind him. Alexander Hagberg, 3-time defending European champion, qualifying 14th. He will start 4th in this race. Daisuke Sakamoto 5th, Daniel Sieber 6th, Alexandre Laurent 7th, Rick Howard 8th, Waiyan Fung 9th, and Fangzhu Zhang in 10th. To check out turn number 1 from our Team Associated Track Cam. The 2016 IFMAR 112 Scale World Championships presented by Hobby Wing. B main number 1 is on the track. Suzuki with a great start over Groskamp. Groskamp gets it wrong going through the front inner loop, and Hagberg, who's moved past Andy Moore, had nowhere to go. Groskamp, Suzuki, so it was Groskamp that shot past Suzuki. Suzuki with the one that made the mistake. And it's ugly at the end of start of lap number 2. So Groskamp already with a 1.3 second lead on Alexander Hagberg, and then 2.4 seconds back to Alexandre Laurent from 7th on the grid to 3rd. And Kosuke Suzuki may be off the track. Nope, Suzuki going back again, but then second lap, a 27. That's rough. So Gilles Groskamp, the 2012 ISTC World Champion. 1.2 seconds up on Alexander Hagberg. Hagberg heading through the Dragon, trying to reel in the leader. 2 IFMAR World Champions in the first 2 spots here in the B main event. Neither of them, of course, in the 12 scale class. .125 down, 6:35 left to go. Groskamp, Hagberg, Laurent, Fung, and Moore now the top 5. Andy Moore with a personal best 12.858. Gets up to the 5th spot with Daisuke Sakamoto 6th. Fangzhu Zhang 7th. Daniel Sieber 8th. Rick Howard 9th. And Kosuke Suzuki 10th. Gilles Groskamp with less than 0.2 of a second on Alexander Hagberg. Has a great battle for the lead through the front inner loop. Heading to the Dragon. And onto the back straightaway. Groskamp trying to make that car 10 feet wide. Hagberg sends it in turn number 2. They slam doors, and Hagberg takes over the top spot in an aggressive inside pass. And something we hope to see in A main number 2. That would be great. So now Groskamp pursuing the Swedish driver ahead. Alexander Hagberg from 4th on the grid here in B main number 1, charging to the front before the 3-minute mark. 5.5 minutes left to go. Half a second apart at the finish line, but Hagberg with a great run up through the Dragon. And now 0.7 of a second ahead of Groskamp. Hagberg trying to pull away very fast to the front and left side of the track as we go to a Scorpion Power Systems instant replay. See Hagberg, nice inside line. Groskamp left the door wide open in turn 2, and Hagberg took advantage. 0.9 of a second lead for Hagberg over Groskamp. Can still fit them both in a camera frame as they head up through the Dragon and down the back straightaway. Hagberg through the keyhole and into the Dragon. Gilles Groskamp with a personal best last lap, 12.517. This lap, 12.536. Both times making up a little bit of time on Alexander Hagberg. Still 73 hundredths of a second behind. Down the back straightaway. Hagberg, 12.5. 12.6 for Groskamp, so the lead back to 0.8 of a second. But Hagberg coming up on traffic. 3 cars in the next couple of corners. Could shake up the battle for the lead here as we are nearing the halfway point. Hagberg and Groskamp heading into the Dragon. 4 minutes down, 4 to go. Groskamp had a personal best 12.458 last lap. This lap, 12.6, so the lead down to 63 hundredths. And closer than that now, Hagberg actually 68 hundredths. So the lead staying a little bit pretty much the same, but Hagberg with 3 cars right ahead of him heading through the Dragon, and those 3 drivers all battling for position. That is Laurent, Sakamoto, and Moore, 4th, 5th, and 6th. So it's going to be tough for them to let the top 2 drivers go. Hagberg able to get around Moore. And that's going to hold up Groskamp. So Hagberg actually stretching his lead to 0.8 of a second as they make their way through traffic. Hagberg getting around Daisuke Sakamoto in the white and pink car, coming up on Alexandre Laurent in 4th. So Groskamp slipping 0.7 of a second behind as he tries to keep up with Hagberg as they cut through traffic into the Dragon. Groskamp trying to find a way around Sakamoto, as Hagberg still following behind Alexandre Laurent as the top 2 drivers fight their way through the field. The drivers are close to the same speed, and that's causing a problem for Alexander Hagberg and Gilles Groskamp. Groskamp within 0.5 a second as he had a better run on that last lap through traffic. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. Now Hagberg and Groskamp clear of traffic with a little bit of ground ahead of them. 2 minutes and 25 seconds left for them to battle it out. 62 hundredths of a second separate the top 2 drivers with 2 minutes and 15 seconds left to go. Hagberg across the finish line, 12.6. Groskamp, 12.8. Now 0.8 of a second back. Hagberg relentless, charging hard here with 6 minutes down, 2 to go. Coming up to put Rick Howard down a lap for his 2nd time. Howard running down the 9th spot. Hagberg's lead up to 2.2 seconds as Groskamp made a mistake last lap. And now the green and white X-ray on cruise control on the way to the B-Main #1 win. Onto the back straightaways. Last lap 13.0, this lap 12.9. So Hagberg still going fast, losing a couple of tenths last lap to Gilles Groskamp. The lead down to 1.7 as Groskamp is fighting his way through traffic. Hagberg, no traffic ahead this lap. 13.2, 12.9 for Groskamp, makes up another 0.3 of a second. The lead down to less than 1.5 seconds. 6.5 down, 1:15 left to go. 1.5 seconds from Hagberg to Groskamp in second. Another 12.2 from Groskamp to Moore. So the top 2 have checked out from the rest of the field. 1 minute left here in B-Main #1, race 5 of 11 for the finals at the 2016 1/12 scale IFMAR World Championships presented by Hobbywing here on liverc.com. Hagberg down the back straight with a 1.6 second advantage. Now 1.4. Groskamp with a 12.8, 13.1 for Hagberg. So losing another couple of tenths of a second. But with 30 seconds left to go, Groskamp's going to have to cut off bigger chunks than that. 13 flat for Hagberg. 12.8 for Groskamp. The lead is down to less than 1.1 seconds. So Groskamp trying to close the gap with 20 seconds left to go. They're going to make it by for this and one more. Starting lap number 37 of a proposed 38 lap run. The lead back to 1.1 seconds. Nearly identical lap times for Hagberg and Groskamp, but it looks like Gilles has closed the gap. 13.0 for Hagberg, 12.7 for Groskamp. So 75 hundredths of a second apart as the master clock expires. And Hagberg with 2 corners left to go. Groskamp making a last-ditch effort, but Hagberg going to hang on for the win in B-Main #1 by less than 0.3 of a second. So Alexander Hagberg taking the win. Gilles Groskamp second. Andy Moore third. Daisuke Sakamoto fourth. Kosuke Suzuki fifth. Bang Zhu Zhang sixth. Wang Yinfeng 7th, Rick Howard 8th, Daniel Sieber 9th, and Alexandre Laurent 10th. So that is B-Main #1 here at the 2016 IFMAR Electric 12th Scale World Championships presented by Hobbywing. As we check out our team associated track cam posted up in turn #1. It is 3:50 China Standard Time, which means we have 30 minutes to the start of A-Main #2, and a chance for Naoto Matsukura to clinch his 4th IFMAR World Championship coming up in just 30 minutes. Stick around. We're going to take a short break before we get into some interviews in the pit area. And finally, World Championship A-Main Final #2 coming up shortly here at the 2016 IFMAR 1/12 Scale World Championships presented by Hobbywing.
休息啊，休息，再休息一下。在4:20，4:20是 A 组的第2轮决赛。冬天大家可以休息一下啊，我们非常紧张，神经都已经绷紧了。看过这么精彩的，我想在座的朋友们当中没有亲眼看过这么精彩的比赛。我们以往看到的赛事都会通过网络平台或者是电视媒体看到，今天我们是亲眼看到全世界最顶级的比赛在北京这里举行了。We're going to start our next inning at 16:20. Okay, guys, we're going to start inning number 2, 16:20 with driver's introduction. 刚才是我们这么多车手呢奉献了一场很精彩的比赛。1, 2, check.
All right, stay tuned, everyone. Feed is going to go off air for just 1 minute. We're going to do a quick reset, and we'll be right back.
1620, 1620. We'll begin driver's introduction for AMA number 2.
过15分钟，我们的比赛又进行。首先会进行的是 A 组的前10大的第2轮决赛，敬请各位观众期待。
with your drivers' introductions at 16:20.还有10分钟，我们又将进行第2轮的决赛。首先会进行的是最高级别的 A 组的决赛。A 组我们将会进行3轮的决赛，刚才已经进行了1轮，等一下我们会进行2轮 A 组的决赛。请车手们做好准备 ，A 组到1组。好，请观众们尽快就座，找到位置坐下来啊！请观众们找位置坐下来。我们看到啊，世界车模联会的主席也到了现场。在8分钟后，我们将会看到又一场世纪大战。世界车辆模拟锦标赛第1次在中国举行，而且就在我们北京的丰台区科技体育馆。好 ，A 组的车手已经在准备中。 期待着我们的第2轮的决赛。等一下我们看到是最精彩的决赛啊，将会在 A 组这里进行最精彩的决赛。
So we're here in the Feitong Sports Center here in Beijing, China. And this is where they have the trophies for the top qualifier, which Mark Reinhardt will get. It's over here on the right side, as well as the big, huge golden cups that the top 3 finishers were going to get. And really cool backdrop over here. It's one of the many decorations that in the Sports Center. But these are some very impressive trophies. And it's going to be really cool to see them handed out later today. And we may know who's going to win the biggest one in about 20 minutes here after we finish up A main number 2. We're going to go walk through the pit area here and see what else we can find. So that is just outside the back of the racetrack here. So we're going to walk along some of the bleachers and go ahead into the pit area. Minea Lupu, a Canadian driver living here in China. You won E-Main number 1. How's your weekend going?
Not so great, but it's taking a turn for the better.
And how long have you been living in China?
5.5 years.
And have you raced here before?
In Beijing, no, but in Shanghai, yeah.
And what do you think of the track and facility here?
It's very nice. Definitely top notch.
Are you looking forward to the touring car portion of the event?
Yes, definitely.
Thank you so much, Minea.
No problem. Thank you.
That's Minea Lupu. So we're going to keep going down here. Actually, well, Yilis, you got a minute?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, Yilis Groskamp, a former 2012 touring car world champion. How's today going for you?
Not so well. I am second in the B main. I didn't make the A main, but anyway, we had a lot of things going on with the batteries and with tire throwers that were not round. But anyway, I must say I'm happy with the driving. So it's always a good test for the touring car. So even in the B final, I'm happy I have a good race. So,
what do you think of the racing facility here?
Yeah, I think it's great. I think the track is huge, nice. I think it's I think it's the best track so far. I mean, it's huge, big, it's super flat. Traction can be better, but it's okay. It's the same for everybody. But yeah, just the facility, the pits, it's air conditioning, and I think it's perfect.
Really quick, who's going to win the 12 scale A main?
It's between Mark and Auto. And Auto for sure, he win the first one already. But you can never count out Mark. So I actually think Mark gonna win.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Yilis.
Okay, you're welcome.
Yilis Groskamp thinks that Mark Reiner's going to win. He's got to win A main number 1 and 2 and beating out the Matsukura. Let's keep going. Dallas Mathiasen, president of IFMAR. An incredible job here by CMAC and the Chinese government to put on an incredible event.
Yeah, just right. I heard exactly the same. It's a good venue. Everything that seems to be a problem with, they fix it in no time or anything like that. So I'm very, very pleased with everything. So
China's been one of the fastest growing regions for the RC market, so very important to have the first ever World Championship here in 2016.
Exactly. I got the same feeling that they are growing very, very, very fast. So it's nice to be here, and I hope the rest of the week will be the same.
What did you think of A main number 1?
I just arrived when it came. It was quite exciting. So it's going to be fun. See, second leg or something like that. See what's happening. Hopefully it will not be over after the first leg or after the second leg, actually.
Wouldn't it be great to go to A main number 3?
Yes, it would. It really would.
We're hoping for the same thing. Thank you, Dallas.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Dallas Mathiasen, the IFMAR president. We're going to go see who else we can talk to here before the start of A main number 2. Oscar, you have a second for an interview?
Yeah, of course.
We got Oscar Jensen here from Team Orion.
Yeah.
And what did you think of A main number 1?
Aiming number one, very exciting actually to watch. Because it looked like the three were on a similar speed. And at once Mark's car started to tweak a bit, and then Auto made a great pass, and looks very exciting as always, 112 skill.
Very tight and technical track here, and it seemed like it was very difficult for the drivers just to hang on and keep it in between the rails.
It looks like that, and if you make a hit, then it's immediately finished, because the cars now are so fast that it's very difficult to control them.
Thank you so much, Oscar.
You're very welcome.
It's Oscar Jensen from Team Orion. So we're going to actually head up to Scotty Ernst as he's going to introduce the drivers here from A main number 2. We're going to head back to the Live RC studio.
Avid, Hiroseko, Sweep, CR Graphics, and RCI V2. He wants to give a special thanks to the RCI V2 crew, a big thanks to his dad, and a huge thanks to Bobby for making this all possible. He's here representing the United States and China. Your 10th qualifier, J. Wang. Our next driver, driving a Team Associated chassis, driving for Team Associated, Reedy, Sanwa, Zenin, JFT, Protoform, Euro RC, and V Design. He is here from Finland, your 9th qualifier, Juho Levinen. Up next, driving the Yokomo chassis, driving for Yokomo, Sanwa, Yatabe Arena, Hiroseko, Incom Arena, and Team Bomber. From Japan, your 8th qualifier, Toto Ebukuro. Up next, driving the CRC chassis, driving for KimohikoYano.net, CRC, KO, Trinity, Team Power, Square, Early Customs, and Crest Speedway. From Japan, your 7th qualifier, Hayato Ishioka. Our 6th qualifier, driving the Yokomo chassis, driving for Yokomo, High Tech, Team Beast, Art Factory, Tomokoyo, PBS, Yatabe Arena, RC Raceway, Incom Arena. From Japan, your 6th qualifier, Masatsugu Ito. Next driver, driving the Team Associated chassis, driving for Team Associated, Reedy, Apex RC, Protoform, Futaba, Avid, Total RC, CR Graphics, and 2mm Design. From Canada, your 5th qualifier, Kevin Hebert. Up next, driving the Morotech chassis, driving for Morotech, Trinity, Hobbywing, Acorn Racing, Prospect, Yatabe Arena, Team Yokomo, Hayakatu Taki Design, and Futaba. From Japan, your 4th qualifier, Hideo Kitazawa. Your 3rd qualifier, driving a CRC chassis, driving for COC, KimiHikoYano.net, Sanwa, LRP, Axon, Protoform, Nobu Paint, MPE, Raja Kontenga Q Nagoya, and MR33. From Japan, your 3rd qualifier, Akio Subu. Starting in the number 2 position, driving a Roach chassis, driving for Roach, much more, X-Gear, Expert, Volante, Protoform, Team Bomber, MR33, MPE, RC Shop Champ, and TD. He is from Japan. He is your 3-time 12th scale world champion from Japan. Give it up for Naoto Matsakura. And starting in the number 1 position, driving a Yokomo chassis, driving for Yokomo, much more, Tony Sport, Expert, Aeromax, Exxon, Volante, Protoform, MPE, Team TD, MR33, and LMR. He is a 3-time touring car world champion, and he's your reigning 112th champion of the world from Germany. Give it up for Mark Reiner. All righty, that is your top 10 drivers here at the World Championship. We are looking for our quarter marshals, please, out to the racetrack.
Welcome, everybody, to the Live RC broadcast studio here at the Feitong Sports Center in Beijing, China, as we get ready for World Championship Final A main number 2 and a chance for Naoto Matsukura to win his 4th 112 scale IFMAR World Championship. Our broadcast this week brought to you by Hobby Wing, and it's up to Mark Reinert and the rest of the field to put a stop to Naoto Matsukura and force this to go to a third in championship deciding final. Reinert had a very tough time in A main number 1. And it was Akio Tsubue and third place finisher from 2 years ago, Hideo Kitazawa, that finished second and third in A main number 1. Unfortunately, Mark Reinert didn't cross the line until 5th in that first A main, so we could be 8 minutes away from crowning a 4th world championship for Naoto Matsukura, or any of the other 9 drivers can force this to another 8-minute battle to determine the world championship. We're going to get ready as the cars hit the grid for A main number 2 here in Beijing, China. The cars are headed to the grid as they've completed their warm-up. See 5-time world champion in the 12 scale category, Masami Hirosaka from Japan, the IFMAR official, out there with Chris Strikey, I think, from EFRA, helping him to get the cars set on the grid and lined up appropriately in the boxes for this staggered double column grid. You see the 10th place driver actually stacked up to the inside back there because of where the blue carpet begins coming onto the straightaway. 10 cars getting ready to jump into turn number 1. Led by Mark Reinert. Reinert had the lead for several minutes in A main number 1 before making a couple of mistakes that allowed Naoto Matsukura to slip by. And it's up to the German to play defense, force this to a third championship deciding final, because if Naoto Matsukura wins, it's all over, and they're off into turn number 2. Reinert with a great start, getting a little bit of distance to Matsukura. Akio Tsubue hanging on to his fellow Japanese driver as they head to the Dragon. Tsubue with a big mistake coming onto the back straightaway. Now it's going to drop him down the running order. Actually, looks like Tsubue able to recover as the rest of the field stacked up not to hit him. Hideo Kitazawa in the 4th spot. Top 4 still running in qualifying order. Ayato Ishioka from 7th on the grid all the way up to 5th. Matsukura all over Reinert as they head through the Dragon here on lap number 3. Down the back straightaway. The battle for the World Championship rages on with 7 minutes and 15 seconds left to go here in A main number 2. Matsukura patiently waiting on the rear axle of Mark Reinert. They get together going through the Dragon's Head. Akio Tsubue drives to the inside, and Reinert gets launched in the corner heading onto the straightaway. Matsukura smashes into the barrier, and again it gets even worse going through the keyhole section. So Matsukura is going to drop back to looks like 7th, and I think that was Reinert. Ayato Ishioka gets launched over a barrier. An ugly first couple of minutes here. And Akio Tsubue from 3rd on the grid, leading the way with Masatsugu Ito 2nd, Mark Reinert 3rd, Yuho 11 and 4th, Naoto Matsukura, A main number 1 winner 5th, Toto Ibikoro 6th, JJ Wong 7th, Ayato Ishioka 8th, Kevin Hebert 9th, and Hideo Kitazawa losing out big time from 4th on the grid all the way down in 10th and maybe off the track for good. Akio Tsubue with Masatsugu Ito. A couple of young Japanese drivers battling out front. Naoto Matsukura in 3rd, and Matsukura is coming hard. 1 minute and 45 seconds left to go. This is not what Mark Reinert wanted. A big shuffle at the front of the grid. It looks like Yuho Lebanon actually putting pressure on Naoto Matsukura for the 3rd spot, as Matsukura going to have to focus on what's going on ahead and behind him. Akio Tsubue stretching out a 1.1 second advantage, and in less than just 0.2 of a second from Ito to Matsukura in 2nd and 3rd. Ito goes wide coming onto the back straightaway, and Matsukura goes right by to the inside in the battle for 2nd. Ito crashes going through the keyhole corner, and that's going to give Matsukura some breathing room as Lebanon moves into the 3rd spot. Akio Tsubue had a 1.3 second advantage at the finish line, and Matsukura now 1.2 seconds away. Matsukura making up a 1/10 of a second on that last lap, trying to track down Akio Tsubue and win the title. It's up to Tsubue. If he doesn't keep up the win, Matsukura will win the championship, and it won't matter what happens in A main number 3. Tsubue, Matsukura 11, and Reinert in 4th. There's nothing he can do. He is 2.5 seconds away from the race lead, and he's got to win, or someone has to win other than Matsukura in order for Reiner to still have a shot at the title. Matsukura getting around Akio Sabue at the end of the back straightaway. Sabue spins out through the keyhole corner, and this could be the break Matsukura needs to put it away here after A main number 2. A rough lap for Akio Sabue, 13.2 that last time by, including the mistake on the right-hand side of the track, and now Naoto Matsukura with a 1.2 second lead, and he can afford to cruise, not make those mistakes, take it easy, save the tires, and not wear it out, and give Roche Products International their first championship with the new Rapide 2017 prototype. You can check out more details on that car on our homepage at liverc.com. Naoto Matsukura, Akio Sabue, Yuho Lebanon, Mark Reinhardt, and Toto Ibikoro, the top 5 with 4 minutes and 15 seconds left to go. Matsukura on the back straightaway had already put Hideo Kitazawa, who's off the track. Ayato Ishioka, the next car ahead of him, as he starts working into lap traffic. Already a 1.2 second advantage on Akio Sabue. Sabue with a personal best last time by 12.222 and then a 12.3. So the lead consistently at 1.16 seconds. Sabue second, Yuho Lebanon third, Mark Reinhardt fourth. Toto Ibikoro rounds out the top 5. Matsukura and Sabue separated by less than 1.2 seconds. But Lebanon actually moving up to the second spot. Sabue must have made a mistake. Off power, we see the battle for second there going through the right-hand side of the track as Matsukura out front. Lebanon, Sabue, Reinhardt, Ibikoro down top 5, 1.8 seconds from Lebanon to Sabue. So Yuho Lebanon, the Finnish Team Associated driver, from 9th on the grid, running up in the 2 spot. As Matsukura just put Kevin Hebert in the 7th position a lap down. Matsukura 3 minutes away from World Championship number 4 in the 12 scale class, 5th World Championship overall. He is the defending touring car World Champion, a already 3-time World Champion here in the 12 scale category, 2008, 2010, and 2012. Lost the title 2 years ago to his friend and rival Mark Reinhardt. Reinhardt has took Matsukura's spot atop the Yokomo 12 scale team and was the top qualifier here. But now to Matsukura from second on the grid, trying to do the same thing Mark did 2 years ago and win the championship from the second spot after qualifying. 2 minutes and 35 seconds away. He's got a 5.3 second lead. It's all up to Matsukura. He's the only one that can beat him now. He needs to remain mistake-free for another 2.5 minutes. And this one will go down in the record books as he breaks a 3-way tie for second on the list of all-time world championships in 12 scale. Masami Hirosaka, the all-time leader with 5. This would give Naoto 4. And he's still got a long career left. 6 minutes down, 2 minutes left to go. Naoto Matsukura with a 6.5 second lead on Yuho Lebanon. Mark Reinhardt up to third. Akio Sabue 4th. Toto Ibikoro 5th. Wong 6th. Bear 7th. Ito 8th. Ishioka 9th. And Hideo Kitazawa 10th. Matsukura still not letting up his last lap at 12.4. He's the fastest driver among the top 5. Actually, the fastest car on the track. And he's still has a 7.1 second lead. No reason to push at this point, but it seems to be where he's most comfortable. Driving as fast as possible, maximum all the time. And it's working out for him here. Looking to take the first ever World Championship title awarded in China with a terrific win in front of a very large crowd here at the Feitang Sports Circuit. In Beijing, China, he's 1 minute away. Hideo Matsukura leads by 7.8 seconds over Yuho Lebanon. Lebanon's just 0.8 of a second up on Mark Reinhardt in the 3rd spot. Akio Sabue 4th and Toto Ibikoro still hanging on to 5th. Ibikoro from 8th on the grid. JJ Wong, a great start. 10th on the grid, up to 6th. Here in A main number 2, 50 seconds left to go. Matsukura starting lap number 35 of a scheduled 39 here in this 8-minute A number 2 final. Matsukura getting lucky there, dicing through traffic, heading through the Dragon. Coming up on the white and blue. 8.9 second lead as Mark Reinhardt has moved into the 2nd spot, getting around Yuho Lebanon and Akio Sabue in the 3rd spot. 3-way battle for the 2nd position, but all eyes on race leader Naoto Matsukura, 20 seconds away from a world championship. Should get by for a victory lap. Matsukura, mistake through the Dragon's Head, coming down the back straightaway. He starts lap number 38 with 12 seconds left to go. He should make it by for one more. 8 seconds left to go. Reinhard, Lebanon, Sabue, Wong, top 5. And Matsukura coming down the straightaway. He makes it by for lap number 39, and he is the 2016 IFMAR 112 scale world champion for the 4th time. And the first for Roche Products International. Matsukura across the finish line, and it's over. We're going to head up to the driver's stand. Matsukura pumps his fist in celebration. Here we go. You have Jensen in your headphones? All right, are we good? Up here on the driver's stand with now 4-time 12-scale world champion Naoto Matsukura. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Same thing happened in A-main number 1. Reinhard made a mistake. You got by and took off.
Yes, it's the last one. It's I don't remember. Just I'm happy, but I don't remember.
First world championship here for Roche Products International. You've been working with Max Ma to design what you felt was the ultimate 12 scale, and now you've proven it with another world championship.
Yes, it's he is a good designer and a good people. It's thank you so much, and the Max.
How much does it mean to you to regain the title after losing it 2 years ago?
I lost 2 years ago. It's I need one more time. It's I make many practice and making helping my father and the mother and the sister and my girlfriend. It's so thank you so much.
Congratulations, Naoto, 2016 112 scale world champion.
Thank you. And the Japanese okay? And 日本の皆様、応援ありがとうございました。世界チャンピオンもう一回取ることができて、すごい嬉しいです。彼女、マミ見てるかな？あともみ、本当応援ありがとうね。
Thank you so much, Naoto. 4-time now 112 scale world champion. Mark Reinhard, the top qualifier. Not the main events you were hoping for. Naoto doing the same thing to you that you did to him 2 years ago.
Yeah, let's say like first final I had a tough one because the diff broke, and second one my car just doesn't feel right anymore. I guess like the break they're always doing in between the finals, like before the A main, it's like an hour, or like now it was like half an hour when no one was driving on the track, which gives even less grip on the track, which it definitely is not playing in my car. So it was not much I can do. I just tried at least to come back to a second after I got like a hit onto the straight. But yeah, let's see.
A very up and down weekend for you. Struggled through practice, great chance in qualifying, and then still a chance at a podium finish here, but obviously wanted to defend your championship.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, now the one, I mean, I knew he's fast, and he was just crashing a lot in the qualifying, but now we got it together, which yeah, he deserved it. He's a great driver, so. But for sure, I wanted really to take the win also for the team, but it doesn't work, so we just try to get a podium or at least a third overall. Happily, I mean, I won the second at least now, but yeah, we'll see.
And you're a 3-time world champion in the international scale touring car division. We're heading outside in a couple of days to start that. Is this maybe a little extra motivation to get that title back?
Yeah, I think I want to take any title I can get, but yeah, I wanted to go with this, like a good feeling from here, like winning this race and then go to touring car, but yeah. Anyway, I'm happy to go to touring car soon, so let's see what's going on there.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
And Akio Sabue finishing up third here in A-main number 2. I'll come down here with you. And very crazy race. There was a lot of action going on up front.
Yeah. My guys, maximum rules on the track. Maximum rules. No good combination. My drive too difficult.
And I imagine it's even harder to race in traffic when your car is a little bit loose like that.
Yeah.
You have a plan for A-main number 3?
To back to the setup, A1, I try to.
Thank you so much, Akio.
Thank you.
So those are the top 3 here in A-main number 2, and we're going to get back into E-main number 2 before A-main number 3 to determine the last 2 podium finishers. A truly dominant performance here in the first two A-mains for now 4-time world champion Naoto Matsukura from Japan, winning his 4th world championship, moves him into sole position of 2nd all-time, as you see Mark Reinard, the former world champion, giving Naoto Matsukura a little pat on the shoulder there. The two of them, very close friends and rivals together, raced together for a long time, and could not witness a better rivalry and friendship than that between those two drivers. So you have to imagine if Reinard wasn't going to be able to go back-to-back, that he's happy that it's his friend Naoto Matsukura that was able to grab the title. But really an incredible show from Naoto Matsukura to win this in the first two A-mains, as we see an ugly start here in turn number 2 for this E2 main event. Man, that was really bad. Kind of what I figured would happen in one of the A-mains. We'll see what happens in A-main number 3. Wailap Chung leading the way from first on the grid, and then Mineo Lupu, we talked to him during our pit walk before that second A-main. Lupu diving to the inside in that all-pink car. I had a very tough time in qualifying, but putting it together here in the E-man events, looks like he could dominate both these E1 and E2 and at least win his main event. Nice little consolation prize in what's been a very tough 1/12 scale world championship for the young Canadian who lives here in China with his family. He's been here for about 5 years. Ziyang Zhu, the only young lady racing here this weekend, running in the 2nd spot, moving her way up from 5th on the grid. Gerard Elias running 3rd, Chi Hung Lung in 4th, Zhao Song Soon in 5th, Wailap Chung 6th. Chung moving up to 5th, dropping. Now it's Hing Chung Tang in 6th, Zhao Song Soon in 7th, Wenfeng Liu 8th, Mike Haswell 9th, and Kazuki Endo not making the start here again. Lupu with a mistake in turn number 2. Whoa! And then slamming the board, heading into the keyhole section. That gives Ziyang Zhu a chance to catch up. Lupu may have damaged the car. That all-pink car starting to struggle, and Ziyang Zhu, working into the keyhole section, has taken over the top spot in the white, orange, and yellow. 2-second lead on Chi Hung Lung, as it looks like Mineo Lupu has damaged his car. Will not be able to continue at pace. Wow, Chi Hung Lung running over Ziyang Zhu in a battle for the lead. Working through the dragon, the top two drivers. Zhu from China, Leung from Hong Kong. There is the battle down the back straightaway. Zhu regaining the lead, but Leung all over the young lady's vehicle as they swap positions again, going through the front inner loop. And then Leung smacking the pipe, going into the dragon section. They get together again through the dragon's head. And down the straightaway, Zhu hanging on for another couple of corners, but Leung takes the lead going into the keyhole. They swap positions again. Zhu back to the front before they head through the front section. Zhu hits the barrier going into the dragon, and Leung takes the lead for about 10 feet before giving it right back. One of the best races we've seen. The top three all separated by just 1 second, and Mineo Lupu is right there in the mix in 3rd, so he's fought his way back and may have just retaken the lead as Leung and Zhu, in fact it is Lupu retaking the top spot as Leung and Zhu were crashing all over the place. Mineo Lupu fighting back from a very long 25-second lap. May have tucked the body, had a turn marshal fix it as we had started following the new battle for the lead. And Mineo Lupu with a very up and down E-main number 2 here, getting back to the front. 3:30 down, 4:30 left to go. All that happened in the first half of the race. Two slower cars getting into each other through the front switchback section as Lupu storms to the inside and moves on. 1.4 seconds separates Lupu and Leung. Now it's actually 2.3 seconds as Leung gives up another 0.8 on that last lap. 3 minutes and 50 seconds down. 4:05 left to go. 2.5 second lead for Mineo Lupu over Chi Hung Lung. 3.4 seconds from Leung back to Hing Chung Tang. Tang and Wailap Chung 0.3 of a second apart in a battle for 3rd. Is Manea Lupu with a personal best lap last time by actually the fastest lap of the race, a 13.657. Tang and Chung for the third spot. Manea Lupu with a 1.3 second advantage as Chi Hung Lung in the second spot. The new fastest lap of the race, a 13.345, but then gave back that time and then some on the next one with a 15.8. The lead now 3.1 seconds. White and blue car managed to wedge himself underneath the apex of that front switchback section right here. Manea Lupu in the all pink, stretching out a 5-second lead on Chi Hung Lung. Wailap Chung in third, Ziyang Zhu fourth, Ying Chung Tang in fifth. Wow, Lupu running straight into the back of a slower car going through the Dragon. And hitting the pipe again. Wow, big crashes on the straightaway. Whoa, and another car exiting the track at the end of the straightaway. The E2 main getting ugly. That's Chi Hung Leung right ahead of Manea Lupu. So a battle for the lead after Lupu had a really rough lap. That's his second rough lap of the race. An up and down E2 final for Manea Lupu as Chi Hung Leung with a 0.6 of a second advantage after Manea Lupu had stormed back from his first rough lap, stretched out a big lead, and then gave it all up in a matter of about 3 crashes. Chi Hung Leung with 1:35 left to go. Lupu, another mistake coming onto the straightaway, and now he's got 2.3 seconds to make up in order to catch Chi Hung Leung. Going to a Scorpion Power Systems instant replay. Here's Manea Lupu crashing into the back of a slower car into the Dragon section. Kevin Hebert runs over, flips him over. He gets onto the straightaway, hits the pipe coming onto the straightaway, goes down the straightaway, hits the pipe again, smacks into the wall. And then watch this as another car misses the corner completely and flies out of the track. So with 1 minute left to go, we pick back up with Chi Hung Leung as Manea Lupu is within 0.7 of a second again to make another run at the win. 55 seconds left to go. Lupu having all sorts of trouble through the Dragon's Head. So he was within 0.7 of a second and then gives it all back up. He's 3.5 seconds back. Chi Hung Leung leading the way with 40 seconds left to go. Smashes into the pipe coming onto the straightaway. Zhao Song Soon down the 6th spot gets back around him in that blue and white car, though he is a lap down. Manea Lupu within 1.6 seconds with 25 seconds left to go. Lupu trying to catch up to Chi Hung Leung. They've got this lap and this is lap number 31 that they just started. They're both going to make it by for a 30-second lap. So Lupu's still not out of this race with 10 seconds left to go. They're going through the Dragon, and they've got some traffic ahead. Down the back straightaway is the battle for the win. Going into the final lap, can Leung hang on to it, or is Lupu going to get it? Both of them trying to battle through traffic. Lupu goes to the inside, but then he slams down into the pipe. And Leung is going to take the win with 3 corners left to go. Lupu bounces off the pipe and flips upside down, and Chi Hung Leung takes the win here in E-Main number 2. Wow, Manea Lupu crossed the finish line in second. So I'll have to check out the results from E-Main number 1. Manea Lupu still may have held on for the overall victory here in E1. Yep, it was Wailap Chung that finished second in E-Main number 1. So Manea Lupu will be the overall winner for the E-Main. I believe it'll be, Chi Hung Leung should finish second. And Wailap Chung will finish third. So a wild finish here to E-Main number 2. Great racing throughout the field here at the 2016 IFMAR 1/12 Scale World Championships presented by Hobbywing. Brought to you live everywhere in the world from the Feitang Sports Circuit here in Beijing, China. Thank you to everyone watching on liverc.com as well as Facebook Live, YouTube, and twitch.tv. We invite you all to participate in the official Live RC chat room, as well as view our live scoring feed at live.liverc.com. Stick around as we get ready for the start of D main number 2 here in Beijing. The main number 2 on the grid as we check out from our team associated track cam in turn number 1. And they're off with D main number 2 here at the 112 scale IFMAR World Championships presented by Hobby Wing. An ugly start as Jean-Michel Bernard hits the pipe exiting the keyhole section and drops to 4th. I think that's going to be Robert Peterson, the U.S. driver living in China, taking over the early lead. Actually, it's Per-Ola Hard who grabbed the top spot. Hua Huang in 3rd, Robert Peterson running 3rd, Jean-Michel Bernard dropping to 4th, and Zhao Yu Lao in 5th, Fumiyasu 6th, Feng 7th, Scar in 8th, Kian 9th, and Jun Tao in 10th. Per-Ola Hard from Sweden leading the way over Hua Huang. Huang from 6th on the grid up to 2nd by the end of lap number 1. And Robert Peterson trying to keep pace with the top 2 as Per-Ola Hard already a half a second ahead of the field. Makes a mistake going through the switchback section, but it was actually Huang who lost the most ground. Wow, Hard flips off the out of the lane completely in the keyhole section. And so that's going to move Huang to the lead and Peterson to 2nd. Onto the back straightaway they go. Less than 0.2 of a second apart at the finish line. Huang a little hesitant through the keyhole section, and Peterson all over him here in the second D main event. Huang, Peterson, Lau top 3, Kian 4th, Bernard 5th. Min Kian took the win in D main number 1. Per-Ola Hard was 2nd, and Hua Huang in 3rd. Robert Peterson was 4th. Peterson goes wide in the exit of the keyhole, and Hua Huang taking over the lead. So I believe if Huang wins and they were to finish up in the rest of this order, he would take the overall victory for the D main. Huang, Peterson, Bernard, Lau, and Min Kian, the A main number 1 winner, running in the 5th spot. Hua Huang down the back straightaway. Almost 0.4 of a second ahead of Peterson at the finish line. Peterson with a run at the through the keyhole section, and now through the Dragon. Peterson's been good here. Huang with a mistake hits the pipe in the Dragon's head, and Robert Peterson takes over the top spot. 0.6 of a second apart at the finish line. 5:25 left to go. Peterson, Huang, Bernard, Lau, and Kian. Hua Huang with a personal best last lap, 13.745. Unfortunately, still lost 0.03 of a second as Robert Peterson smacks the flapper coming onto the back straightaway. And that loses a little bit of time. Hua Huang right up on his rear axle again through the keyhole section to the front chicane. And here's the Dragon. Peterson with a great run through here this lap, stretches out a little bit of a gap But actually, Huang closer at the finish line than he was the lap before. Huang only 0.4 of a second back at the timing loop. 3:20 down, 4 minutes and 40 seconds left to go in this 8-minute D2 final. The combined results from this one and D main number 1 will determine the finishing order for this, the 4th fastest group after qualifying. Qualifiers 31 through 40. A mistake from Hua Huang gives Robert Peterson a little bit of breathing room now. They were less than 0.4 of a second apart at the finish line. Peterson tiptoeing through the dragon, hits the barrier, and it hits it again, heading through the dragon's head. And that allows Hua Huang back to the top spot. Peterson still in second, but he's got company from Jean-Michel Varenard. Varenard started first, had a rough beginning to this race. Huang with a mistake in the dragon's head, and he gets into Peterson, but it was Varenard who ended up with the worst luck as Min Kian, the winner from D main number 1, works his way up into third in the all green, putting pressure on Hua Huang and Robert Peterson. Varenard trying to catch back up, and Zhao Yu Lao in the 5th position. The top 5 starting to stack up here with 3:30 left to go. Robert Peterson now out front. Jean-Michel Varenard second. Kian third. Top 3 separated by less than 3 seconds. Peterson with a 13.8. Varenard personal best 13.525. The fastest car in the top 5 that last lap. 1.3 seconds behind Peterson at the finish line. Let's see if Peterson can pick up the pace. 13.9 this lap. 13.9, Varenard losing a couple hundredths of a second on that one, but he is 2.7 seconds up on Zhao Yu Lao. Going to a Scorpion Power Systems instant replay. Here's Robert Peterson tiptoeing through the dragon's back. Varenard right behind him, and I think that was Min Kian in the all-white car who had spun out, and Peterson stacked up, but Varenard getting the worst end of that one. Robert Peterson with a 2.9 second advantage, swoops through turns 1 and 2. Keeping up a lot of momentum through the right side of the track here on this lap. This might be a really good one. Carrying a lot of speed through these tight corners. This could be one of his best laps, a 13.8. Less, just 0.2 of a second slower than his best of the race. As Peterson starting to get into a little bit of a groove with no traffic behind him. A 3.2 second gap back to Jean-Michel Varenard. And just over 2 minutes left to go. Peterson, unfortunately, was 4th in D main number 1. Varenard was 9th in D1, and he's running in the 2nd spot. Zhao Yu Lao running 3rd. He was 5th in D main number 1. Martin Scarn running 4th right now. And he was 8th in D main number 1, so no one here in the D main number 2 running up front had a very good D main number 1. I have to go to the overall results after this one to see who's going to win the overall. There's no way I could do the math in my head for this one. 1 minute and 40 seconds left to go. Robert Peterson looking to end the 12 scale portion of the event on a personal high note with a great run here in D main number 2. He's got about a 1.9 second advantage on Jean-Michel Varenard. Zhao Yu Lao from 10th on the grid, working his way up to 3rd. Panarola Hard actually was 2nd in D main number 1. He just passed Zhao Yu Lao for 3rd here in D main number 2. So he may be the overall winner once this all stacks out. 1:10 left to go. Peterson, Varenard, and Hard were the top 3 at the line last time by Peterson running up right on the rear of Panarola Hard's car. So only the top 2 left on the lead lap. Varenard was less than 0.7 of a second behind Peterson, but made a mistake on the front of the track. And now 1.8 seconds back. So Peterson with a gap and 40 seconds left to go as he's chasing down Panarola Hard to try to put him a lap down. Toki Fumiyasu running 4.6 seconds behind Panarola Hard. So Hard with a 2nd and 3rd would beat Peterson with a 1 and 4. Actually, that would be a tie, so it would come down to combined time. Hua Huang has he's running in 9th here, this one. Yeah, so the battle for the win here is actually going to come down to the tiebreaker. 8 seconds left to go. Robert Peterson's on a 34.806. He had a 33.805. So Panarola Hard's only going to have a 33 lap run here. I believe Might be Perola Hard actually still taking the win, even though Robert Peterson did win D main number 2. Jean-Michel Bernard finishing second, Perola Hard third, Toki Fumiyasu fourth, Zhao Yu Lao fifth, Larong Feng sixth, Martin Scar in seventh, and Jun Tao finishing eighth here in D main number 2 with Hua Huang off the track, and D main number 1 winner Min Kian, the first car up the track, scored in 10th here in D main number 2. Checking out the team associated track cam in turn number 1. We will have to check the double D or double E results. The official finishing order for the double E main events: Mineo Lupu took the win, Chi Hung Long second, Wai Lap Chung third, Zhao Song Soon fourth, Wen Feng Liu fifth, Ziyang Zhu sixth, Hing Chung Tang seventh, Mike Haswell eighth, Gerard Elias ninth, and Kazuki Endo 10th. And so the overall finishing order for the double D, Robert Peterson taking the win, Perola Hard second. So Peterson taking the win on the tiebreaker, Perola Hard finishing second, Toki Fumiyasu third, Zhao Yu Lao fourth, Min Kian fifth, Jean-Michel Bernard sixth, Hua Huang seventh, Martin Scarn eighth, Jun Tao ninth, and Larong Feng finishes 10th. As we set up the grid for C main number 2 here at the 2016 IFMAR 112 scale World Championships. Live from the Feitang Sports Center in Beijing, China. Presented by Hobby Wing. Here we go with C main number 2. Jorg Michael Tiet from Austria leads him into turn number 1 with Pui Q Chan running second. And second, third, and fourth swapping spots several times here in the opening lap. Wow, one car launching off the front front right corner nearly to the referee area. Those Jorg Michael Tiet, who took the win in C main number 1. Unfortunately, a horrible lap here. I believe that was actually Michael Tiet that launched off the track. So he's dropped all the way to the 9th spot. And it's U-Man Yip running in the lead. He finished 10th in C main number 2. So the story here in these lower main events, having a wide variety of results. No driver having consistent finishes up front other than Mineo Lupu, winning both of the E-mains to take the overall there. Mark Wallen running second. He was 8th in C main number 1. Jung Hyun An running third here. He was 4th in C main number 1. So another race that we're probably going to have to wait for the printout in order to determine the overall winner. Right now, U-Man Yip running away with a 4.5 second lead so far over Pui Q Chan. Mark Wallen third, Wai Lung Lao fourth, Jung Hyun An in fifth. This is the battle for the second spot between Pui Q Chan and Mark Wallen. Like Wallen taking over the 2 spot, and Chan hard into the boards, trying to exit the Dragon's Head section. So now he is 2.9 seconds behind the blue and green car of Mark Wallen, who's moved up to the 2nd spot from 9th on the grid. Excellent start for Wallen. 2 minutes, 15 seconds into C main number 2. U-Man Yip, Mark Wallen, Pui Q Chan, Wai Lung Lao, and Su Fung Poon, top 5. One car crashed on the straightaway and just stopped there. That was kind of dangerous. Was the right thing to do, but dangerous. .6 second lead for Mark Wallen over Pui Q Chan. Wallen in the green and blue, weaving through the Dragon's Head onto the back straightaway. His last lap 13.5, this lap 13.7. Pui Chan within 0.8 of a second. Pui Chan was second in C main number 1, running in the second spot here in C main number 2, and that should be good for the overall win if they finish up in this order. Battle for the lead, though, into turn number 2, and they get together. Wallen and Chan resume in the order that they cross the finish line. Australian Mark Wallen and the Hong Kong driver Pui Chan down the back straightaway. Great battle for the second spot. Chan backs it into turn number 2. Loses a little bit of ground to Mark Wallen. Sliding a 12 scale car is rarely the fast line through a corner. Mark Wallen. Wow, yeah. Pui Chan had to stomp on the brakes on the straightaway not to run Mark Wallen over. Less than 1/10 of a second apart at the finish line. Wallen, a roadblock. Pui Chan is way faster, but he has no room to pass. Wallen trying to make that car 10 feet wide. Chan just blasts him. Wallen stuffs the pipe, leaving the front right corner, and that's all that Chan needed to wait. So Mark Wallen dropping to the second spot as Pui Chan has pulled out already a 1.9 second lead. Mark Wallen second, Jung Hoon An third, Siu Fung Poon in fourth, and Yi Hung Liu fifth. 4:30 down, 3:30 left to go, 2.6 second lead for Chan already. 12.7 last time by. Much faster. Actually, Mark Wallen with a 15-second lap dropped back to third as Jung Hoon An took over the second spot, and things getting worse for Wallen as Siu Fung Poon moves up to third. 3 minutes left to go. Pui Chan leading the way by 2.6 seconds over Jung Hoon An. Siu Fung Poon third, Mark Wallen fourth, Yi Hang Liu in fifth, and Damian Giddens, the only other car still running, in sixth. .515 down, 2:45 left on the track. Pui Chan finished second in C main number 1, so if he takes the win, and Jorg Michael Teat out of this one early, was the first car to drop out, so Teat's not going to win the overall. Pui Chan in a great position to win the C main overall here at the 112 scale World Championships presented by Hobbywing here on Live RC. 5:50 down, 2:10 left to go. Two minutes left and a 3.7 second cushion for the leader. Closest battle on the track is for third between Siu Fung Poon and Yi Hang Liu, actually taking over the third spot as Siu Fung Poon had a rough lap, slipping 4.1 seconds behind, and now there are no battles on the course. 6:20 down, 1:40 left to go in this 8-minute C main number 2. Pui Chan counting down the laps on his way to a C main victory. 8.6 seconds up on the leader. Jung Hoon An has 2 seconds on Yi Hang Liu in third. Fastest car by the line last time by was the leader, Pui Chan, with a 12.8. Comes by here with a 13.0. Yi Hang Liu in third. Had a personal best last time by 13.053 as he tries to track down Jung Hoon An. Has cut the lead down to less than a second and a half. Chan, An, Liu, Poon, Wallen, and Giddens. The 6 cars remaining on the course, and it looks like Giddens may be out as well. So we're down to just 5 cars still running in the final minute of the second C main event. Pui Chan crashing off the back straightaway, exiting the racing circuit. Fortunately, had a 10.4 second lead on Jung Hoon An. but crashing in one of the toughest sections of the track coming onto the straightaway. So many drivers have had problems there, they had to put a fence up to stop the cars from flying into the spectator area. So the lead down to 6 seconds as Pui-Kyu Chan will cross the finish line to take the C-Main overall victory. Actually getting around for a victory lap, it looks like, and he did by less than 0.3 of a second. So Young-Hoon Ahn done with second, Yi-Hang Liu done with third, Su-Fung Poon finished with fourth, Mark Wallen fifth, and Pui-Kyu Chan taking the C2 main event and the overall victory for the C-Main drivers here at the 2016 IFMAR 112 scale World Championships presented by Hobbywing. As we go to the team associated track cam, check out the entire course here at the Feitang Sports Center here in Beijing, China. An incredible facility, one of the nicest ever in IFMAR World's history. And there are the C2 main results. Pui-Kyu Chan taking the win, Young-Hoon Ahn second, Yi-Hang Liu third, Su-Fung Poon fourth, Mark Wallen fifth was the final car to finish, Damien Giddens sixth, Wai-Lung Lau seventh, Yuman Yip eighth, Yanfu Chen ninth, and Jorg Mikkel Tiet, who won C-Main number 1, crashing out of C-Main number 2 after just 37 seconds of racing. So the overall for the C-Mains, still waiting to be confirmed. Getting ready for the start of B-Main number 2. And if you're just joining us, Naoto Matsukura wrapping up the overall victory after the first 2 A-Mains to take his 4th IFMAR 112 scale World Championship. So the overall finishing results for the double C-Main events: Pui-Kyu Chan taking the win, Young-Hoon Ahn second, Su-Fung Poon third, Yi-Hang Liu fourth, Jorg Mikkel Tiet fifth, Damien Giddens sixth, Mark Wallen seventh, Yanfu Chen eighth, Wai-Lung Lau ninth, and Yuman Yip rounded out the finishing order for finishers 21 through 30 here at the 12 scale World Championships presented by Hobbywing. The team associated track cam showing off turn number 1 as we get ready for B-Main number 2. And they're off with the start of B-Main number 2. Coming up next after about a 20-minute break will be the third A final to determine the final podium finishers here at the World Championships. Andy Moore and Yillis Grosskamp stacked up in the Dragon's Head, allowed Alexander Hagberg from 4th on the grid to move up into the 2nd spot as Kosuke Suzuki, the BQ, taking the early lead, but Hagberg all over him in that white and green X-Ray X12 2017. Hagberg won B-Main number 1. The 3-time defending European champion looking around the outside at the end of the straightaway. Has a lot of company from Andy Moore right behind him as the top 4. Suzuki, Hagberg, Moore, and Sieber breaking away. Daniel Sieber with a great start from 6th on the grid. Hagberg looking for a spot to pass Suzuki, but Suzuki playing great defense. Just 1 minute into this 8-minute B2 final. Hagberg looking for a way by, hits the inside, coming onto the back straightaway, drops back to 4th as Moore and Sieber get by. Hagberg trying to make something happen where there was no room available. And paying the price. Hagberg trying to get around Sieber. Sieber with a wide line through the Dragon, and Hagberg had to check up. And it leaves Andy Moore to focus on Kosuke Suzuki up front. 130 down, 6:30 left to go. Hagberg dives to the inside of Daniel Sieber coming onto the back straightaway. So now he's going to try to close up the gap to this two-way battle up front between Suzuki and Moore. Moore looking to the inside, coming on the back straightaway and tapped Kosuke Suzuki. But they regain momentum heading down the back straightaway with Suzuki hanging on to the spot. Moore second and Hagberg within 0.6 of a second, much closer than that now. But Hagberg slams into the flapper coming onto the straightaway, and that's going to drop him back 0.8 of a second behind the battle for the lead. Suzuki and Moore. Andy Moore patiently waiting on the rear axle of Kosuke Suzuki's car. 2:15 down and 5 minutes 45 seconds left to go. Hagberg is caught back up to the battle for the lead already. Top three separated by just 7/10 of a second at the line. Andy Moore looked to the inside of Suzuki coming on the straightaway. Wasn't able to make a pass. Hagberg with a head of steam nearly took out Andy Moore in turn number 2, but was able to pull away with an evasive maneuver, and they all lived to race another lap. 2:40 down and 5:20 left to go. Still more than halfway left to go in this race. Suzuki, Moore, and Hagberg through the Dragon. Hagberg again crashed into the flapper, and this time he gets stuck. He's going to lose several spots. Man, Hagberg with horrible luck this week. So the battle for the lead, Kosuke Suzuki and Andy Moore. Moore with no one to worry about behind him, able to focus on attacking the car ahead. Kosuke Suzuki has done a great job keeping the 2008 Touring Car World Champion behind him so far. 3:15 down, 4:45 left to go. Japanese driver Kosuke Suzuki, English driver Andy Moore. The battle for the win here in B main number 2. Oh, and they get together through the keyhole. Have to take a second look at that one. They head down the back straightaway, and Andy Moore taking over the top spot after the collision. It looks like Kosuke Suzuki's car got out of shape in turn 2. Daniel Sieber going to move to the second spot. Gilles Groskamp, Kosuke Suzuki, third. Gilles Groskamp still fourth. No, Groskamp up to third. Suzuki dropping to fourth. Alexandre Laurent in fifth. So 4 minutes down, 4 minutes left to go. Lots of action here in the opening half of this race. Going to a Scorpion Power Systems instant replay. See Moore drive to the inside. And then Suzuki tried to block him going to the entrance of the keyhole corner. And Andy Moore able to take most advantage of that collision. So now Andy Moore with a 2.2 second advantage on Daniel Sieber. Sieber had less than 1/10 of a second on Groskamp at the line last time by. So we'll see how that battle for second is shaken up as we came back from that replay. They crossed the finish line still less than 4/10 of a second apart. So Daniel Sieber in the orange car and Gilles Groskamp in the white, orange, and blue coming onto the back straightaway just behind the leader here, Andy Moore. Daniel Sieber and Gilles Groskamp second and third as Alexander Hagberg put down the fastest lap of the race 2 laps ago at 12.188 in the green and white. Groskamp gets out of shape through the front loop. And now Hagberg moves into third. Now he's trying to track down Sieber. Makes up a ton of ground through turns 1 and 2. Trying to find a way around the all orange. Hits the pipe through the inner loop. And loses a little bit of ground as the German driver Daniel Sieber trying to finish second here in B main number 2. Unfortunately finished 9th in B main number 1, so he's not in contention for the overall. If Hagberg finished second, he would take the overall win. If Andy Moore wins, Sieber second and Hagberg third, as Hagberg, just as I say that, gets by Sieber in the front inner loop. And so Hagberg in position to take the overall win, but you have to imagine he wants to chip away at this 2.8 second deficit to Andy Moore and take the win here in B main number 2, leave no doubt to the math. 1 minute and 45 seconds left to go. Hagberg made up 4/10 of a second, nearly half a second on Andy Moore last lap. Cut the lead down to less than 2.3 as Daniel Sieber less than a second behind Hagberg, trying to hang on to the Swedish driver who's the 3-time defending European champion. Running into bad luck here in the 12 scale portion of the event, was not able to make the final and may finish 11th. 1:15 left to go. 2 seconds separates Moore and Hagberg, as Hagberg making up another couple tenths of a second on that last lap. But with 1 minute and 10 seconds left to go, he's going to need to cut bigger chunks than that. This time by making up another 3/10 to lead down to 1.7. Sieber slipping 3 seconds behind Hagberg. Sieber and Groskamp battle for the third position heading into the Dragon. This time by 13-3 for Moore. 12-7 for Hagberg. The lead down to 1.2. And Moore heading into traffic. Down the straightaway, Moore's lap, 12.7, 12.4 for Hagberg. He's within 1 second with 40 seconds left to go. Moore still has a lap car ahead of him. The battle for the win through the Dragon onto the back straightaway. Moore's lap, 13.1, 12.8 for Hagberg. He's within 0.6 of a second. Hagberg trying to get around Andy Moore. Battle into the Dragon, 20 seconds left to go. They're going to make it by for one more lap. Oh, Hagberg with a mistake coming onto the back straightaway. And that's going to give Andy Moore all the room he needs. Andy with a mistake. Head to the front right section of the track. And now Hagberg right on him again with 3 seconds left to go. But I think they're going to get caught at the line. Oh, they made it by for one more. So last lap battle for the win here in B main number 2. Hagberg running out of time through the Dragon. Oh, and Andy Moore hits the pipe heading through the Dragon head. Alexander waits for him. Oh, he dumped on the back straightaway. Oh, Hagberg gets a last little burst of voltage and runs past the finish line. We're going to run up to the driver's stand and get an interview with Alexander Hagberg. Hagberg from, I believe, 4th on the grid, able to fight your way in there. You went up and down there in B main number 2 and fought back for a thrilling win.
Yeah, finally the car was really good. I made a few mistakes in the beginning, which set me back, but I was able to catch back up, and it was a really good race until the end. I even ran flat on the last lap, but somehow still managed to win, so it's good.
Looks like you got a last little burst of voltage to get you across the finish line.
Yeah, it's enough.
So was it a little bit of a consolation to be able to have so much pace there in those B mains and catch back up from a deficit to be able to take the win?
Yeah, I mean, it was good to finally have a decent run to end the event, so feels good.
Are you looking forward to touring car?
Yeah, very much.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
Alexander Hagberg winning both B main number 1 and 2. We still got a third A main coming up in a little bit. Taking about a 20-minute break before the start of World Championship Final A main number 3 to see who finishes 2nd and 3rd. Standing down here in the pit area with Max Ma from Roche Products International. And your driver now, the Matsukura, just wrapped up Roche's first World Championship. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Lotto very strong this time, and I'm very surprised our design car. He can make amazing fast, super fast. Yeah, this is our first time world champion. I get the title. Yeah.
Naoto's talked a lot all week about how he's been working with you to design what he felt was the ultimate 12-scale platform, and he proved it here in front of the most competitive field on the big stage in front of thousands of spectators online. That's got to feel really good.
Yeah. Sorry. How?
How did it feel when he crossed the finish line to win?
I want to cry. Really, I want to cry because we spent long time on product, on testing, on development, on design. Finally, after our company over I think 12 years. After 12 years, we got the world champion title. I'm very happy about that.
He was running the new Rapid A 2017 prototype. Do you have an idea when that may be available to customers around the world?
Yeah, we will spend more time on development in UK and USA, and of course in Japan. We scheduled this version maybe end of this year or beginning of next year. This moment, the schedule is not confirmed, but we must work more on development and testing until the car is perfect. Because in my mind, I want to make high quality, high performance product to customer. Yeah.
There's no better way to prove both high quality and high performance than an IFMAR World Championship. Congratulations, Max.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
That's Max Ma from Roche Products International. Doesn't quite have the words to explain how happy he is to watch Naoto win the World Championship with the Roche Products Rapid A prototype. So let's go see what else we can find over here. Chris, you want to do an interview?
Yeah, sure.
Sure. Chris.
Just got about to administer the medication to this man as well. Yeah.
Administer some medication?
Yeah.
So Chris Hardesty here from IFMAR. What did you think of the A-mains here in the 12-scale class?
What do you mean? What do I think? That guy was quick.
Yeah, it was interesting to watch Naoto just be able to go so much faster than the other drivers. It seemed like he had an extra gear.
Especially through the bits that no one can think about. Yeah, he must be thinking like 50% faster than anyone else out there. Yeah, brilliant. Yeah.
It seemed like everyone was kind of hoping that we'd be able to watch a third A-main, but it seemed like Naoto had other plans.
I'm pretty sure the rest will be going for second. Yeah, they'll be competitive for that.
Sure. We've got Akio Sabue and Mark Reinert battling for the second spot on the podium. Who do you have? Who's your pick for A-main number 3?
Mark, of course.
True, I guess you're a little biased. Thank you so much, Chris.
I'm biased. Thank you.
Chris Hardesty from IFMAR. Absolutely, of course, wants the German driver to win A-main number 3. Let's see who else we can. Oh, here's a photo opportunity over here. Scotty taking a picture of Naoto and Max, the World Championship team. We got Frank here from IFMAR. Frank, how you doing?
I'm fine. Yes.
What did you think of A-main number 2? Exciting stuff, huh?
Yeah, it was very exciting. Even the first one, I think, especially in the end, you never could say who was going to make it. And in the second one, okay, with a little scramble we had here, okay, it was also very interesting. So I think today I got, how do you say it,
Goosebumps?
Goosebumps during the finals, yeah, absolutely. Sure.
It seemed like when he got here, or when we all got here, the drivers were talking about how the track was a little bit bigger than what they're used to running on, a little more technical than what they were used to running on, and they were worried that it wasn't maybe not going to be that easy to race on, but man, some of the most exciting racing we've seen in 12 scale.
Yeah, absolutely. As the facilities are the same, and as the comments the racers made, they always have comments on any track. So if you're looking for a stick to hit the dock, you'll find one. But this is an amazing track, and I see in the end, okay, some did choose maybe the wrong tires. There was too much wear. The other one's too hard, but that's the pay of the game in 1/12. So the tires and the treatment is a part of the game. And most of the people in the beginning, even top drivers, did dump their battery. But it was soon very soon everything was arranged and they were racing full speed. So I think this track has nearly no negative things to say about.
What do you think of the facility here that the CMAC group has put on for really an incredible World Championship so far?
Absolutely. I was amazed when I arrived. I thought I didn't come here to a pre-Worlds or something like that. And I was really amazed when I saw what it's doing. I said, oh gosh, this is putting the standards way too high for other countries. But then I understood how they could do it, which doesn't mean it didn't take a lot of effort, a lot of work to get it. But they got help from the local government, of course, which is not possible in all countries. So I think we cannot expect this standard in all countries of the world. It's exceptional that they did work months and months with the government and made meetings and all that to get the subsides and to get the authorizations. But in the end, this is fabulous.
Thank you so much, Frank.
You're welcome. See you.
Frank Mostra here from IFMAR. See what else we can find. Yep. Bob Stelflew, one of the design engineers from Team Associated. And you've got your driver, Kevin Hebert, who made the A final and looking to better his finish going into A main number 3.
Yeah, Kevin and Yuho both made the main. Good showing for both of them. Kevin in the 5th place spot and then Yuho in the 9th place. Kevin finished off, I think, 4th in the first main and Yuho 4th in the second main here. So we're hoping to get a little bit better result again in the 3rd main, maybe get one of them on the podium.
Yuho Lebanon, as you said, started 9th on the grid, able to get up to 4th in one of these finals at this tight technical track. All it takes is one crash to stack up the whole field, and someone from the back of the grid can make his way up.
Exactly. I mean, the track and the conditions are very technical. The grip is low, so it really promotes a better driver. And Yuho is one of the guys that can drive these cars on the loose conditions, so he can hang on. Even without the best car, he can hang on in the way that the heat's shuffled out with the crashes and wrecks, people trying to pass. Anyone from 9th can get to 1st. And the same thing with Naoto. I think he was back into maybe the 8th or 9th place position in that last main and worked his way back up to win. So anything can happen on this track, and I'm hoping for the best for the guys in the last round here.
You have any predictions going into the touring car portion of the event?
I predicted I'm not going to have to true any more tires. Other than that, I mean, we're just hoping for the best here. You know, it's a new track surface, fresh asphalt. We really don't know how the cars are going to work on that. Same with the tires and the tire additives. So we're going to be learning a lot in the first couple practice races here and just try to move everything forward.
You think that with it being a fresh track surface and an unknown tire and sauce combination, does that kind of even the playing field for everybody?
I really hope it does. I mean, in the past couple IFMAR World Championships here, we've done a great deal in trying to even the playing field as far as the tire additive and how that's applied and when it's applied. So we have all this stuff going on in tech. So tires are put on in tech, additive is put on in tech, and that's really helped to make this playing field a little bit more even. And if we take it a step further with the new track surface and tires that we don't know about, then we're even on a better playing field here.
It's going to be really exciting once we get outdoors. We've still got A main number 3 to go. Thank you so much, Bob.
Thanks, Aaron. Have a good day. Thank you.
That's Bob Stelflew, one of the designers at Team Associated. Maybe we'll head down this direction and see what else we can find. JJ Wong made his first 12-scale World Championship final here this week. How did main number 1 and 2 go for you?
Had some troubles in the start, but fought back a little bit. It was okay. Not so great, but not so bad either.
What were your finishes in the first two?
First one was 6, second one I think was 5 something, yeah.
So getting up into the top 6 from 10th on the grid's got to be pretty awesome.
Feels okay, but not so happy with how everything was going, but we have one more, so we'll see how it goes.
Do you have a plan for A main number 3? Maybe something you've learned from the start in the first 2 main events?
No plan. We'll see how it goes.
No plan, just full punch?
Well, not really full punch. The start is critical, so we're all trying to stay calm the first lap and then see how it plays out. Yeah, so like a track like this, everybody makes mistakes, so anything can happen in 8 minutes.
Thank you so much, JJ.
Thank you.
JJ Wong potentially looking at a top 5 finish from 10th on the grid. Let's see what else we can find looking around here. Unfortunately, a lot of people that I don't know, and not everyone speaks English, so it's kind of tough to find more people to talk to. We got Masaki Hirosaka, the father of 14-time world champion Masami. How are you?
How are you? I'm fine, thank you. And you?
I'm doing well, thank you. Very exciting main events here in the 12 scale class.
Yes, I think so. I saw, of course, I saw 12 class. This is very exciting race. And Naoto, maybe Masami also 4-time world champion in 12 scale.
I think he won 5 times.
I don't know. so one more time, Masami. Naoto, Masami's student, you know. So Masami made me glad.
2 totally different generations back when you and Masami were racing 12 scale. It was very much an endurance race, and now it's an 8-minute sprint. How much has 12 scale racing changed in the last 30 years?
I don't know.
What do you think will happen in the touring car portion? Who's your pick to win?
Maybe very difficult to guess.
It is difficult to make a prediction on a lot of drivers that are capable of winning. Anything that you want to say to the people watching back home?
I don't know.
How many world championships have you attended? Do you know?
I don't know what you mean.
How many times have you been to the IFMAR Worlds?
Me?
Yeah.
16 times.
16 times?
Yes, Masami's and 13 times. And I had mechanic for Hara 1 times. And Mark Fabides and 1 time. And Clifford and 1 time. This I do mechanic.
That's awesome. Thank you so much, Masaki.
Thank you.
And Masaki Hirosaka, Masami Hirosaka's father. He's got more world's history than any 5 of these drivers put together. So let's see who else we can. Oh, hey, we got Trevor Reed and Chris Mitchell from FEMCA. And we'll actually talk to both of you. Trevor, you've been here watching the 12 scale program all week. What did you think of the A-mains?
I loved it, and I love the result. No, it was a great thing. It was really well put together. Just everything went our way, so we're happy. We're really happy.
I think we were all kind of hoping that it would go down to an A-main number 3, but man, Naoto was so fast.
Well, at the moment, I don't think we can see him in a A-main number 3. Have you seen his thumb?
Naoto?
Yeah, he fell over and sprained his thumb. His wrist is completely strapped up. So, yeah, he's out of it for the moment. So, but really, he was so fast. But Mark just drove superbly. You couldn't fault his driving. But I'm really impressed with the skill of passing. You know, we look at it. We're looking to say, hey guys, you know, are you going to let this guy pass? And they just do it automatically. They know what they're doing. They are really good. There's bloody good sportsmanship out there, and that's really good to see.
You have a prediction for A-main number 3? Who's going to win, Akio or Mark?
I'd give it to Mark. But it won't. It will be 50-50. We don't know, but we've got to see how that plays out. But overall, I'm just so impressed with what they've done here. It's one of the good things about being FEMCA. We have the backing, we have the support. You know, we don't run races. FEMCA don't run races. IFMAR don't run races. The hosts run races, and they put it in, and they really do a great job.
The CMAC group has done an incredible job here. This is amazing.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. You can see the subfloor they put in here. Everyone can see it. The lighting they put in. There's just nothing wrong. All the seating, the driver stands, everything here is temporary. There is nothing permanent. And then tomorrow, or the next day, we whip over the road and see another show.
And it's going to be awesome, man. Actually, someone who's going to be joining us when we get over to the international scale touring portion, Trevor hooked us up here with Chris Mitchell from Australia, and you're going to jump into the live RC booth with me, and we're going to watch some touring car racing. You excited?
Yeah, absolutely. Can't wait. Unfortunately, I had to miss the 12 scale portion. I was doing the Australian Gas Off-Road Nationals back in Perth, but I'm here now. I'm excited to see A final number 3.
Yeah, no kidding. Watching some of the best 12 scale races in the world, cut up a rug here, and tell us a little bit about your background in RC so the people back home know who they'll be listening to.
Well, I started racing myself just locally about 4 years ago. I came out of racing Formula Fords and karts earlier. I've been racing since I was 8 years old. Got into racing, started to like it, so went into 10 scale off-road because that's got a bigger scene locally for me. And got into that and started just picking up more and more. Managed to pick up a microphone on a club night one night, and just went with it. So sort of fell into jobs doing FemCar and the Nationals last year, and then doing some of the Nationals this year around Australia, and here we are.
This is, I believe, your first time attending an IFMAR World Championship, isn't it?
Yes, it is. This is my first IFMAR Worlds, so I'm really excited to see how it goes and meet everyone and really play along for the weekend.
And it's going to be great, too, when we get outside for the ISTC portion of this race. Electric touring car is one of the most competitive classes, so we're throwing you to the wolves. We're going to go watch some of the best racing in the world.
Yeah, I absolutely can't wait, and I'm sure I'll be able to learn a ton from you on how to call races in your style, and I'm just really looking forward to this week.
I'm just hoping you don't make me look bad. Thank you so much, Chris. I'm looking forward to working with you.
Cheers. Thanks, mate.
And I think we got a little bit of time left. Oh, we're going to throw Alex Sturgeon on camera here. What's up, buddy?
Nothing. I just saw that you were going live, and I'm like, oh, I want to get over there and be on. I want to be on Live RC.
This is Alex Sturgeon. He's one of the Roar officials here this week, and actually was the manager of, is the manager of the Hobbytown Hobbyplex that hosted the Roar Nationals last week. So Bob and I just saw you a couple of days ago. That was a lot of work, and then this was your first international trip. How's it going so far?
It's going pretty well. I learned a lot about credit cards and how they work and stuff over the last few days. So other than that, getting used to the time difference took a couple days, but I think I got it all figured out now. Pretty happy with that.
How much fun was it sitting on an airplane for 15 hours?
Gosh, it was terrible, but you just sat down and just plugged in the app and just watched as many movies as you could just to get the time out of there. Try to sleep a little bit. Look out the window, see where you're at, go, nope, we're still in Antarctica or whatever, and then, get back to it.
A lot of time to spend in a metal tube, and then you got here, as you said, had a little bit of trouble with the credit cards. Yeah, the hotel thing figured out, but you were pretty nervous yesterday, but you got a good night's sleep last night, and you seem like a totally different person this morning.
Yeah, I'm a lot more relaxed now. Now that everything's taken care of and I know I'm actually got a place to stay, that I won't be kicked out into the middle of China somewhere, I slept a lot better, a lot happier of a person.
You got to watch some incredible 12-scale racing today, and then we're getting into the touring car portion. Do you have a driver you think might have a good shot at winning the ISTC championship later this week?
After watching Reinhardt and how he was able to TQ this weekend, and just he had a little bit of rough luck there in the mains, but other than that, that's pretty much my pick, I think.
Well, he has won 3 world championships in that class before.
Safe pick, too, so, I'm not going off on a ledge or anything.
All right, so then dark horse, if you had to pull a name out of a hat.
Not necessarily a dark horse, but Abear, Kevin.
That would be awesome. Thank you so much, Alex.
No problem. Thanks. Hi, guys.
Alex Sturgeon from Roar, giving his fellow Americans a wave back home. Although I don't know how many of them are watching because it's super early in the morning, but we're going to head back to the Live RC broadcast studio so we can get ready for A-Main number 3 coming up in just a little bit. Welcome back to the Live RC broadcast booth here in the Feiteng Sports Center in Beijing, China, as we get ready for our third World Championship final. Naoto Matsukura, if you're just joining us, has wrapped up his fourth World Championship in the 12 scale division, but we still have 2 podium spots still left to determine. Right now, Mark Reinert leaves Akio Tsubue on points. Akio leads Reinert on points, has a second and third place finish, and Mark Reinert has a 2 and a 5. So Reinert's going to have to beat Tsubue here in this race if he wants to finish second on the podium. Hideo Kitazawa is currently fourth. He was the third place finisher 2 years ago. Yuo Lebanon is fifth with a 7 and a 4, and Kevin Hebert sixth with a 4 and a 7. So the 2 team associated teammates battling for the 5th spot overall. JJ Wong from 10th on the grid has a 6 and a 5, so he currently sits in the 7th spot. Toto Ibikoro 8th. Ayato Ishioka, former Japanese national champion, 9th, and Masatsugu Ito with a 9th and a 10th place finish. And you imagine that Ito is going to want to finish up here on a high note with a strong finish here in A-main number 3. So we're going to head down back trackside for the final race of the 1/12 scale IFMAR World Championships presented by Hobby Wing here from Beijing, China. So you see the second spot on the grid where Naoto Matsukura began A-mains number 1 and 2 has been left open, which gives Mark Reinert a little extra advantage going into the first couple of laps. He's got a gap on Akio Tsubue. He does have to win. Reinert has to, well, if he finished, if Akio Tsubue beats Reinert, then he finishes second by default. If Reinert wins, and he would have a 1 and a 2, and actually he would finish second overall. So it's going to be interesting here. It's going to be down to Reinert and Tsubue for second on the podium. And Hideo Kitazawa, if he won, he'd have a 1 and a 3. It would depend on where Tsubue and Reinert finish. So we're off here with A-main number 3, and Reinert getting a good start, but Tsubue making up that little bit of a gap with Kitazawa right behind him. Mark Reinert, Akio Tsubue, Hideo Kitazawa, Kevin Hebert, and Toto Ibikoro fifth after lap number 1. Tsubue all over Reinert, driving Reinert's old car, the CRC XTI WC that Reinert drove to the title. Reinert all sorts out of shape in turn 2, scrubbed a lot of speed, and Tsubue drove right to the inside as they headed into the keyhole section. And now Tsubue in the yellow and blue smacks into the flapper, stacks up Reinert. And Hideo Kitazawa from third drives to the lead. Reinert got the worst end of that one. He came out of that mess in 5th. And Tsubue running second, Hebert third, Levin in 4th. So this would actually put Hideo Kitazawa second overall if he finished this way. Akio Tsubue would finish third, and Mark Reinert would be off the podium. So we'll have to see how far Reinert can climb. He's back up to the 4th spot with Kevin Hebert right ahead of him in 3rd. Reinert trying to get back into the top 3 here in this race. Hideo Kitazawa with Akio Tsubue within 0.4 of a second at the finish line. Kitazawa very fast through the keyhole section. The Futaba radio designer and two-time third place finisher here, looking for another podium finish at the 1/12 scale World Championships. Akio Tsubue wants to win A-main number 3 and finish second overall. Kevin Hebert would finish 5th if he finishes up here in 3rd to go with his 4th place finish from A-main number 1. So Kevin Hebert certainly trying to hang on and keep Mark Reinert behind him. Akio Tsubue starting to inch closer to Hideo Kitazawa within 0.2 of a second at the finish line last time by. Great battle up front, and we're just 2 minutes into this 8-minute long main event. Kitazawa playing defense as Tsubue looked to the inside coming onto the straightaway but didn't have enough room. Tsubue trying to set up a pass going through the keyhole section, but no room there either. Kitazawa touches the flapper going into the dragon section. Tsubue went around the outside and Kitazawa had nowhere to go. And it's Sabue that gets the worst end of that one. Hebert to second, Reiner to third, Masatsugu Ito fourth, and Akio Sabue fifth as 5 cars freight train down the back straightaway. Kitazawa with 0.3 of a second as Hebert blocks Reiner, and Reiner drops behind Masatsugu Ito into the 4th position. So Kitazawa, Hebert, Ito, Reiner, and Akio Sabue not out of this one. Hebert gets out of shape into the keyhole corner, and Ito goes to the 2nd spot with Akio Sabue 3rd. Mark Reiner 4th. Everything happened so fast here in 12 scale racing. Hideo Kitazawa with almost a full second lead on 2nd and 3rd. Sabue looking to the inside. Oh, man. Sabue. Actually, I think that was Ito that got bumped out to the outside wall by Akio Sabue. Mark Reiner moving up to 3rd. We'll have to see if the referees say anything about that one. Some contact going into the Dragon section. Now Akio Sabue and Mark Reiner, the drivers battling for 2nd and 3rd overall, though if Hideo Kitazawa finishes this way, he would still finish 2nd. Akio Sabue would be 3rd, and Mark Reiner would be off the podium, so Reiner has to pick up another spot. Sabue all over Kitazawa, looking to the inside twice in the front switchback section. Trying to dive to the inside, Kitazawa doing everything he can to keep him behind him, and Reiner starting to close up on the top 2. We're approaching the halfway mark, 4 down, 4 to go. Sabue almost left the door open for Reiner to make a pass. Kitazawa has been rock solid under pressure all race long. Sabue looked to the inside again in turn 2, again in the keyhole section, again in the bottom right corner. And Kitazawa, defense. This is like a hockey game for Hideo Kitazawa. Akio Sabue on full attack mode. Reiner just sitting back waiting for the top 2 to get together. It's been incredibly close and incredibly clean here with 3 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. Sabue out of shape in turn 2, trying to get a drive into the keyhole corner, gets out of shape in the bottom right turn, and Mark Reiner now into the 2nd spot. So this would put Reiner on the podium. Mark Reiner wants to win here in A-Main number 2 and exit the 12 scale program on a high note after watching his 12 scale world championship walk away in the hands of now 4-time champion Naoto Matsukura. And Hideo Kitazawa, rock solid all race long, just less than 3 minutes away from winning A-Main number 3. Reiner gets the inside on the back straightaway and makes an excellent pass for the lead. Now Akio Sabue trying to force his way by Kitazawa. Look to the inside again. Sabue has not been able to get around Kitazawa, and that could allow Reiner to get away. 2 minutes and 40 seconds left to go. Reiner already with a half a second gap. Kitazawa keeping Sabue behind him. Sabue looks to the inside again through the center loop. Through the Dragon section. And a terrific move going on to the back straightaway. Mark Reiner saw the first opening available and pounced immediately. 2:20 left to go. The top 3 still within 0.6 of a second. Kitazawa a little bit of a gap now on Sabue and a 0.5 of a second advantage for Mark Reiner. Kitazawa, Sabue gets the inside but then blows the corner into the center loop. And Kitazawa back to the 2nd spot. Meanwhile, Mark Reiner starting to pull a gap. 2 minutes left to go here in the final race of the 112 scale world championship. Mark Reiner to 1.1 second lead. The biggest gap anyone's had so far in this A-Main number 3. Kitazawa 2nd, Sabue 3rd, Lebanon 4th, and Hebert 5th. So the team associated teammates battling for a top 5 finish right now. Yuho Lebanon would finish up 5th. So Naoto Matsukura wrapping up the world championship. If Mark Reiner can win this A-Main number 3, he would finish 2nd overall. And Akio Sabue trying to force his way by Hideo Kitazawa would finish 3rd if the race finished up in this order. But Sabue wants a chance at Reiner with 1:20 left to go. Sabue to the inside in turn number 2. And he hits the pipe going through the keyhole corner. He's going to drop out of the top 5. He gets mixed up with Kevin Hebert, and Hebert's going to take the position. So now it's Yuho Lebanon up to 3rd, and Mark Reiner with a big lead. 1 second over Hideo Kitazawa, another 1.3 seconds back to Yuho Lebanon in 3rd. 1 minute left to go here in A-Main number 3 in the 112 scale world championship here in China. Here's a 3-way battle for the 2nd spot. Kitazawa, Yuho Lebanon, Toto Ibikoro from 8th on the grid. Through the front switchback section, less than a minute to go. Kitazawa, Lebanon, Ibikoro. Ibikoro with a mistake. Lebanon to 3rd. Masatsugu Ito to 4th. Toto Ibikoro slips to 5th. 35 seconds left. Ito with a mistake. He drops back. Toto Ibikoro to fourth. And Hideo Kitazawa with some breathing room. It's a three-way battle for third with 30 seconds left to go. Yuho Lebanon with Masatsugu Ito in fourth. Toto Ibikoro fifth. 20 seconds left to go through the Dragon. Ito goes wide. Toto Ibikoro into the fourth spot. Now it's a battle for third. Ibikoro and Ito. Akio Sabue has lost ground with this battle. 4 seconds left to go. I don't know that they're going to make it by the finish line. Go! And they make it. Last lap battle for the third spot. Ibikoro blocks him through the keyhole corner. Masatsugu Ito trying to get by him. He stuffs the flapper heading into the Dragon, and he's going to lose the spot. It's going to be Mark Reiner taking the win. Hideo Kitazawa second. Toto Ibikoro third. Masatsugu Ito fourth. Akio Sabue fifth. Yuho Lebanon sixth. Kevin Hebert seventh. And JJ Wong eighth. Ato Shioka off the track, and I'm heading up onto the driver's stand. Up on the driver's stand here, I got the top two finishers from main number 3, and now former world champion Mark Reinhardt, an easy wire-to-wire victory here in A-main number 3, ending the week on a high note.
Yeah, not easy. I think I just drove really bad today. The car was not as good as it was in qualifying, but yeah, I just didn't try well. Crashed when I was leading and went back to fifth, so I had to make my way back. But yeah, luckily I finished second overall. Now it's still a good result, TQ and vice champion, and still a little bit disappointing with my driving today.
It seemed like here in A-main number 3, you did have to fight your way back out there, but after that, there was a whole lot of action going on behind you. Did you have any idea what was going on back there, or are you just focusing on finishing up the 8-minute run?
Yeah, first I need to make my way up front. So after that, Hideo was still behind me close and Akio, and then I could see they have a battle, so I could just get somewhat tense away from them. And yeah, after more crash happened from them, I knew just keep on the track, win this run, and be second overall.
And now we head into the international scale touring car portion, whereas you and Naoto were rivals here in the 12 scale class. Your teammates were touring cars, so it's got to be interesting going to work with him on trying to win another world championship once we get outdoors.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we are still friends. Like, we also make fun all the time here, even if we're not in the same team. But yeah, it's gonna be nice to see like all us three of us, like Akio, Naoto, and myself, being in the same team for touring car, which is pretty good. And we try all we can to be to maybe make the same as here, but it's also going to be a long way.
Thank you so much, Mark.
Thank you.
And Hideo Kitazawa, third on the podium 2 years ago. An excellent finish here in A-main number 3 in a very crazy race.
Yes, this race very tough. So
Is it a lot of fun racing that closely with other drivers?
Yeah.
Would you rather it like that than just cruising around by yourself?
Yeah, but I do my best. So.
Are you happy with the result?
A little bit happy.
And I think you finished maybe 4th overall?
Yes, maybe.
So you finished 3rd twice, I believe you said, 2 years ago, and now 4th overall. How many times have you made the finals at the 12 Scale World Championships?
Oh, over 10 times.
Wow. I had no idea. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And then Toto Ibikoro finishing up 3rd here in A-main number 3. Excellent race. Congratulations.
Thank you. So no English.
Was that a fun race?
Very so me mistake. UFO and UFO very fast.
Congratulations on the 3rd place finish.
Yes, thank you.
Those are the top 3 finishers here in A-main number 3. an incredible 12 scale world championship. So we're going to head back to the Live RC broadcast studio for a quick wrap up. And then a couple days from now, we're going to go racing with international scale touring cars outside. Okay. Sure. Welcome back one final time to the LiveRC.com broadcast booth here at the Feitang Sports Center in Beijing, China, as we wrapped up our 112 scale World Championship coverage brought to you this week by Hobby Wing, and Naoto Matsukura winning his 4th IFMAR World Championship in the 112 scale division, moving him into sole possession of 2nd on the overall championships list, behind only fellow Japanese driver Masami Hirosaka. And if you were watching a little bit earlier, we actually got to interview Masami's father, Masaki, who's been to 16 IFMAR World Championships. What an incredible history for the Hirosaka family here in RC racing. As we said, Naoto Matsukura winning A-Mains number 1 and 2 to put the championship away early. And then defending world champion Mark Reinard was the top qualifier, and unfortunately not as quick in the finals as he would like, finishing up 2nd overall. And Akio Subue, a Tamiya Racing Factory touring car teammate of both Naoto Matsukura and Mark Reinard, finishing up the podium with the CRC car that Reinard drove to the title 2 years ago. So the podium finishers, Matsukura, Reinard, and Subue. Hideo Kitazawa, 3rd place finisher back in 2014, finished 4th. Toto Ibikoro, after a 3rd place finish here in A-Main number 3, was 5th overall. Yuho Lebanon and Kevin Hebert, the 2 team associated teammates, finishing 6th and 7th. JJ Wong, from the an American driver living in China, was 8th overall in his first time making the 112 scale World Championship final. Masatsugu Ito finished 9th, and Ayato Ishioka rounded out the 10-car finishing field at the 2016 IFMAR 112 scale World Championships. Again, our coverage this week brought to you by title sponsor Hobby Wing. We hope you enjoyed the show. We got a day off tomorrow before we get into the first of 2 days of practice, and then qualifying and finals for the international scale touring car division in the second half of the IFMAR Electric On-Road World Championships here from the Feitang Sports Center in Beijing, China. Hope you enjoyed the show. We'll see you on Wednesday morning. We welcome everyone watching online here at liverc.com as well as on YouTube, Facebook Live, and twitch.tv. We will be running the stream through the trophy presentation. You can see the podium getting set up there in front of the wonderful backdrop on the front of the driver's stand. So stick around as we continue our stream through the trophy presentation and watch Naoto Matsukura hoist the World Championship trophy. Thank you, and we hope you enjoyed the show.
请 Scotty 到背景板的左侧就位。
Me down there.
马三米。
Literally right. Yeah, the little.
再给我一个麦。这还有2个男主持，然后。哎，您到了。
开始了啊！
这边是吧？
We are going to begin our prize ceremony here. Everybody gets a medal from IFMAR, so please don't leave. Please gather around here so when we call your name, you can go right up to receive your medal.
好了，我们的颁奖仪式准备开始，请大家不要离开，准备好你们的车啊！如果前面名次的，可以准备好你们的车。
Start now. All right, it's time for our prize ceremony. We are preparing here. The most exciting moment is coming, our prize ceremony. We will give awards to all participants and the top 3 in TQs. Put the shell in front of the main background plate here.
接下来我们将要进入最激动人心的时刻——颁奖典礼啦！请前3名和 TQ 获得者将车壳放在背景板前的指定位置。
The 2016 IFMAR 112th World Championship closing ceremony and prize giving ceremony is now open.
女士们、先生们、各位车手，大家好！2016世界车辆模型锦标赛1比12电动平路车赛闭幕式和颁奖典礼现在开始。
The event is hosted by the International Federation of Model Auto Racing, IFMAR, organized by the Far East Model Car Association, FEMCA, Aero Radio Controlled Model Sports Administration Center of General Administration of Sports of China, and the Car Modeling Association of China, CMAC, Government of Fengtai, District of Beijing. We have 15 countries and 50 drivers participating.
本届比赛由世界车辆模型运动协会主办，亚太车辆模型运动联合会
国家体育总局航管中心、中国车辆模式运动协会、北京市丰台区人民政府承办，共有15个国家56名车手参加。
My name is Scotty. I'm working with Mr. Lin, and we will be your host here of the closing ceremony.
大家好，我是赛会的主持人，赛会裁判员林明华啊。这位是来自美国的本次赛会的金牌讲解员Scotty Esther。
We will start with 50th place. 50th place goes to Kazuki Endo. Endo, please come up and receive your medal.
好，接下来我们准备进行颁奖。
49th, Jerry Elias. 48th, Mike Haswell. Please come up and receive your medal. 47th, Hing Cheng Tang. 46, Zhang Yu. 45th position, Wingfang Liu. 44th, Zhao Song Sung. 43rd, Cheng Wai Lip. 42nd, Liang Che Hyung. And 41st, Mika Lupo.
现在颁发的是一组的奖项，有请获得41至50名的车手进场。我们的颁奖嘉宾是 IFMAR 的电车副主席 Frank 先生。还有车手没过来领奖吗？
All right, presenting our D main winners will be Sandy Reed from FEBCOM. 40th position, Feng Li Rong. 39, Jun Tao. 38th, Martin Skarin. 37th, Huang Hao. 36, Jean-Michel Bernard. 35th, Quan Min. 34, Lao Jiaoyu. 33rd, Toki Fumiyasu. 32nd, P.O. Hard. And 31st, Robert Peterson.
现在有请 FEMCA 副主席 Sandy 小姐为我们颁发第一组的奖项，是31名至40名。
And 11th place will go to Alexander Hagberg. Thank you, Frank Mostre, for being our presenter. Now we'd like to ask President of IFMAR, Dallas Matheson, to come up and be our presenter for our Top Qualifier Award.
现在要颁发的是 TQ 奖，是由 IFMAR 的主席 Dallas 先生颁发 TQ 奖。
And I'm proud to introduce your 112 top qualifier, Mark Reiner.
我的 TQ 是来自德国的 Mark